Here it is. All right, so I believe I am not unmuted. No, I am unmuted? I am, okay. Great, so we're gonna let everyone kind of file in. I don't have my slide to go, so we'll just kind of go from here. So it is, I do not have a quorum. So we may need to wait a few minutes. Just see. Welcome everyone. This is the Manhattan Community Board 2 Outdoor Dining Working Group. And we are going to get started in just a few minutes. I'm just waiting for us to have a quorum and then we can get started. Hi, how are you? Good.
My name is Danielle. I'm from Newstead Restaurant.
From Newstead Restaurant, okay. If you want to sign in here, there's an agenda and it'll show you what application, and then take a seat over here. We're going to go in the order that the agenda is presented, and we're just waiting on one more committee member to arrive so that we can start our meeting. Got it.
Feel this for a second.
Okay, thanks for coming. Okay. So. Oh, thank you for doing that. My desktop. I didn't. Oh, you don't see me? Oh, you know what? Because I'm not logged in, because I think that I'm just staring at it and I'm logged into Zoom. So let me do that. Like osmosis here. Oh yeah, no, probably not. You can make me the host. No. Let me just find the login. Thanks everyone for being patient. We're just about to get started. Great, thank you. I'm just logging into Zoom. Here it is. Yeah, I'm gonna save the orange share for when, if anyone wants to come speak that's in the room. Okay, I'm logging on to Zoom. Let me stop my video.
Charger issues.
Oh.
I have an extension cord. I plug, so if I have to shove it over to you, I can.
I do have an extension cord. Okay, I'm going to join computer audio. Continue without audio. Okay, now I'm on Zoom. I could be promoted. If you think I'm worthy, I mean, if you don't want to, there's other things I can do. Okay. All right. So now we have a quorum. So it is now 5:39. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the Outdoor Dining Working Group, February 11th meeting for Manhattan Community Board 2. Sorry, I'm just going to pass this along. You can sign it. Sorry, that's my pen. Is there another pen?
No, I got it.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. And there's an agenda. Can you pass? Sorry. Thank you. We're going to call in the order. Great. All right, back here, calling the meeting to order. I can't answer this question in the chat. Okay, if someone can help me with that. Okay, so call the meeting to order. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? The agenda you can see online or on paper. Great. So Donna and Brian. Great. So We've adopted the agenda. I've called the meeting to order. We're going to go into our public session. So I hope people behind me can hear me. What that means is we are going to call up the applications 1 through 41. That's right. We have 41 applications on the agenda this evening. So we're going to try to be efficient, but also ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak, both from the applicant and applicant representative side, as well as from the public, of course. So with that, we are going to, and the way that this will go is I'm going to call in the order presented below. If you're on Zoom, we'll put a link to the agenda in the chat in just a few minutes. Just give us a few minutes. And we're going to call on the applications one by one. What that means during the public session is if you're representing an applicant or you are the applicant, you're welcome to make a statement about your application if you'd like. Everyone will have 2 minutes and we'll see how we go with that in terms of the time. With 41 applications, if we spend 410 minutes, you can kind of do the math of where that would leave us hours-wise. So please make your comments succinct, and we'll try to make sure everyone has those 2 minutes to speak. Am I missing anything else? After the public the committee may or may not have questions for the applicant and or applicant's representative or for the public. So we may ask for clarification. We may not. That's not necessarily a bad thing. We just have a big volume of applications to go through. After the public session, we will close any sort of public comment. The chat will still be open. I can't always go to that because I'm trying to run this quickly and efficiently, not too quickly. And after we are in public session, the committee will go into business session. And so from there will no longer be any public comment. So when your application is mentioned, if you would like to speak, raise your hand on Zoom. We will go to the public first and then to the applicant. We want to keep a sense of decorum, and please speak your comments to the committee. And the applicant may choose to address comments from the public, or they may choose not to. That is up to them. Again, all of this is optional. It is optional for applicants to appear. It is optional for applicants to consider any of the modifications we send if that's what the committee votes. We are an advisory opinion. We do value you taking your time, everyone taking their time this evening. I know there's several other lines of programming happening this evening, and so thank you for being here. We'll try to move through this efficiently, but also to ensure everyone is heard. So with that, I'm going to call up the first application, which is GB Hospitality LLC, DBA Mace at 35 West 8th Street for a Roadway Cafe application. And I don't know if anyone is here from the applicant. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this application on Zoom or in the room? I'm not seeing anyone. I'm sorry?
A panelist.
Oh, you're not a panelist? Okay, I can,
Log out. Am I? Well, then why aren't I seeing it?
I can't,
Never mind, it's me.
okay, I don't have that up. Okay. So on Mace, I know it's West 8th. I believe that it's not no standing, which I know is an issue for a lot of applications on Mace, but I don't have anything else on that application. Does anyone from the committee have anything they want to bring up during the public session?
I have one note on the site plan as submitted. It shows that the restaurant frontage, the arrow showing the measurement goes from, it spans the entire property, including an apartment entrance that's labeled. And it says that the restaurant frontage is 20 feet. I swung by this morning and the frontage is 20 feet, not including the apartment entrance. So it's just an adjustment of the arrows.
Okay.
Yeah, to show that the apartment entrance is not considered the storefront.
Okay. All right, great. So I'm going to close the public hearing on that application and we'll return to it in business session. The second one is LPH1 DBA LLC, DBA Nami Nori at 33 Carmine Street for a Roadway Cafe. Do we have the applicant here or anyone from the public who would like to speak on this application? If you'd like to speak on this application, please raise your hand or in the room. And if someone, I can kind of see, but, or on Zoom. Is there anyone here to speak on this application on Zoom?
I don't see anybody, but let me click into attendees.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that is helpful. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, great. Great, thanks. Let me bring up the big clock because I can't, the time is so small on my. Okay, so I'm not seeing anyone here to speak on this application. Is there anything from the committee that needs to be brought up on this application in the public session? If not, we'll go on to, we'll discuss it in business section. Okay, business session. Okay, so now. Testimony. The next one we have is number 3, Makan LLC, DBA Wayan at 20 Spring Street, Roadway. This is a, has been submitted, DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding a travel lane waiver. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this application on Zoom? And is there anyone, and is the applicant here? Okay, great. So let's go. I see there's a couple.
Want me to start just a little?
Sure, I was just trying to see who it was. Oh, I had it backwards. Sorry, my mouse goes off. My mouse goes opposite. Okay, so
I'm not a co-host.
let me just make people, okay, I can make you a co-host in a second. I don't know if this is the applicant or not. Uh-oh.
Hi, yes, I'm the applicant.
Okay, we'll hear from you in just a second. Let's just hear from the public and then we'll go to you. So Pete?
All right.
Yes, good evening. Pete Davies, Broadway Residents Coalition. I live close by. And first, I'm curious if the applicant submitted to DOT for a waiver of the emergency lane, or if that was done by DOT separately from the applicant. And also, there is no measurement on the diagram showing the width of the street or the need for a waiver. I strongly object to any waivers being given for what has been termed an emergency traffic. And so I just hope that the city gets its act together and stops doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? We'll go to the applicant in just a second. So I'm not seeing anyone. I also look on my other screen really quickly. Okay, so let me, let's promote. Trying to promote the applicant to panelists. Let me see if that, so I might have done it accidentally as talking only. So there's.
Hello, sorry,
Okay,
can you
hi.
hear me?
Yes,
Sorry,
I can hear you.
Sorry with the background restaurant. Okay,
Okay, great.
yeah, we submitted to the DOT and then DOT sent it to the fire, the department, and then it's 20 feet by 6, yeah.
Okay, yep.
Okay. I'm right in front of the
Hi.
restaurant.
Okay, good.
Hi.
I didn't know if you didn't want to be promoted to a panelist and it went the other way. So I'm glad. Thanks for being on camera. That's kind.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi. Hello. Stella, did you have a comment?
I do have a comment. Hi.
Hi.
I see in the site plan that there's a manhole in the middle of the proposed cafe, but there's also flooring proposed. And manholes need to have unobstructed clearance of, can she hear me?
Yeah.
Can you- Okay.
Okay. I think it's just loud.
Okay. Sorry. So yeah, that was the drawing from the DOT. The updated one, it's after the manhole. So we're not gonna be above the manhole.
We can show you.
Yeah, yeah, it's like, I can show it to you. I'm right over here. Hold on, how can I put this? All right, okay. So you see this is the manhole right over here. And then
Yeah.
this is our restaurant right over here. Okay, so it's gonna be right in front of here. This is gonna be the outdoor seating. So just right outside, like right on the line, not even covering the residence door. So, and the
Okay, great.
manhole is just right over here. So we're gonna be far from the manhole.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, that's helpful to know.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Are they in front of the residential entrance or just in front of the
No,
restaurant?
it's not gonna be in front of the residential. We're gonna be right in front of the restaurant. Right over
Okay.
here, if you see, this is the restaurant, and this is the residence, and then this is the restaurant.
Got
So
it.
we're gonna be right over here.
Okay, so, the cafe length will not be 20 feet anymore.
It's supposed to be 20 by 6.
20 by 6.
Yeah, because, okay, this is from the other
right?
side. This is the other side. And then you can see it's right over here. Yeah, I'm gonna hide here. It's cold.
Tax map.
Yeah, I measured this, I was.
Yeah. So when we look on the city records, we see that the lot frontage is 22 and a half feet roughly. So if you subtract the area, it seems like it would be a little bit smaller than 20 feet.
Then
So the
we'll
full
do
width-
18.
Yeah, I
Whatever
think that-
you think. It's
Yeah.
like,
Well, I think Stella's point is that the measurement of the storefront doesn't seem to be quite,
accurate.
we're not arguing with you that it's just in front of the building frontage. It's just that the measurements you provided aren't exact to what the length of the storefront frontage is.
All right.
So if you run a tape measure across the store frontage, it would, I don't know what it is, but I think it's less
Okay, do
than.
you want me to run it with the tape measurement? I'll have my husband running it right now.
Yeah, no, just meaning, what we want is just it updated on the site plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so-
will
so-
update
so-
it.
Yeah.
So the way that it'll work is we'll send this to you in writing. And you can take a look and look at it, and I think it's very cool that you're outside at the site. That's very helpful. And thank you for being collaborative and talking this through with us. Is there anything else from the applicant? Brian, did you have something?
Well, I saw something in the emails that went around about the separation between two structures along a curb line.
Uh-huh.
That instead of 3 feet, it's supposed to be 6 feet now.
But that's right, you're correct.
And therefore, if you have a neighbor that's gonna have a seating area, cafe, there needs to be 6 feet between. So 3 of that feet would be on your side.
So because you have an FDNY waiver,
Right.
the distance in order to qualify for the waiver is not just that you've reduced it to 6 feet. Between two structures, the FDNY guidance, and I don't know if you've seen this, requires 6 feet between next door neighbors who have outdoor dining structures, not 3 feet. And I don't think that guidance existed when you made your application. So.
It was 3 feet when we did the application, but we could do
Right.
like 1.5 or one side each. Yeah.
And that is just from what we've seen of the FDNY guidance,
Okay.
that because it's a narrower street, they require more distance between the structures. And this is gonna come up on all the other applications.
Yeah, this is,
And it's not just you guys,
Yeah.
it's
Got it.
that they didn't have it for the waiver, so.
Got it. Thank you.
okay. And have you had, has FDNY come to meet with you at the site regarding your application yet, or no?
No.
Okay. And did we answer the question of, did DOT tell you they were submitting for a waiver, or was it
Yes.
asked? They
Yes.
told you, okay, got it. Okay, I have no other questions. Anyone else? Okay, great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, so we're gonna close the public hearing on Makan LLC, DBA Wayan, and we're gonna go to Bee's Tavern, Inc., DBA Botanica Bar at 47 East Houston. Is anyone here from the public to speak on this application? And is the applicant here? I do have this RSVP list and I haven't looked at. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, there's something in the chat now. I don't see anyone with their hand raised. Is there anything the committee wants to address in public session on this application? Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing on this application. Next one is number 5, 51 Merchants LLC, DBA Via Carota, 51 Grove Street. For a Roadway Cafe, the application does not state that there is an FDNY review pending, but DOT confirmed via email that it has been referred to FDNY for a waiver. So we did, when we were reviewing the application, we learned that the emergency travel lane was not met. Do we have anyone from the public here that wishes to speak on this application? I know the applicant's representative, Michael Kelly, is rejoining us as a panelist. And is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on? Hi, Michael, nice to see you.
I'm back.
Hi, welcome back. We're trying to see if there's anyone from the public before we go through and ask some questions, but I don't see anyone else's hands raised. Is that correct? Okay, so I don't see, okay, I see one
Can
person.
I jump in quickly on this? I'll
yes.
save you some, I'll save
Okay.
your voice. So I spoke with DOT, it's going down to 6.5 feet to meet the FDNY requirement. And that structure that's 39 feet 6 inches long will be broken down into 2 different sections. We haven't decided how long yet, but it would have the 6-inch gap in between it.
6-foot gap? 6-inch gap, 6-foot gap?
6 foot, 6 foot.
Okay. Do you know what size each of those structures would be? Or I guess it's the 6 feet into the 39 feet and then divide by 2.
Yeah, so it's gonna be 33 feet, 6 inches. The owner is talking to the architect about how they want to do that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let's go. We'll come back to you in a second. Thanks for offering that. That'll be helpful for people's comments. So I'm going to call on Augustine. Just promote. So. I had the timer on here, but the timer reflects weird because I guess we're reflecting our camera. But I did have it on here. Hi, Augustine.
Hi, Valerie. Augustine Hope, West Village residents. Just for the record, I want to register a strong objection to the fire department giving waivers to the required 15-foot emergency lane width. I'm not sure exactly with this narrowed shed, whether that's now a moot point, but I'd like that to be registered. Thank you.
Thanks. Great, thank you. All right. Next, is there anyone else to speak on this application before we go to Michael? See. Okay, and no one else here to speak on this application. Does the committee have any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. I am trying to find the RCP list, but I do not see it. Okay. All right, Michael, I don't think we have anything else on this one.
Nope.
We may reach out about that updated site plan. We're gonna send our typical ADA modifications. That's it.
Once I have it, I'll send a copy in.
Okay, great, sounds good.
All
right, And you have a couple others on the agenda this evening?
Yes. a few.
Okay.
Next
great.
one included.
Okay, well, let's then go to that.
Buvette.
Okay, so next one, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on Via Carota. The next one we have is JMWilliams LLC, DBA Buvette at 42 Grove Street. This application has been submitted to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. And I see we have Leslie Clark. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this application? So once Leslie rejoins us as a panelist, we'll have her go. I'm just gonna do the timer on here, I guess.
Yes, thank you. I'm with West Village residents. I wanted to make two quick comments. I'm looking at the diagram. I cannot figure out, it looks as if there are 5 tables, and I cannot imagine how anybody in this roadway set is going to get in and out. They seem to be jam-packed. It appears that you can't even move your chair to get into the seating. And the other thing is that, again, I would like to state that we object to an emergency travel lane waiver on this narrow, very residential street as being really unnecessary and dangerous to the residents. So we'd like to express our opposition to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant on this application? Okay, so you have another public comment. Mary, did she move over to panelist? No. Oh. Mary, are you there?
About that, yeah.
Hi.
Ditto on what Leslie said, but what are these removable barriers? I mean, how does that relate to the roadway dining and why are they there? That's all I had to ask.
That's part of their sidewalk cafe, which we are not considering at this application.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Michael, are we expecting a sidewalk cafe application from them at some point?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, anything else for Michael on Buvette from anyone? Any questions? Do you have anything you want to say about this application to us?
I do.
Okay.
So we have 7 tables, 14 seats. The middle of the roadway is open, leaving 4 feet 6 inches for servers, handicapped to get in. It's a 6'6", and we have we have 1 table on the end, so there's plenty of room inside to serve. I don't know if the person talking about the 5 tables and 10 seats was looking at the same floor plan.
I mean, we're just going off the plan that was in the application package. That's on the website. So DOT never they send us one site plan
Has 7 tables.
Has 7 and 14.
Maybe they were referring to the sidewalk diagram again.
Sidewalk on here.
Oh, all of them
That has
together.
3 too.
All of them together? Perhaps.
Equals 10.
Okay,
I think the question.
Okay.
okay, so that must be where that was from. I don't think I have any other comments. It is very, very narrow there.
Yep.
Very, very narrow. Is there any appetite for this applicant to maybe go down to 6 feet? I know that 6 feet, 6 inches is allowed.
I'll ask her. Because we still have
And
to
again,
have.
again, like,
areas
it'll be, I mean, it'll be to what the, no, I understand it's 1.5 foot, it takes out from that interior, and that's not our final ask, we're just kind of asking what that appetite is, because we understand that the 6 feet, 6 inches is the maximum allowed, but, and I just know from experience, it's a very, very narrow street, so I don't know what the committee's going to come to a conclusion on there, but just kind of offering that, just kind of wondering what that appetite might be.
Okay.
All right, I know you can give us a final answer, just was curious. Okay, that's all we have on this one. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on this application, and we will discuss it in business session. Next we have, Box Hill LLC, DBA King at 18 King Street for a Roadway Cafe. Is anyone here from the public to speak on this application? And or is the applicant here? I'm not seeing, oh, I see one hand raised. Okay, Mary? Mary Petretti? Mary? She was unmuted and then she wasn't.
Sometimes it takes a second.
Sorry,
That's okay.
it's my computer.
Right.
So is this the restaurant on the southwest corner?
Yes.
I'll let somebody else answer that.
Yes.
I can't speak to that.
Okay, because this is a 6th Avenue causeway, so it says it has the 10 feet, and I debate the number of seating that's in there, and plus they always put out all these potted plants.
Oh, we should probably put that in there.
Oh. This is-
And decoration and stuff like that, that takes up a lot of space. And I don't have a picture of the area, so I would need to refer to that. I don't see the cutaway on the sidewalk listed on here.
About the
or
roadway.
Corner crosswalks across King and across 6th Avenue.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mary. We are just talking about what's purple on there. Since we're just considering. That's okay. That's okay. They will come back to us separately for the roadway, and sometimes this, for the sidewalk, excuse me. And sometimes applicants will include both setups on there, which can get confusing. So we're just wanting to hear comments on the roadway.
Okay, then I put my hand down.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else here regarding this application from the public or from the applicant? I don't think we were expecting anyone on this one. Just look really quickly. King, no, we don't have a response. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll continue the discussion in business session. Next, we have Cafe Habana NYC LLC, DBA Cafe Habana at 17 Prince Street for a roadway cafe. Is there anyone here to speak on this application? From the public? Okay, oh, hi. And the applicant is here in the room. So is there anyone from the public to testify? We'll ask the applicant to come up if they'd like to make a statement and if anyone has any questions for them. So I don't see anyone on Zoom or in the room besides the applicant. So does the committee have questions for the applicant on this application? We don't have any questions. Would you like to make a statement about your application? Okay. All right, so seeing that, I don't have any comments. Yes?
The only thing we'll talk about in the business session is just that there isn't an FDNY waiver.
Yes, can you bring up that point?
Sure.
Just so we can have that.
Sure, so we reached out to DOT to confirm whether or not there was an FDNY waiver in review for this application, just because it is a narrow street. And they said that there is not, which I think is a little bit surprising because this street is.
Because you identified that the 15-foot emergency travel lane would not be met with the site plan as proposed. And remind me the width of this roadway.
The roadway is 25 feet on Elizabeth Street. And then there is a hydrant across the street, but there's also space for about one parked car across the street. And so if there's a parked car that's 8 feet wide, and then the roadway cafe, which is 7 feet 6 inches, then the travel lane would be narrower than the 15.
Right, it'd be like under 10, right?
I don't remember exactly. It would be 9'6".
Right.
So that's just a little bit confusing why there isn't a waiver here or under review.
What is the feed amount that has to be from the hydrant to the house?
Not from the hydrant. You're fine there because it's across the street. But
she was more just talking about how there is room for the travel lane there because there's no parking at the hydrant.
So I think the question what you're asking is because it's the parking is allowed across the street from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Right.
It's an 8-foot parking lane that's there. And if you subtract the 8 feet from the total width of the street, you still have to, that's what the emergency lane is considered. And if you do the 8 feet plus the 15, your setup would require a waiver because
and even by their diagram, I mean, they have 19 feet indicated on their diagram, so you take away the 8, that's 11.
Right, so it says there's 19 feet there, but you don't take into account that there's an 8-foot parking lane after that, right? And so that's where the emergency lane is required. So there would be a parked car across the street from part of your roadbed structure.
So then we'll even have to use that.
Well, there's nothing on you, on anything you guys didn't do, because DOT, we were surprised that DOT didn't flag it to you. So that's more of like, it's nothing that you missed. We were surprised that DOT had not submitted your application for an FDNY waiver, because when we looked at it, we didn't see that.
And if DOT were to now, we'll send them comments asking why there isn't a waiver. And if they decide to refer it to FDNY, then the cafe width would need to be reduced according to FDNY requirements from 7.5 feet to 6.5 feet.
Yeah. So the length would need to be limited, right?
The what?
The length.
Right.
And the length.
Length would be limited to 20 feet.
20 feet. So again, those aren't numbers that we're making up. It's what the guidance from FDNY is for them to issue you a waiver.
And the reason it's important now is so you don't build it incorrectly and have to change it.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's a lot of.
Yeah. And like we're getting to the April 1 date. So we may in business session say we may ask for that reduction in length and width to follow the FDNY guidelines, and you may agree or not agree. And we would ask for an updated site plan so we can submit that all to DOT. And again, our opinion is it's advisory, so it's up to you whether or not you want to comply with that. All of the roadway cafes will go to a DOT public hearing that's required by the legislation. So, huh? I have a raised hand. Okay. For testimony. Yes.
So I just noticed two dimensions that may be very relevant to how this all shakes out. And one is, where is that manhole? How much? I mean, obviously there's 20 feet of clearance to that manhole that you can't have any parking. So maybe that would actually be enough. The second dimension that's missing is the storefront.
Dimension?
Yes.
Mm.
And so, well, I don't know. Seems like the bike rack you're kind of shoehorned between the bike rack and the crosswalk.
Yeah.
And those clearances. But I don't know what's on the other side of the bike rack. I don't know how much.
Well, luckily it's a non-approaching
Storefront.
crosswalk, so you're not having to.
Right. It's only need to be 8 feet.
Yeah, I am a little confused. On this, like there says there's a 9-foot measurement here, but then is it 19 feet? That's my only, and this could be fuzzy because I'm looking at it
Any parking within
on Zoom.
15 feet, isn't it 15 feet?
15?
Yeah. Pete, we'll get to you in just one moment.
So, yeah.
But it's these two arrows that I have a question on because they appear to be the same size, but they have different numbers on them. And we just want clarification. Am I right? Am I right? These are both the same?
The 14 feet is to the manhole.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Okay. So 14 feet to the manhole, and then from the crosswalk, it's the 9 feet. Okay, got it.
Right, you show it as 9 feet, but in your roadway cafe distance from crosswalks, it's noted as 8 feet.
Okay, so we can put that in the modifications. Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
I think those are all the questions that we have. I'm gonna go, we still have someone from the public who wishes to speak. So Pete, the floor is yours. How do I move?
Yeah, looking at
Do this?
Google Street View, there are two things that are not reflected on the site plan. One is a large mailbox just north of the intersection, abutting the, I put the link in the chat, mailbox at Cafe Habana. And there's also a tree that is on Elizabeth Street in the middle of the structure, just opposite the entrance to the restaurant. And I put that link in the chat, Cafe Habana on Elizabeth. So neither of those things are shown on the diagram.
So you're saying the Google Earth, there's a discrepancy with what's shown on Google Maps and what's presented in the diagram?
Correct.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration. I can't look at it right this second, but we'll bring it up during business session. Or maybe someone's looking at it now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
okay, so we're looking at it now.
She's got Google Earth. I've got the.
I mean, I can pull it up here. Can we also, someone kind of help me clean up the,
It looks like there was a tree, but maybe it's not there now, but there's still a tree pit. So it's awaiting a tree.
No, there's no tree.
I don't see anything.
That you were able to remove it?
The
This,
city took it. Yeah, there's no tree.
is this?
Under the scaffolding, but this is
Oh.
2022. so-
They're saying that the city covered up the tree pit.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna get out of that. Okay, Got it. I do have one last question. We will put a modification in. I know that these are from the old structure that are in your application. Just regarding the advertisements, because it's not allowed in the permanent program. We understand this was from before that. So like, we're not going to, but we will put that in there. It's just, anything we put in the modifications is just applying what the rules are. So it's nothing that's subjective. And you can consider that with again, just so that's clear that the advertising is not allowed in the permanent program. Okay, is there anything else for this application? Okay, so like I mentioned at the top of the meeting, we'll go into business session. We'll continue the discussion of the application and vote. We're an advisory opinion. We'll follow up with modifications, kind of what we went through. And then we'll have a deadline, and the office will reach out. And if you'd like to comply with them, we welcome that. We welcome the collaboration, and we'll move it through the process. Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And if we can just get I'm sorry, I know you didn't want to come up here, but can you just state your name your name for the record? Okay. Okay, and you signed in, right? Okay, right, okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm just gonna make a note of that. Thank you so much for being here and taking the time.
Just so you know.
Okay, there we go. All right, so no one else here to testify on this application. We're gonna move forward. So next we have Iaccas Corp, DBA Old Fashioned Cafe at 110 Thompson Street. This is a Roadway Cafe application, and DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this application from the applicant side or from the public? I'm trying to see if I'm expecting anyone. Oh, it's Mike.
Mike, I'm back.
Florence has like a little cheat sheet for us, and I was just looking at that. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to testify on this application? Okay, I see Augustine. Augustine, the floor is yours.
Hi, again, the West Village resident strongly objects to waiving the 15-foot emergency travel lane requirement. We believe such waivers put the residents of the block and adjacent streets at risk in the event of a fire or other emergency. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Augustine. All right, anyone else from the public? Does the committee have any questions for the applicant on this application?
For clarification, I don't believe this is a ground floor business.
Okay, let's open up that discussion, and we have Michael Kelly on here can you elaborate on that so everyone can understand what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not a ground floor business. Wondering if that's an issue or not.
DOT had no issue with it.
Old fashioned is not,
If we have the,
looks like it.
But it looks like it's
It looks like it's ground floor. So where is it?
The basement.
Downstairs.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
So
that's
we've
not-
got your
that's
email,
not
and
the
we've got the email that Florence reached out to you, so
Oh.
she'll follow up. Thanks so
Thank you
much.
Thank you. What did he say?
It's not a ground floor business. I believe it's in the basement. And they have an incorrect letter of no objection for the first floor, but they're not located on the first floor.
Okay. Yeah, that is really strange, because the legislation, I believe, says you must have ground floor, it must be a ground floor restaurant. Is that correct? Obviously, they've passed the.
Michael, is that correct or is that not? I don't know.
well, if you're not on the ground floor, but we were, basically our windows are on the ground floor. The restaurant looks like it's on the ground floor. There's a couple of steps down.
Is there a ground floor in that?
It's not like there's another store on the first floor, we're on the second, or you have to go downstairs into a basement.
Okay. All right. Does any other, and would you like to make a statement, Michael?
No.
Okay. All right, and I think if there's no one else here to speak on this application, we will move on to the next application. I will close out. And is it 6 feet 6 inches on the site plan, just really quickly?
Yes.
Right, okay. On Thompson, it seems really wide on the plan. Okay, then we will continue this discussion in business session. We'll close the public hearing on this one. The next one we have is 177 Nap Inc., DBA Famous Ben's Pizza of Soho at 177 Spring Street. The application does not state an FDNY review is pending, but DOT confirmed via email that the application has been referred to FDNY for consideration for the travel lane waiver. And there are 2 roadway setups on this application. And we confirmed that Thompson Street was the Thompson Street setup was the one being sought for the waiver, not the other one. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to testify on this application? Not seeing anyone. Let's pull this up. Let's see. And is the applicant here? Are we expecting the applicant? I forgot to look. I don't think we were expecting the applicant on this one to appear. And okay, let me just look really quickly. If there's any comment I want to make before we leave the public session. Again, this is another one that had the advertising, and I've actually seen from the out-of-home advertising agency soliciting advertisements for this particular location on their setups during the temporary program. Because they had them on both roadway setups. So again, that is not allowed in the permanent program. It wasn't allowed in the temporary program either, but it was actively being solicited. I don't think I have any comments for the rest of the public session. Yes.
I have a comment. So like you said, this is one where DOT confirmed that there is a waiver pending here on Thompson Street, but the Thompson Street cafe is 7 feet, and FDNY requires that for a waiver it needs to be at most 6 feet 6 inches. So that looks like an oversight. We can request that it.
Yes, we certainly can send the applicant modifications requesting at least minimum compliance with the 6 feet 6 inches on Thompson Street. It is pretty detailed on here, and I remember there, again, this is, I believe, no longer exists. I think they did take theirs down, but it was a it was one of the taller structures in the neighborhood. And so we'll just want to make sure that the regulatory signs, if there is any that they do, that we'll just, in the modifications, make sure that we just confirm that they did check those boxes off. So I think that that's what we'll need to do. They also say they have 2 feet for the thermoplastic marking. But it's not on the site. It's labeled on the site plan, but the clearance isn't labeled, but the clearance is labeled on the second page. Okay, no one from the public to speak on this application. from the applicant side or from the public, so I'm going to close the public hearing. The next, we will go to 157 Grand Street Cafe Corp, DBA Toad Hall, 57 Grand Street for a roadway cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. And this applicant could not be here this evening. They were actually very communicative, wanting to know when their application was going to be scheduled. We do recommend, in general, I do see Darlene Lutz, if someone can promote her while she joins us back as a panelist. I will make a note. There was something I was going to quickly, but I'll come back to it. So Darlene, or is nobody promoted? Okay. But just for everyone here, while Darlene comes back as a panelist, we really highly recommend that you sign up for the CB2 newsletter. We'll put a link in the chat. That is the best way to know. It comes out every Friday, and we try to update the next meeting's agenda as we receive applications. We only receive application referrals once a week. There may be an update midweek every week on the next meeting date, but we do highly recommend that you sign up because it's starting to get, we have a high number, and we do reach out individually to let people know, applicants know about this. But that is the fastest way to know if your application will be heard. We also do not give status updates of applications to applicants or applicant representatives. So if you have come before a public hearing, what happened to Darlene? Oh, okay. Sorry, I was waiting for you to appear. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I am so not turning my camera on.
That's okay. I was looking for the video to be the signal for you to go. That's why I kept going on and on. So I'll let you go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm objecting to FDNY waivers on Grand Street. Any premise. Grand Street is very narrow. There is a protected bike lane in front of this premise and several adjacent premises. The southbound traffic from West Broadway is obliged to turn onto Grand at near this corner. It is very bottlenecked all the time. Toad Hall is primarily a bar. It's open till 4 a.m. It has a full OP. They currently have no menu on their website. I've never seen during their operation during COVID any service from the premise to the roadbed. Basically, people taking drinks outside. So Toad Hall has also been notoriously disliked by the neighboring buildings because noise has always been an issue from here. That is about it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Darlene. Is there anyone else here from the public to speak on this application or someone associated with the applicant? Oh, I said the applicant wasn't going to be here. Hello. Okay, so with that, is there anything else we want to bring up in public session?
Just that the markings on the sidewalk here are sort of unclear to me. It looks like there've been some changes, but this was placed over plastic markings on the street where it said you couldn't park.
Okay, let me just pull
during the temporary time period. I'm not sure what exists today, but there's no indication at all of that. And the photographs seem to purposefully not show that situation.
150, why
Show
can't
the store frontage.
I'm not seeing the application here. Did it get relabeled something weird?
It's 57 Grand Street,
I think it's 55.
but the,
Is it 157?
but the,
Oh, I have, okay, got it,
the
57.
folder label is 57 Grand.
Okay. Sorry, I thought when I have it circled and it looked like a 1, I was looking for 157.
So it looks like the thermal plastic markings cut into the storefront a bit. On
the eastern side.
Oh, okay, got it. It's hard to see from that. And crossing a bike lane.
Right.
Mm-hmm,
I have a comment about that as well.
mm-hmm.
So it's across a bike lane, but they are also proposing flooring. And I remember in their temporary program, they also had flooring, but it was raised several inches above the ground, too much for a wheelchair to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they do want to use flooring, then it needs to include a ramp into the cafe or room with flooring, so it's at grade with the roadway.
Yeah, I'm confused as to what these little circles are. Or are those like tables that have been like taken out? Do you see that? Like, it just looks like little chairs, and then there's like faded tables that cross. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know what this line means in here. Yeah, I don't know what that, because these tables, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 tables kind of like faded out. Because then I thought maybe this is like the because like, where's is this the entrance here? Like this faded table? And like, is for some reason, like these lines mean you can't cross through here? And like, is that the only means of egress? Those are my questions. I guess we can talk more about it in the business.
Okay, well, on the issue about the thermostat, thermoplastic markings, 6-inch clearing, does that also include 6-inch clearing from the safety zone stripes to the cafe? So on both sides, on the roadway side and on the bike lane side?
Determined that one time, Stella, that it was the roadway side, not the sidewalk.
The bike lane buffer part, they can't be on top of it, but they
Okay,
don't have to have the 6-inch.
right, so they have their seating or their platform right up to the line.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Couple raised hands.
Okay, great. We'll go with Darlene, Augustine.
I just wanted to mention about Grand Street roadbed, which is in that location along that stretch from West Broadway to Worcester Street has always been a severe mess, and its repaving was really middling during COVID. And the reason that the people who were putting up sheds were building flooring because it's so uneven. Another reason is that they sloped it to get the water drainage to the West Broadway sewer grates because there is a massive sewer problem on Grand Street. That's just
Right. Yeah, now I remember this, I remember the structure because they had there's this weird open space, but I guess the open space was for the Ruby next door. Like if you look at Google Maps from September, I can put it in the chat if others want to click in. Anyways, we can discuss it more in a second. Thank you, Darlene. Augustine?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
On behalf of the West Village Residents Association, I just want to strongly object to the placement of a dining shed in a floating parking lane. This forces customers and servers to go across a actively used bike lane, puts cyclists, puts customers, and puts servers at risk for no other purpose than the profit of the restaurant in question. Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Is there anyone else here to speak on this application? Is the applicant here?
No, the applicant is not.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, then we'll continue this discussion in business session. Next, we will go to Tea and Sympathy, Inc., DBA Tea and Sympathy at 108 Greenwich Avenue for a roadway. I will bring up to the committee that I'm holding the Carry On Tea and Sympathy back in the case there's anything from this discussion that we want to augment our modifications on that one, so we can look at I believe the three of them are on here. We can look at them holistically. So we could, I think there's another one. Yeah, right, they're the three next to one another. Yeah, so I think that in our discussion of tea and sympathy, if that's all right with everyone on the committee, that we move that one up to just go along with this one. Does that work? So we can just kind of talk about those two, and we'll continue in the order, but I think that just makes sense because they're right next to one another. So if there's anyone here to speak on the application for tea and sympathy, either from the applicant side or from the public, I'll go ahead and we'll go to the public first, and then we'll go to the applicant if they are on.
Yes.
Hi, Leslie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the very issue you brought up, which is you have 108 and 112 on tonight, and 110 was heard on January 29th.
Right.
So what we've got here is like a circus train, 1, 2, 3. How are these three going to occupy that space? How are they going to be spaced out? It seems to me that this needs to be worked out for that block, which has seen basically one long shed here for almost 4 years. So there needs to be some kind of serious look at what this does to the curb and for the residents of this part of Greenwich Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Norma Coates. She was raised.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. I want to correct a position that I took at the last meeting when Carry On was here. I thought can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I thought it was solely a grocery store. Since then, I've gone there myself to try to order something to take out, and I was able to do that. So I think that this qualifies as a food serving establishment, and I withdraw my position that it's just a grocery store. With respect to these three establishments, I think one thing that can be said is that they've grossly exaggerated the amount of square feet available, because they included their barriers within their measurements. I get a difference of at least 20 square feet from what they post on their applications. I won't go through the specific numbers now, but I know that they are significantly different. And that suggests to me that there are too many tables and chairs that they try to squeeze in there. Also, with respect to what Leslie just said, when I look closely at the applications, it seems to me that they have left room for open space between all three of these storefronts, and they have put their barriers on 3 sides around each storefront. So it seems that they are treating these as 3 different applicants and with 3 different stores, and they are allowing the space in between. So long as they continue to do that, I think they're within the rules. So that's it for me.
And Norma, really quickly, are you still on? I do have a question. Is she still on?
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, you had said that you thought that the measurements on the site plan did or did not include the barriers?
They do. On the site plan, they do include the barriers.
Okay.
The internal dimensions, therefore, are a good deal smaller by at least 20 square feet, according to my rough calculations.
Okay.
There's only one other thing I'd like to mention that may not come up. If you can look at their photographs, you can see they have a huge awning that has extended in front of all 3 continuously, all 3 of these storefronts, and it extends so far out, almost to the wall of the roadway, with the result that you have like a tunnel effect on Greenwich Avenue. So that you might want to take a look at.
No, that's a good point. I've wondered about that myself in general, in general across the district. Thank you for that and bringing that up. Okay. Is the applicant here? Gina, did you want to speak on this application? Does the committee have questions for the applicant? I don't know. She made a point of 6:30. Oh, she's presenting at CB4, so maybe,
Steve was on before.
okay, she says she's here. Okay, so. Great. Oh, we just promoted you, Gina. So do we know what the rules are on the, this is not for sidewalk, but it's gonna come up if they have a sidewalk application. Hi, Gina, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good, thanks. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Oh.
What is that?
Oh, I thought that was you on his computer. Okay, no. It was probably just like AI, Siri or whatever. Anyways, okay, so does anybody have any questions for Gina on this application? We're also going to talk about assault and battery in just a second, once we go to public comment on that one. Gina, do you have any statement you want to make regarding this application?
Just about the question you made last session, if they had kitchens on all 3 establishments, the answer is yes. I already spoke with the client about the concerns of serving food on different locations. That's clarified. And well, just letting you know that last session we reviewed 110 and the clearance between the roadways was on that plan. And that's why this one is close to the end of the ground facade. That's it.
All right, that's a solid battery. Let me just look up this one really quickly and see if I have any comments. What are the store frontages for each of these?
And let me tell you, 108 is 15.5. 110 is 18.8, and 112 is, let me tell you, 13.8.
Okay. Okay. That's okay. Okay, that's 112, and then sorry, I'm just looking at the site. They're all well within there. Okay. 108's 55 feet?
15.
Oh, 15.
15.
Sorry, that was what was throwing me off. I was like, how is 155? Okay, sorry, it's on me, long day. Okay, oops. I think, can someone hand me another pen? I'll just use it. Okay, any other questions for Gina on this one? Okay, we're gonna go to assault and battery, so give us just 1 second. We'll see if there's anyone here to testify on that one. So I'm gonna close the public hearing on Tea and Sympathy, Inc. And next, we're gonna go to 35. We're just gonna jump because we have the applicant here and these are right next to one another. So next, we're gonna go to Assault and Battery LLC, DBA Assault and Battery at 112 Greenwich Avenue for a Roadway Cafe. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to testify on this application? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Does the committee have any questions for Gina on this application?
I have a question. I remember that Carry On was not going to have wait service to the Roadway Cafe, right? Was that right?
Oh,
Which number is that? 110?
Yes.
No, yeah, all of them are gonna have a waiter service.
Okay, thank you.
okay. All right. And, okay, so that's all we have on, we'll close the public hearing on that. Gina, do you have any other applications with us today?
No, that's it.
Okay. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, bye.
Hi. Okay, so next we're going to go to, bye, Lindsay, nice to meet you. So next we have Elizabeth Street Bagel Ventures LLC, DBA Black Seed Bagels at 170 Elizabeth Street for a roadway cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to testify on this application? Is the applicant here? And I'll just look to see if we are expecting them. I don't have anything to indicate that we're expecting them.
Somebody's raising their hand.
Okay, oh, great. Thanks. Oh. Did someone, okay. I just, so the hand went down, so there's a little, no.
Hi, all.
Hi, oh, Noah, you're Noah from Black Seed Bagels.
Sure am, yeah.
Okay, well,
How you
I just
doing?
see the email address. I won't say your email address out loud.
It's pretty easy to guess, so it's, I'm screwed there.
Right. And we did promote you to panelists, but you're welcome. You don't have to turn your camera on, but it is an option if you like. Okay, oh, hello.
Hi, hello.
Hi. Okay, one quick, do we have anyone here from the public to testify in addition to the applicant? If you do, we will have you raise your hand, like for them to go first, but I don't see anyone. So just making sure I haven't missed anyone. Really quickly now, before the committee goes into any questions, and if you have a statement to make, please let me know and I'll allow you to make one. We would love to know if you requested for the Roadway Cafe, your Roadway Cafe application to be submitted to FDNY, or if that was something that was offered to you by the agency. And then the second question is, have you had a visit with FDNY yet at the site regarding your application?
So we submitted the application and DOT recommended that we submit to FDNY.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, no one from FDNY has stopped by, but that doesn't mean they haven't. It just means I don't necessarily know.
Of course. Okay. That's good to know. Do you have a statement about your application that you would like to make, and does the committee have any additional questions?
I don't have anything to add. I think the diagram is fairly clear, so leave it at that. Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any comment. I don't have any questions to ask. You see you're at the 6 feet, 6 inches, or 6.5 feet is a requirement. Thank you for the north arrow. Not blocking another building entrance. Any other comments for the applicant or questions? Yeah?
Do you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna speak on something else, so go ahead.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, I don't see how that it's ADA accessible in here.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes. Yeah. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
Sarah.
Well, the plan is not to put in a floor. So we would have a small ramp to get down from the curb.
Okay, so then it's still with the amount of tables you have in there, I guess you need to remove a table if you needed that ADA accessibility. Just looking at the drawing, there's no room to move in there. I guess you could remove a chair.
Yeah.
And, okay.
Or we could put in a floor. We're trying to keep the arrangement light duty. But to the extent we need to comply with ADA, and the curb it's a fairly low curb there. It's kind of close to the roadway itself, so it wouldn't be a very long ramp. And when we had the unpermitted pre-open streets program, we had flooring right up to the edge of the curb. So, but yeah, however we need to comply with ADA, we will, of course.
Okay. Okay, and that's up to your choice. So the way will work is we will go into business session after this with all of the applications, and what comes out of there will be probably a set of modifications. Like we would ask, for example, like on the site plan form, under furnishings, it's not checked off that the furnishings will be lightweight and easily removable. So we would just ask for that to be checked. I assume that they will be. But we just want this to be a complete application. And then we would just ask regarding, we have a set of ADA. It's not our set, it's what the federal and what DOT's guidance on ADA is, which is on the 311 website, which is not helpful to applicants such as you regarding the 36-inch, like to make sure there's that path accessible route. So again, these aren't CB2 regulations. It's what the ADA is, and it is the guidance that DOT has. It's just hidden from the Dining Out NYC website, but it does reference that it's required for Dining Out NYC on the 311 outdoor complaint page. For accessibility, which feels illogical. But it's nothing, it has to do with you specifically, but it's just where it is, and it's just confusing for everyone. Yes.
Just one more detail, Noah. On the site plan, there's a utility north of it, and it says, right now it's labeled as utility grade. It should be labeled as a transformer vault.
Okay.
Which doesn't really affect you much because the clearance is there, but we'll probably make a note of that just to relabel it. So it's accurate.
That's it.
No problem. Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think that I don't know what all the setups will eventually end up being on Elizabeth Street, but I don't know if the offsets for the FDNY waivers will impact you at all or not. But that's something that when you applied, the guidance wasn't there. But when you have the roadbed structures across the street, they require certain offsets.
Okay.
And just check those before you build anything.
Sure.
Because
thankfully,
so I don't know what.
Yeah. So thankfully across the street we don't have a restaurant, and to both of to each side of our storefront we don't have restaurants. So we're a little bit of an island mid-block, but certainly
I just wasn't sure if for Little Rascal or if other up the block. I think the offset is a distance. I can't remember what it is.
15, isn't it 15?
It's 15 or 20 feet. So if you're within that on either side, it may have an impact. I'm just bringing it up to just make sure all that before you buy anything.
Yeah, for sure.
Everything's all up. So
yeah.
10-4.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to close out the public hearing for Elizabeth Street Bagel Ventures LLC, and we're going to move on to number 14, Paisano Restaurant Corp, DBA Paisanos on 136 Mulberry Street for a Roadway Cafe. Welcome back, Michael. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. That I think it appears to be that the trend is if it's on Mulberry Street, it is going to be seeking a waiver. So is there anyone here to testify on this application before we go to the applicant? Gonna look up whether it's directly across this one. I don't see anyone here to testify. Michael, do you have a statement on or anything you want to add on this application? Statement seems
nothing, but I know we have 18-inch barriers on there, but there's a new company that was approved by the city for a steel structure. This is basically going to be 4 inches. So I'm having everybody on Mulberry Street look into that, try to save some room.
Oh, interesting. There you go. That's a solution. Yeah, we have me just see what is it here. Okay, so that there, there's space next to Lenona. It is, there might be a crossover. I'd have to look at Osteria Baroka, which is also on the agenda tonight. Are you on Osteria as well? Baroka, that's on the agenda tonight, isn't it? Or am I?
Oh, no, I think that's.
Oh, it's next time. It's next, our next meeting. Sorry, if you can imagine, they all run together. It's just top of mind. Yes?
That and the 6 foot offsets. I still don't know how this is all being coordinated on Mulberry Street.
Right, so let's be clear. So from.
Side 6 foot
So
offsets
from
across
the July 30th memo from FDNY to DOT regarding the Dining Out NYC program, which to my understanding is an official MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding in per local law 41 from 2014 or local law 40 from 2014. They're actually supposed to publish that memo on both of their respective websites under their MOU section. But in that memo, it has two very critical items that we now have been made aware of, which is on when there's an FDNY waiver block, that there is supposed to be a 6 foot offset between cafes on the same side, as well as a 15-foot offset. And it's not been made clear.
Across the street.
Across, if you're directly across, right? So it's just,
If you're on the other side of the street, you can't. It's perpendicular 15 feet.
oh,
It's not
got it.
so you zigzag where they are
The
going
big
down.
fire trucks can do this the whole way down the road.
Right.
It's not clear to the applicants, as you know, Michael.
Right.
You don't know who gets what.
How's it being applied?
Yeah.
Maybe, do you know? I don't know if
I don't know. I asked about that.
This
About
is a
15 feet up and down. And the answer was, the guy never heard of it. The answer I got, we never heard of that
at DOT.
at DOT.
Right.
That being Penny Ringle?
We had I explained it. I sent the diagram showing it. So you might have not have heard of it. I think it was about 10 days ago, 12 days ago.
Have you seen the FDNY memo?
No.
Maybe I'll forward it to him. It's a public document that people should be made aware of. Okay.
So
go ahead.
Just looking back at the site plan for Lenona.
Yeah.
Which had a 1 foot 6 inch offset, which was
The standard.
And I don't know if that site plan is still up in the air for revisions on your end, but if it's not, and that
It's
one,
not.
if that 1 foot, yeah, not from us, but
Oh.
if you coordinate with DOT to make those adjustments on your own, to accommodate the 6 foot gap between the two cafes, otherwise, Paisano's going to have to take the 4.5 foot gap, take on that burden and reduce by 4.5 or by an additional 3 feet. If my math is right. And then
Sure, I'll find out about it. Because Lenona's already gotten their waiver from the FDNY.
Okay.
They received it today.
And then I guess
I have questions on that in a second.
And then the same with the cafe to the north, Zia Maria. It looks like there is a.
That's coming to us next time. Is that correct? Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah. But there's an elevator gap between the two storefronts. So I don't know exactly how that will play out with how much each cafe needs to take off in order to have the 6 feet. But that will also affect the cafe length of Paisano's as well.
Yeah, we could forward them, I guess. Okay. Oh, I have the questions on, can you answer the questions regarding what was the process for Lenona receiving their waiver? Like, was there a site visit? And,
I don't know. I just received it from the DOT about 3 hours ago in an email.
like a letter?
Just a verification that it was approved.
Okay.
No letter, just an
Okay.
email.
Okay, we've had some applications where, we've had 3 applications where they came to us with the FDNY waiver letter included in the application package, so I was just curious, so I appreciate you answering that, even though it's not part of this application.
I tried to do that in the beginning and they told me to stop, so.
They told
said
you to
the
stop?
They told me to stop. DOT said they would get the waivers or apply for them.
Oh, okay, okay. Got it.
Told you to stop doing what? Sorry?
Oh, yeah, can you clarify that, Michael?
They told you to stop doing what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
I spoke with DOT in the beginning and the fire department. I'm talking June.
Mm-hmm.
And DOT informed me that they would be taking care of notifying the fire department about waivers
Okay.
from then on.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Yep, Brian?
Michael, in the photographs, they have an enclosed sidewalk cafe. I was just curious if they've taken that down?
I would have to check. I couldn't swear to it.
Okay. We may have Florence just follow up with that as a question.
That's on the sidewalk?
In the photographs.
Yeah.
In the application. Okay.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for Michael on this one? Is this your last one with us, or do we have another one with you? I don't have the.
No, I have 26, 28, and 38.
Okay, well, we'll try to get those quickly. Thanks, Michael. Okay, I'm gonna close out the public hearing for Paisano. Next, we're gonna go to Newstead Restaurant, who I believe is here. LLC, DBA Left Bank, 177 Perry Street for a Roadway Cafe. I know the applicant is here in the room. Danielle, okay. So we will ask you to come up in just a minute. And then, is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application? I do remember I remember Kyle had signed up online. And I'm sure there are others that can raise their hand as well. So I do, and Kate. So let's go, let me go to, so we'll go to Kyle, and then I just promoted Kyle, and we promote Kate, and then it just gets really small over here, and then Loretta. So I'm just gonna promote. You are free to turn your camera on, but you don't have to, but you do have an option because we're promoting everyone to panelists. Did I get everyone?
Okay. Thank you. Is it my turn now?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Valerie, and everyone on the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking in opposition to the outdoor dining for Left Bank. I would just say we are regular customers there, and we definitely appreciate them in the neighborhood and want them to succeed, but this block just isn't right for outdoor dining. You know, we've had these conversations with you for many years now, but these, just to reiterate, these are narrow residential blocks, and, you know, residents and the restaurants need to be able to coexist here, and outdoor dining here seriously has a negative impact on residents of the block in many ways. We live in the Greenwich Perry Co-op, which is directly across the street and all along Perry Street. And, you know, us and many of our neighbors are against this, you know, for quality of life, safety, and congestion reasons. So we ask and hope that you will deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. Next, I had Kate Tillard. Hi.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm also not turning on the camera. It's been a
That's
day.
fine. No worries. I just always want to make sure people have the option if they would like. If not, no worries.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll just reiterate some of what Kyle just said. The sidewalks are already really narrow and kind of a zigzag situation as it is. I looked at the Left Bank's application, and it looks like they're missing some things, like there's a tree well with a 1 foot tall iron fence around it in the walkway. There's also an iron fence that goes up to like waist level against the side of the building. So in our experience during the COVID era outdoor dining, it was quite difficult with the added congestion of waiters and guests and people lingering outside, either waiting for tables or just hanging out nearby. So as somebody that has mobility issues and has a tough time walking, I like stopped walking on that sidewalk, which shouldn't be the case in a neighborhood. So I do think they're a very wonderful restaurant, and we like have so much respect for them. And this is nothing personal, but it's just completely affects our nice, quiet, tiny, easy to navigate corner in a very unfortunate way. So we're definitely opposed to it. And thank you for doing this for us.
Sure, thank you so much. Next we have Jessica, or I said Loretta, and then we'll go to Jessica and Norma. So Loretta, sorry, I forgot that I.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yay, it works. We are also in opposition to Left Bank's proposed dining shed. We also live on Perry Street. Aside from the usual congestion complaints we have, there is now a construction site across the street where the Greenwich garage is being converted into a residential complex. The construction company has taken the west lane of Greenwich as a staging area for big trucks and equipment and all that sort of thing. So it's eliminated the bike lane and the sidewalk on the west side of the street. So if there's a dining shed on the opposite side of the street, on the east side of Greenwich Street, it's going to make that even narrower for anyone to navigate, whether they're on a bicycle, in a car, in a truck, on foot, in a stroller, on a skateboard, whatever. It's already been a little challenging for traffic. And so it's just really going to be a choke point there. And I don't know why anyone would want to sit in a shed next to a construction site. But that's not for me to speak to. But also, we're just, as you know, our block is inundated, has been inundated with, or the neighborhood with sheds. We're very much opposed to them. And yes, the food is delicious at Left Bank, but you have a beautiful indoor restaurant. We've noticed the same problems with the sidewalk when the shed is there. It's very narrow. Often they put tables outside against the building simultaneous to having the dining shed. When weather permits, it's very hard for anyone who is unable to walk without assistance to get through there. And there are a couple of pinch points there as well between some planters in the amenities lane and the fencing that goes around their entrance to the basement. So in any case, we are opposed to the dining shed in Greenwich for Left Bank.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so next we'll go to Jessica Valdespino.
Yeah, Valdespino.
Okay.
Hi, yeah, first I want to say I live across the street at 729 Greenwich Street. That big building that goes around the corner of Greenwich and Perry Streets is the Greenwich and Perry Street Housing Corporation. There's 10 19th century row houses there with 56 units. So we are all impacted by what happens on Perry Street between Greenwich and Hudson. And that block in the last several years has become the hot block with Cafe Dante on one end, Kanto in the middle, and Left Bank at the west end. Now, I want to say I love Left Bank. I go there all the time. When people from out of town and out of the country come in, as a matter of fact, my best friend from Ireland, that's her favorite restaurant in New York, is Left Bank. And so we go there all the time. People from our building go there all the time. We love the restaurant. It's good food, it's comfortable, it's quiet. You can actually have a real conversation. It's obviously the dining sheds we have a problem with. And for all the reasons that my neighbors and people who've written in have just explained, I have the same issues. All the problems people who have been writing into the New York Times, the problems we have with the dining sheds. And I just want to reiterate that one little area on the west side of the restaurant, before there were ever any dining sheds there, was problematic to get through because of the tree well and the planter, and it's difficult. So not only what people here don't know yet, not only is Xiame doing a huge construction project across the street, and they've already taken up, you know, a large part of the street for their project. Another large construction project is going to be taking place there at our co-op, the renovation and restoration of 2 of those 10 buildings. And most likely we will be applying for, and we may be granted the use of the street there on Greenwich Street, catty corner from that garage. And so there is going to be, there's already a lot of traffic. There's going to be a huge amount of traffic when that happens. So it's just going to be a tight corner, and it doesn't make any sense to then stick dining sheds in there as well. It'll be a nightmare. So I love you, West Bank. We love you. We will continue to go to your restaurant, but I have to strongly oppose these dining sheds.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Norma Coate, and then we'll go to Augustine. And I think I might have one other person over, and then we will go to the applicant.
I submitted comments on this in writing, and I won't go. Okay. I won't repeat them in detail, but okay. I do want to stress the vantage point from which I made my observations. When you're talking about a sidewalk cafe, you often have the issue of a clear pedestrian path. But I would contend that when you're talking about a roadway cafe, you also have that issue because of the load of additional pedestrians that you are putting on the sidewalk in front of and around any roadway cafe. In this case, the applicant was not truthful in its application. It left out a couple of things that affect the pedestrian traffic. One is a big opening that for some stairs that go down to its own basement, and the distance between that stairwell with its fence around it to the curb is only 5 feet 4 inches, and just above it there is a townhouse that has a stoop that projects out, and there's also a big tree pit almost directly across the street from that, and that shrinks the sidewalk to 3 feet 4 inches. And on the other end, you have a tree pit that's not included in the site plan, where the pedestrian path is reduced to 6 feet 8 inches. So as you approach that restaurant from either end, traffic gets funneled into a narrower and narrower road passageway on the sidewalk, and once you're in the restaurant, you're really you're closed in by the entrance to the basement. The other thing I would like to point out is that this setup is so far from the door to the restaurant that the wait staff is going to have to walk 32 feet from the door of the restaurant down to the closest corner of that cafe. That really makes the sidewalk, that 32 feet, its service aisle, because they cannot serve its roadway patrons without traversing those 32 feet. And yet those 32 feet are not going to be included in their licensed footprint. That's not right. That if it can't be included in their footprint, it shouldn't be allowed. So I think there's no room for a roadway cafe there.
First of all, Norma, would you like to join the committee? Because the measurements are greatly appreciated. Just kidding. Thank you for your comments, and both here and written, and for the measurements. That's incredibly helpful as our volume continues to balloon. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Augustine Hope. And then we'll go to parents.
Hi. Norma is exactly right. That sidewalk is virtually impossible as it is, let alone if they have service and busing stations and everything else. I think the sidewalk diagram you should make them update the sidewalk diagram. It has no bearing in reality to what is actually there. I would like to point out that a couple of the people that have spoken tonight, and they haven't actually said it, but they actually live in ground floor apartments. They are directly impacted by any problems that come with outdoor dining. Also, I live around the corner, so I'm not directly impacted, but I walk there every single night with my dog. And throughout the 4 years of the pandemic, their roadbed sheds, and they had 2 of them, were infested with rodents. They had like a colony of rodents under each of their 2 sheds. They have not put themselves in good stead with their community. I think they would be extremely wise to withdraw this application. It is going to be a horrible problem going forwards. Thank you.
Thanks, Augustine. I don't see anyone else sign up to testify on this one, so we'll ask the applicant to come up.
Gary?
I'm sorry?
I think Gary's trying to raise his hand to speak.
Oh, sorry. If I don't, sorry, I don't.
You can. I'll get him to. I'll get him to come here. Gary?
He's on. He's on. He's on as a panelist. I just don't see. We can, if someone can help me kind of maybe keep, I guess this is coming from Norma, or who's speaking? Or is that Jesse? I don't know.
Floretta. Gary?
Okay. Sorry, because if we can just like move everyone else off of because I just only can see 4 squares here and 2 of them are our meeting. And I can't see like how to move people back. Am I missing it here? Like how do you move people back to the other?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Gary, go ahead.
Yes, my question is about access to the utility portals. Over the pandemic, their sheds were over 2 grates that accessed the city utilities, and I was just wondering how they would ameliorate that with their new sheds if they decided to build there.
Are you saying that is the case on Greenwich Street where the proposed?
On Perry Street.
So I don't think there's a setup. There's no setup on Perry Street. Are you saying that there's utility that they're covering on Greenwich Street?
No. I apologize.
That's okay. We're trying to be clear, but we do appreciate you pointing that out. We just don't have a Roadway cafe set up for them on Perry. It's just on Greenwich Street.
Okay, my apologies.
That's okay. No need to apologize. If you have other comments on that.
I know that also the street sweeping would be impacted with that. Going up Greenwich.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. So we have Danielle, right? Danielle. Okay. If you could come up, we can ask. We can have some questions. You are free to respond to the committee regarding any of the questions or comments that came up. We'd ask you to direct them to us. You don't have to address anything that was said, but you are welcome to. You're welcome to make a statement, and then we may have some questions for you based on those comments or in general.
Absolutely. So
you can say your name.
My name is Danielle from Left Bank Restaurant. I do want to start out by saying we are just applying for the Greenwich Street platform, not the Perry Street side. The Perry Street platform was covering manholes. None of the Greenwich Street side is going to be covering anything. A lot of what the folks were talking about with regards to fencing or tables or blocking or tables on the sidewalk. This was all during 2020. We've been doing this for 4 years. We underwent tens and thousands of dollars of changes so that we would comply with the DOT, with DSNY, with the ADA, with the DOB. As far as street sweepers, they'll definitely be able to get down the block. The DSNY came and cleared that for us a while ago. We do not have any tables on the sidewalks. This is just going to be a roadway cafe with 5 tables. 2 of them are 4 tops. We only staff that with 1 server. So you'll have maybe 10 people on the street at one time with one of our staff going in and out. You know, we're a neighborhood restaurant. We're lucky to have been around for the last 14 years. We do our part with the community, with the neighborhood. When Sandy was around, we were there, we were doing dinners by candlelight. We've established quite a connection with the community. So it is a little disheartening to see so many people sort of against that. We do fully intend to comply with all of the laws necessary to make sure that we are following the standard. And, you know, we're not being greedy. We're just applying for this one platform on Greenwich Street. There is construction going on across the street from us, but that is due to be done summer 2025 as per the signs posted up on the, we'll see. But that is what the signs state on that building across the street. As far as people were talking about fencing and a basement, that is not part of our lease. That is part of the landmarked building that we are leasing from, but that is not part of us. And I just want to thank everybody for the compliments about the good food, and we hope people still continue to support us through this journey.
Yeah. You have a side door on Greenwich. Are you going to use that for serving, or are you going to use the main entry on the corner for serving?
Probably both.
Okay.
I would say we probably would ask for that hatch to be added to the site plan.
Okay.
And we'll send this to you formally in writing as well, along with our standard ADA language. That's, when I say our standard, it's like, it's the ADA language, is not our, but it's the standard of what we send to everyone is what I mean. It's nothing we've made up.
Right, it's how you're referring to tree pit, the basement, stairway, hatchways, any obstruction?
There was a tree pit that was filled by the DOT when we first constructed these in 2020. There is another, we have a little planter pit, but as far as Greenwich Street, it actually is a pretty wide street in the city. I know the construction across the street is now involved, but it is one of the wider streets, and there is room to get by. We're not a late night restaurant. We close at 11 o'clock. We don't have a late night bar crowd. There are restaurants surrounding us that do, but that's not really, there's only so much we could do about that, but we do intend to keep things quiet and be very respectful of our neighbors.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Okay, and you had mentioned those things. So did we put that down in we had mentioned the cellar door.
Yeah.
And then the basement, what was the base?
Stairs, right?
There's the hatch that has stairs, but then to the left of that is a gated area with stairs to the basement of the building that we're in, because we're a corner restaurant.
Okay, but that's not your frontage, but it is part of the building.
Correct.
Right, okay. And it doesn't, the cafe doesn't extend into that, okay. And then what was the third thing you brought up? Oh, the tree pit, we figured that out. Okay.
And where was the tree pit located exactly?
Near the fire hydrant, right?
Yeah, I don't know which one you're looking at. One was filled, one we keep a tree in.
Then this one.
There was one right to the, right to the north of the fire hydrant. Like that. See?
Yeah, that's a very old picture.
Yeah, that's 2013.
Yeah.
I was just looking on the New York City map for street trees.
Yeah.
Just to see if it indicates.
Put a new one in.
What's your Greenwich Street address? Just
783, 738 or 737.
Greenwich?
Yeah.
It just says there's tree ID number 2129728, which is a trunk diameter of 3 inches. It's a ginkgo.
Yeah.
So they're expecting one to be put in?
No.
Or?
I can't tell how far north it is. It may be the tree is just to the north.
Yeah,
that's in front
The
of
reason I
it.
reference the map is because if it's on here, they can put a new one in.
Okay.
Is there only one, Carter?
I see 3 on the ball going north.
No, would they be in front of the frontage?
Yeah, I don't think it's in front. I think
like
the
there's
one,
3 other.
I mean, in front of the Roadway Cafe front.
I think that's now off the map.
Okay.
Is what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay. Who knew? I wouldn't need to look at the tree map. That's a great resource. Okay.
I have one
Yes.
more question. So the basement stairs here,
Yes.
are you saying, you said that this is not considered your frontage?
No, it's considered our frontage, but that's not, that basement
Right.
area is locked by our landlord, like
Can't do anything
Oh,
can't
you,
do
okay,
anything.
okay.
There's, if you scroll
Got it.
that way, there's that hatch, there's a hatch right there.
Right.
And that has a staircase that we use. The
Yeah.
other
Okay.
staircase is not us.
Okay, got it.
It's the basement of
cafe-
the building, but the landlord locks it. We don't have access to that.
And the cafe is proposed to go right to the edge here.
Correct.
Right, okay, right, which is the front, okay, got it, sorry, it was a little, and I sat back in that corner in the back inside, it's very nice. Okay, I don't think we have any other questions for you. As I mentioned, we will go into, there is someone that has a comment here about the tree pit, what does it say? But we will go into business session once we go through these applications. Everyone is welcome to stay and listen, but there's no more comment, or you can tune in if you want to go. Leave, you can tune in later if you want, or watch it later. And again, we'll reach out with just some of those modifications that we mentioned, and they're for you to consider. If you will submit the updated site plan as, and we'll send it to DOT, and the office will reach out to you.
Okay,
regarding
great.
that, okay?
Thank you all for your
Thanks
time.
so much. Okay, so the next, we're gonna close the public hearing on Newstead Restaurant LLC, DBA Left Bank, and go to Major Doe Soho, 463 LLC, DBA Sadel's at 463 West Broadway for a Roadway Cafe. And let me see if we're expecting the applicant here. I don't have any indication, but we can see if they're here. So I see Darlene is ready to testify. Is there anyone else here who wants, from the public, who would like to speak on this application? Or if the applicant is here, to raise your hand, either in the room or on Zoom. Just kind of calling for both. So Darlene?
Oh, thank you again. The former Roadbed Cafe was kind of overexpanded, over the curb. They also had, their setup, their sidewalk setup, and the Roadbed Cafe created a real bottleneck. Yes, West Broadway sidewalks are wide, but it depends on what they're going to do on the sidewalk, which I take it they're going to put seating on the sidewalk. But the roadbed was, it was sprawling. So this setup doesn't look like in the diagram that it's sprawling, but how can it be contained? West Broadway also, both lanes, only 2 lanes. They both have shared bike lanes, and there is a massive city bike stand across the street from this location. So those are my 2 cents.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do see how it appears it goes across their frontage. Okay, is there anyone else here to testify on this application? Does the committee have anything they want to bring up in public session on this application?
One thing that I think is just a mistake. On section 2 required clearances, it says that the manhole is only 12 inches from the cafe. And then the clearance is not indicated on the site plan itself. The manhole is feet away. So I'm not sure why it says 12. It definitely has to be more than 12 inches away, just based on the requirement of 18 inches.
Okay,
so that just needs to be fixed.
So you're saying the manhole's already far enough away from their property line, it wouldn't interfere?
Right.
It's just marked.
But for some reason,
Marked.
yeah,
Okay.
it says
Oh, it needs, so it's probably 12 feet, because it needs to be more than 12 inches, it needs to be at least 18.
Yeah, I don't think it's 12 feet, but I'm not sure exactly what.
Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, this format looks familiar to me. Let me see if there's anyone here that we're expecting from the applicant. I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone. RCP as expected. So, okay, then we can continue our discussion on this one in business session. Sound good? Okay, great. So next, I will close the public hearing for Major Doe Soho, 463 LLC DBA Siddell's, and we will go to 55 Bond Street, LLC DBA Fish Cheeks at 55 Bond Street for Roadway Cafe. Is the applicant here? Let me see if I'm expecting anyone. I'm not expecting anyone. Okay, maybe this is the applicant here. And if there's anyone from the public who wishes to testify on this application. So we'll find out if Jennifer is associated with the applicant or not, or is a member of the public to speak. So, hi Jennifer, how are you?
Hey everyone.
Hi, are you representing the applicant or?
Yes.
Okay, okay, hi.
Hi.
Hi, nice to see you. Okay, so just making sure we don't have anybody else to testify, then we'll just go to you. Can you just introduce yourself, and if you'd like to make a statement about your application, please feel free to do so. We may have some questions or we may not.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Sesu. I'm the owner of Fish Cheeks, and we are applying for the roadbed cafe and not sidewalk.
Okay, so you don't have a sidewalk application?
No. Yeah.
No? So let me just pull this up. Does anyone on the committee have any questions for Jennifer regarding the roadway application?
My question, hi Jennifer, is where are you going to put your trash?
I'm sorry?
Where are you going to put your trash?
So we allotted that, so we basically rented the second floor for 55 also. So that's basically ours. So we're gonna put trash on that side or on the other side of 53rd also, 53 Bond Street.
Isn't this application for both the storefronts?
Yes, it is. But
So
we can,
where would the trash go? 'Cause you can't put it in the street.
I'm sorry?
I know you put the trash in the street, but you're not allowed to put the trash in the street.
So for us, like, we're gonna try to close everything out. I think like also, I mean, like from past experience, we close out the street pretty early. Like, I think, everyone kind of leaves 10 o'clock. We don't really have any more guests. So everything after that, we basically put the trash in front of our structure on the sidewalk.
Okay, so it's because it was just raised to me by several people this week.
Yeah.
The large amounts of trash outside, because you guys are busy, but it's normally in the street. So that was the issue there. So
yeah.
Okay.
Our trash company picks up every 6 days a week, except Sunday. We did have a little bit of a problem this morning, but they finally did pick up.
Okay. Yeah, no, I knew some people right around you who it's, I live on the block, so tell me about these things, and I don't have the opportunity to always share that back to you.
Got it. No, we try to, we definitely, that's kind of like our main concern as well. And the structure that we're going to put in is no structure. We're basically just going to put chairs and tables outside, and then every night bring it back in.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask a question? How does this work? I guess it's to the committee in general. Like, how does this work with the open street? Okay. Yeah.
I was going to just say that open streets is separate, so you guys are going to be doing that too. But your next part, because you have to file for the liquor license, is if you can do it together.
Got it.
With the open streets, and maybe coordinate with the other folks, because we got our first notice down. And it would just be helpful if everybody did it together. It just makes it much easier. And also, one of the things that's come to our attention is that despite the 15-foot emergency lane requirement, right? You're only allowed to serve alcohol up to the halfway point on the street.
Got it. It's okay. That's no
Which I-
problem. Push it
Yeah,
back.
which I think you guys, yeah, but it's only a few feet, but I'm just bringing it up because I think it's good for everybody to coordinate together on the block.
Yeah.
And
Usually we're pretty in sync with Ibuka. Whatever we do, they do. And like,
Yeah.
I think also like the width of how much we go out is pretty much the same as Ibuka.
Yeah, we forgot to raise it to El Buco. So if you just chat with their general manager, I forget his name, but and because Jack's on bond also already applied for the open street. So if everybody does it together, it'd be much easier because that'll be all the questions.
Okay.
Handle them together.
All right.
On it.
Do you have anything else you want to let us know? I think those are our questions. We probably will follow up with some modifications that include the ADA guidance that DOT has on for outdoor dining and that we send to everyone. And I don't, unless there are any other issues that are raised in business session, there may be other adjustments, but I don't see any. Or do we?
Adding the storefront links to,
Okay.
to the site plan.
The store link.
Right. Oh, you know what? It is there.
Oh, it's there. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I missed it.
Same as a cafe.
And Jennifer, the other thing, and I don't know if you've met with DOT yet, but is to ask them, if you don't have these barriers out in the street all the time, set up your whole open street with the temporary barriers. And you may not have to do that. So it's all one. I just asked because I know it was both Il Buco and you guys had the structure and then the thing on the outside, but you're open every day.
Right.
They have to.
So I just bring that up because I don't, it might look
We're still trying to play around with what we're going to put out there, but I think we're going to try to make it as simple as possible so that it's removable every single night and it's not there.
Okay, so that was
okay.
And that was not access for the open street.
Right, and that's what I was just raising, that you may want to just check with the open streets and this and because that's a unique situation.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
And yep, line proposed. Okay. All right. Carter, quickly before Jennifer goes, we had mentioned this was brought up with Il Buco about an access point from the Roadway Cafe somewhere else on the other side.
Right.
Can you articulate that to her more elegantly?
Great point. To access the open street, you're not supposed to walk outside of your store frontage. So I'm just bringing that up. If you have the continuous barrier, if you have one that's left there.
Got it.
And walk out, is that, and just.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to make it like super simple so that there's no confusion.
And I guess the only other thing I'd say is if you're going to have to come to the SLA committee for your liquor licensing here. So we already have, which one, Jack's on bond?
Yeah.
If you want to get in a notice for that, you have your drawing and everything. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to get the approval from DOT. We're trying, because we're going to get a lot of these. So we're trying to get them.
Do it together. Yeah.
And you can file your application when you get it. Okay.
Amazing. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's it. Okay. Well, we'll send the any sort of modifications formally to you via email. So look out for that. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night.
Bye. Bye. So next we're going to go to 265 Lafayette, Restaurante LLC, DBA San Ambrose Gelateria at 267 Lafayette Street. For a Roadway cafe, and then we also have the Sidewalk Cafe for the same applicant. We will have them in two separate hearings, but just wanted to show that we have one right after the other. So do we have anyone here from the public to speak on 265 Lafayette Ristorante LLC, DBA Sant Ambrose Gelateria. My Italian is subject. So is there anyone here from the public? And is the applicant here? So I'll just see if we were accepting the applicant or not. I don't see an indication of that. I do see they are represented by PB Law. Okay. Is there anything that the committee would like to bring up about this application in the public session, or we could just move our discussion to the business session?
Nothing, if the applicant isn't here to answer.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. So
Just about dimensions.
okay, so we'll close the hearing on the Roadway Cafe for 265 Lafayette Ristorante LLC, and then for the Sidewalk Cafe, if there's anyone here from the public to speak on 265 Lafayette Ristorante LLC, DBA San Ambrose Gelateria, please raise your hand. It does not look like the applicant is here. Is there anything that the committee wants to bring up in public session on this application? Okay, so we will move that. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. A couple things. This is one of the sections where DOT says that where the 10-foot clear path of the regional corridor is not feasible, they can reduce to just an 8-foot clear path.
Okay.
When we talked about La Pecora Bianca last time.
Is this for the small site? It was on that list? Okay.
Everywhere on Lafayette from House and to Canal.
Okay.
We said that it seems like 10 feet is feasible on this stretch.
For them to meet it.
Yeah, and
for running the sidewalk, okay.
And we would have to adjust a little bit, but it would still be, I can't remember. I'm trying to.
Are they proposing only an 8-foot clear path? Okay,
Right.
because that's what's.
So it would have to.
They're allowed the
adjust to,
exception.
You know, around 5 feet, accounting for the curb as well, which is not in their sidewalk measurement.
What were your saying?
Oh, the curb, that they include the curb in the measurement?
Right. So
Oh, okay.
tracking the curb.
So this is the same comment as the other
Right.
one,
Yeah.
which.
Oh, from okay,
Yeah.
okay. Feasible.
Right. They could have a sidewalk cafe with the
Still have a
5 feet 4 inches
Right.
with the 10-foot rather than the 7 feet 9 inches that they're proposing.
Okay.
And that's evidenced through their previous sidewalk cafe plan.
Got it. Were they maintained 10 feet?
No.
They could only have a small sidewalk cafe set up.
Okay.
You know, 2 tables deep along or a table deep along the building line.
Yeah.
And also the mailbox that they have on their site plan is actually shifted a little bit more south, not in front of their storefront at this location. So it would still be 8 feet diagonal clearance from the mailbox. So that won't really affect. They won't need to remove tables there.
It is nice. There is a 5-foot.
But we
Clearance
didn't
from
put
the-
that language in very clearly because that seems to be
Move the mailbox? Oh.
The feasibility of.
the feasibility.
Feasibility of the 10 feet? Okay. There's quite the, it's like obstruction bingo in this plan, but manhole, the vent crate, and the utility cover, a very, I guess, creative solution. Okay. Okay, so with that, so we'll continue our discussion of that in business session. So I'm gonna close the public hearing on 265 Lafayette Ristorante LLC, DBA San Ambrose Gelateria. We're gonna go to agenda item number 20, 181 Thompson Restaurant LLC, DBA Carbone at 181 Thompson Street for a Roadway Cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. I do see we have some Leslie Clark, and if there's anyone else who would like to speak on this application from the public, please raise your hand here in the room or on Zoom. And if you are associated with the applicant or are the applicant, please raise your hand and we will have you speak after we hear public testimony. So Leslie?
Yeah, I just wanted to raise the same issue that came up before. Michael Kelly about the FDNY memo of July 30th that says there has to be an offset if you have restaurants on, you have sheds on either side of the same street. In this particular stretch of Thompson, from Bleecker down to Houston, at this point has got 5. In fact, it's already got 4, and one of the other one's going to be heard tonight, Blue Haven, which is at 108 West Houston, but actually its shed is going to be on Thompson. What you have here is 2 have already been issued. We know that Lupe Osteria Romana has been issued, and so has Pop-Up Bagels have actually gotten their waivers. So you have 2 across the street from each other. Now we've got another 3 on that same side as Pop-Up, right? So you've got 4 on one side and 1 on the other. Who's going to decide that there's going to be this 15-foot offset right here?
Right.
And I also, I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but I want to raise that question. And I also want to remind people that it was in 2021 that a fire engine coming down this street managed to push itself between Carbone and the shed across the street. But it was such a tight fit that although the fire engine fit, it couldn't open its doors. I think that's really an important lesson for us to remember about what happens when you combine restaurants and emergency services. It's dangerous. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Question?
Yeah, question, sure.
This is when they had their roadbed that extended beyond, like well beyond their store frontage that the fire truck got stuck? Because I only see ground floor residential across the street from them.
Then they would have been across the street from one of the ones that is also applying, Lupe. I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, no, because I hear your concern, but I'm just saying I don't see the offset impacting the Carbone application. I'm not saying that there are not that many roadbed dining structures. It just doesn't look like the offset from Tomo Sushi. It looks like they're far, well beyond the 15 feet.
Lupe's and Leon's are right across the street from one another. Lupe has been given a waiver. Leon's, which is Lupe.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you on those, but they don't. I'm just saying they don't appear to impact Carbone. So
I think we should look at the street as a whole, and this is a problem. This street is
right. No, I understand. I'm just looking at the FDNY waiver. If we're going to comment on any of those issues.
And you've got Leon's and Lupe. The fact is they're across the street from one another. I'm surprised that it was earlier in the evening. This was unusual that Mr. Kelly hadn't actually heard of this. This guidance was available at the end of last July, and it's an important guidance. Anyway, thank you.
I don't think it's been shared.
Yeah.
Which is the issue. Yeah.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It's a memo of understanding between two agencies being applied. Okay, great. Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Darlene. And if there's anyone else, please raise your hand so we can move you over. Darlene?
Thank you. I just wanted to put in this quick note about looking at this application and looking at all the applications and all the work you do as a committee on these applications. This particular one really got my ire because because of the way the measurements are noted in inches, which I find I just do. I mean, can everybody get on the same page and make it a little bit more uniform and easy for everyone to look at this? And also, I will notate that they do have the direction in there. And gee, who would know? There's a new Zorth direction. So I hope the lawyers are on and get their people in line. Thank you.
Thanks, Darlene. Okay, is there any? I don't think we were.
Note that the length is constrained to the guidance, which is 20 feet.
Is it? I didn't do the calculation on the inches, so do we know what the
It's 20 feet.
It's 20 feet.
Or the restaurant frontage is 27.5 feet.
Okay, so, and the width is,
It is
okay.
6.5 feet.
Okay, so that's, I think this applicant also had another application from of us. Name just looks familiar, maybe not. Okay. All right, so I'm going to close out the public hearing on this one and move on to agenda item 21, Iaccas Corp DBA Amici Ristorante on 165 Mulberry Street. And again, the application did not state that FDNY review was pending, but DOT confirmed via email that has been referred to FDNY. And it's happened on more than one application on Mulberry Street. So this is, I believe this is Michael Kelly, so perhaps he will hop on in a second. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this application? Please raise your hand. Does the committee have any questions for Michael? Michael, do you have a statement or anything on this application?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yes, Stella.
Michael, this is another case where right adjacent to the south is La Bella Vita. And because of the FDNY memo, the 6 feet of gap between adjacent cafes where they're receiving waivers, that's going to affect this cafe length. Again, I don't know if La Bella Vita is, if you're still able to make adjustments to the site plan there, but they only have a 1.6 inch clearance from that they're contributing to the, what originally at the time was considered a 3 foot gap. But if that doesn't change, then Amici will have to take over the rest of the gap and reduce by 3 additional feet. Oh, we can't hear you. I think it was just muffled.
All right, let me do.
Okay, I think maybe we can hear you.
Me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna find out about that with the 6 foot thing.
Okay.
Because I did the first I've heard of it tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a link. This link expires in 3 days in the chat if people want to access it. So you can, is this the last, do you have another application with us tonight?
I have 26, 28,
right,
and 30.
Okay, so we'll. You can take a look at that. Okay, so any other comments or questions for Michael on this one? And again, I know we're asking a question that you can't answer regarding the offset and whatnot, so we get that. We're just raising it, that we are wondering. So just kind of just where our head is on this one. Okay. All right, so on to the next one. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Another FDNY memo point. This is also diagonal from Danico, which is directly across from La Bella Vita, which there is not going to be a 15-foot diagonal offset there, which the FDNY memo also requires for travel lane waivers.
Okay, well, I'm gonna check on both of them because I received different info on that.
Yeah, and we did raise in one of the feedback on one of these past applications on Mulberry, talking about perhaps an open street or something to try to find a solution. So we did send that feedback to DOT on one of these applications. And we'll continue to do that if the committee agrees on that. As well as I did testify on one of the applications, just also saying that verbally to them. So again, we want the restaurants here to succeed. we are concerned about the guidance that isn't being shared with applicants that the FDNY is recommending. So again, we're just having a dialogue. So, there's no answers that we can all come to here because we just don't know. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to close the public hearing on Iaccas Corp. DBA Amici Ristorante, and we're going to go. So on this one, 22 for Silkstone 1 LLC DBA Naps on Bank at 51 Bank Street. I received, I was forwarded an email from the office today regarding this application. So let me just see if something else materialized, but 1 second. So let me just pull this up. So Naps on Bank. So I was notified this afternoon, late this afternoon, that that Natalie, the owner of Naps on Bank, was withdrawing the roadway application, and she had not yet notified DOT, and she didn't know if she needed to inform them or if we would be reaching out to them. Of course, I had the office write back that it is her responsibility to notify DOT because that's her application, among other things. So I have not received the double confirmation from DOT on that withdrawal. But I have seen the email that she said she's withdrawing it. So if we want to address this in business session, we can. If there's anyone here who wanted to testify on that, we are happy to take that testimony, because I don't have a double confirmation, and I really try to only work on a double confirmation of a withdrawal. So if there's any testimony on Naps on Bank, we can take that at this time. Like I said, the applicant said they were withdrawing, but they had not yet notified DOT, and I don't, so it means we don't have double confirmation. So I don't see any hands. Does the committee want to address anything or have any comment on that?
Well, are there any comments on the setup that we would want to make sure to include?
Well, West Fourth is a very narrow street, and it doesn't look good. 7 foot.
I think that didn't this is a waiver, right?
No.
No, sorry.
Thought we had a waiver on the place next door. Okay, I'm mistaken.
Okay. All right. So next we will go, so I will close the public hearing on Silkstone 1 LLC DBA Naps on Bank. And we'll go to Leon's Mulberry LLC DBA Leon's Bagels at 181 Mulberry Street. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review. Regarding the traveling waiver. So I see Michael's not on. I assume this is his client, but should we go to the next one and come?
I have another person raising their hand.
Okay. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not Michael.
He didn't pull that out before.
He did, you're right. Oh, it wasn't one of the ones. Okay. So we see Matt. Maybe this is Matt's client and I was incorrect of assuming anything on Mulberry Street was Michael Kelly's.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, this one's mine.
Okay, got it. I don't know. I just assumed that Michael had the inn on Mulberry Street. So, okay. Matt, can you introduce yourself very quickly? Are you with the applicant or?
Hi, yeah, my name's Matt Borowick. I'm with Helron Levy.
That's right. Okay.
The applicant today.
Okay, nice to see you. Do we have anyone so before we get to you or any questions, is there anyone else from the public who wishes to testify on agenda item 23, Leon's Mulberry LLC, DBA Leon's Bagels? I don't see anyone in the room or on Zoom, so we can get to the dialogue. Matt, if you have a statement about the application you'd like to make, we welcome that. The committee may also have some questions for you. So are there any comments or questions you want to make regarding agenda item 23?
Hi. You've probably heard us going back and forth about the FDNY memo and the 15-foot offset. I'm not sure if there is 15 feet between your proposed cafe at Leon's Bagels and Figo, the gelato place, just a little bit of the ways down. You probably don't know, which is okay. But if it turns out that it is, that there won't be a 15-foot offset there, I don't know what that means in terms of having to narrow the length of the cafe. I don't know whose burden that would be, if it would be yours or Figo's or how that gets figured out.
Sure, I'm sorry, is this establishment across the street from Leon's?
It's across the street and diagonal.
Okay, understood. So what the DOT has communicated to me is that the FDNY waivers are required in situations where a 15-foot emergency lane can't be met regardless of whether there's a outdoor dining setup in the roadway or not. And in those situations, the FDNY asks the restaurants to reduce their roadway width to 6.5 feet because that is the average width of a car. And that's what the waiver is for. We haven't been told that, we have to reduce any further than that in order to create a 15-foot emergency lane where it otherwise wouldn't be. That's what I've heard from the DOT as of late. But obviously there's quite a bit of miscommunication around this waiver.
Yeah, what I was referring to is there's another piece of the memo that FDNY created regarding the travel lane waivers that says that if you have cafes across the street from each other, they need to be offset by 15 feet in the, how would we describe, in the direction? Sorry?
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
FDNY units have had trouble accessing areas where two outdoor dining structures are constructed across from one another on narrow roadways / streets. An offset of at least 15 feet parallel to the direction of travel shall be maintained for outdoor dining structures constructed across the street from one another on narrow streets.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense. DOT has not informed me about that situation on any of our applications, so unfortunately I can't speak to it. Happy to reach out to the DOT and get some clarification around this application specifically, though.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring up during the public session on this application?
It's unusual. It's nice to see it's just the bench sitting.
Oh, okay.
Not the tables, right?
Right.
It seems like it's a little more flexible and matching with the narrowness of the street as opposed to trying to cram it.
Right, I'll put the language in the chat for that criterion.
Yeah, and I just looking at Google Maps, it seems like during the temporary program, there was a cafe directly across. More recently on Google Maps, it's not been there. So I don't know if they're planning on submitting an application or not. But again,
what is it? What's the name of the establishment?
Urban Backyard.
Okay, continue. I can, I might have something in my notes.
I mentioned Figo earlier because that's already been referred to us. I don't know about the other.
I expect an application from Urban Backyard, yes.
Okay, so
yes.
That is directly across from.
So, yeah, we are expecting an application from Urban Backyard at 180 Mulberry Street, which is directly across. So this criterion, I think I just put it into the chat, is from the FDNY July 30th memo to NYC DOT. The reason why we know that this memo exists, Matt, and to everyone else, is that from those 3 waivers that were issued at the time of an application being referred to us, it referenced that memo in the letter that was in the application package it was actually for another bagel place, was one of the 3. It was Pop-Up Bagels on Thompson Street. So if you go look through the, on our website for where that, I forget what date that it must have been in like the end of 2024, one of those meetings. That letter is in there, it references that memo. And so I did a FOIL request, has not been granted, and was received it from a resident who obtained it. And then the office has obtained it as well. So it is a public document. And I know it's through no fault of your own, but it is disappointing it's disappointing to the agency that they're not sharing that guidance with applicants, because it will impact, and we don't know how it's all going to be. Nor is it our job to understand how that's all going to be sorted out as to who has to not have the roadway or not, so that it's a safe street. So anyways, just offer that. I put the language in the chat. So anything else on this application for Matt? Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Next, we will go to Bleecker. So I will close the public hearing for Leon's Mulberry LLC, and we'll go to Bleecker Street Holdings LLC, DBA Emmets at 50 McDougal Street. The application does not state that an FDNY review was pending, but DOT confirmed via email that it has been referred to FDNY. So if there's anyone here to speak on this application from the public, or if the applicant is here, let's have everyone raise their hands. I don't know if anyone here in the room is on that or on Zoom. Let me see if we were expecting anyone. I don't have anyone I'm expecting from this one. So we can talk about this in business session, and we can, or if there's anything anyone wants to bring up in the public session on this application.
I just want to raise that today's hearing on another application on this block, I think you may have been the co-op board president, but at least a resident from across the street, had testified on the city bike stations.
Mm-hmm.
And with respect to, and I think the board had also, you would also testify, Valerie, on the bikes getting in and out and the competing uses of the street and the narrowness, and that it creates a very dangerous condition for anybody docking and undocking city bikes here. And McDougal Street here is pretty heavily used by folks who are trying to access the Holland Tunnel as sort of a way to get down to Prince Street and cross over to Varick, and avoiding the intersection of Houston and Varick. So that's just an issue with that, and I don't know if the waivers make that a safer situation, but that is somebody who rides my bike down the street.
Yeah.
No, it's you don't have any extra room anywhere. And their car is literally directly behind you.
Yes. Could you clarify for everyone when you say hearing? I know what you're talking about, but can you clarify what hearing you were referencing?
So today that there were two public hearings, one at 11 o'clock, which was for the city's public hearing on the roadbed dining structures.
By DOT.
By DOT.
Okay.
And each one of the roadway structures eventually has a DOT public hearing where people can also testify for the DOT record.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Brian?
I noticed on the site plan that there's a 12-foot, well, almost 13 feet from the setup to the bike rack. And if that's the city bike rack, that's pretty well fixed, and that's less than the 15-foot emergency lane.
Well, and I think even if, correct me if I'm wrong, because I just looked at too many of these, just because a waiver is issued and they go to the 6 feet, 6 inches, doesn't mean that 15 feet is cleared there, correct? Right? If not, and mostly it's not. Mostly they're waiving, right, they're not reducing to, okay, just so everyone's clear on that.
So am I hearing it said that somebody on McDougal got a waiver and therefore the whole street is a waiver?
Well, I have no idea. I'm just saying that was our previous position.
That's our feedback on that. It was Shuka, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, I don't know what the measurements, when they take the measurements, if that's in fact 12 feet that results, because I don't know if they're measuring to the double lines in the street.
Right.
Or to the end of where the bicycles are. So there are the plastic bollards and the markings on the street. And I just, the measurement doesn't seem like it's necessarily accurate, but I don't know.
Right.
But nevertheless, the waiver there, it's just anytime there are these city bike stations and particularly one that's this long, it's it just becomes an issue. And this is almost a full block long.
And it doesn't say, does the site plan have the link? It doesn't have the link for the city bike on there?
No, but the city bike.
Oh, it's like not even really on there.
We're looking at a.
Right, I see it.
Street view.
Okay, got it. Right, it's
This is one of the larger city bike stations in our community.
okay.
I guess my last question is, it seems like all the photographs are showing Amici restaurant, not Emmett's. Is that changed to the name or what's happening?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Probably Steve.
I think that was, yeah, it looks like a DOT error. That's unfortunate. Thank you for pointing that out. You're exactly right. That's odd.
DOT sends the pictures?
Yeah, the pictures are, they generate this whole application.
Oh, yeah, Amici Restaurant, 165
Yeah,
Mulberry.
yeah. Perhaps we can have the office reach out and ask if there are photographs they can send us. Okay, I think we're good on public session for that one. Brian did bring up a good point that it's not clear that, like, are we to assume that if one waiver has been given on a block, that means they're gonna give the other waivers?
No, I don't think so at all, because I think that that's the issue with the offsets.
Right.
And it's obviously at the inception of the program, when you have an open window, it doesn't seem fair to any of the businesses that they're not, that number one, this guidance wasn't available. And if it goes on whoever's first, literally by an hour, I mean, that's kind of not a fair way to implement the program. So I don't think that just because of waivers, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't seem like a particularly fair process to businesses, to anything.
Right. I mean, we could, right, I mean, yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing on Bleecker Street Holdings LLC, DBA Emmett's. We're gonna go to Amity Street Inc., DBA Amity Hall at 80 West 3rd Street. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this application? Is the applicant here? Let me see if there were. Okay, hi, hello. Hello.
Everybody.
Hello. If you want to come up, we can have you, if you would like to make a statement, and we'll see if the committee has any questions for you. I don't see anyone else from the public. We try to have the public comments and then we would go to you, but I don't see any public comments. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, if you want to make a statement.
Thank you for having me.
Sure.
Appreciate everything. Yeah, I just saw the fact-finding atlas today. The DOT is submitted for the FDNY.
Okay, so you did not know.
I did not know.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I've not had nothing, but I've been going back and forth with Sarah from DOT.
Yeah.
She's been fantastic.
Yes.
Actually.
Okay, and your name is?
My name's Rob. Rob Pye, PUA.
And you signed in, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no worries. No worries. It's all good. Just making sure because it's just easy to capture. Okay, so let me just pull up. So you did not know it was submitted for FDNY, and that's okay. We're just always curious, so we just ask. It's not it's not a judgment, we're just curious, so.
It was great listening to everyone else with the applications that start happening, so you don't have to,
Okay, yeah.
You don't have to.
Oh, yes, I
apply
remember
with
this site plan.
The DOT or anything.
Okay. Yes, does anyone from the committee have questions for the applicant on this one?
If it was submitted, it's gonna require the offset to the neighboring.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that'll be Zinc next door with Alex.
Right, and so just that requires a 6 foot, so instead of 1.5 feet.
Yes.
You would expand it to the 3 feet.
Of course.
So let me see, I am expecting a roadway application from Zinc. So we just haven't had it referred yet. So, let me see what my questions are. Let me open up an Acrobat so I can't zoom in. Just give me 1 second. Is there anything you want to say about your application? You don't have to make a statement, just.
I believe everything, all the information is there.
Okay.
You do have a buffer here between you and the adjacent
Yes,
cafe.
that would be for the office buildings above
Right.
us.
So I don't know exactly how that's going to factor in, how to
the 6 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
6 feet. I mean, that might cover it.
I think Alex will have to do, or Zinc will have to do a little bit more on their side to make it appropriate from the calculations I see. It depends on the size of the structure as well.
Thank you for the bike lane on here. And you seem to have most of the obstructions that were on here. Thanks for including the bike lane. Okay, so you didn't, okay, so it is 6 feet, 6 inches, so maybe, so that is the, there, that would be the minimum. Any other questions or comments for the applicant from the committee?
Well, the seating does not seem to have room for
Oh, yeah, can you
serving
talk, can you
within
talk
the
about that?
cafe
Yeah,
itself.
and I understand you're not required by DOT to show the actual, but we are concerned with ADA access just for as it's shown. Can you talk to
Yeah,
that?
the ADA access, on the pictures that are submitted, you can see there's a ramp going straight from the curb to the structure.
I don't see it.
No, on the actual pictures of the application.
You mean
So
here.
you'll see us how it's set up. We don't have these ones anymore. We just have low tops for ADA access, ADA people as well.
Oh, like, great, because you will have floor.
Yeah, see,
Okay,
that's
so
coming
it's
up
got a
there.
little- Okay.
Yeah, and then we've gone to more like beer hall style, the smaller ones. So it's a lot more.
So you're gonna have low tables.
Low
Oh,
tables,
that's
yeah,
great.
yeah. Because we thought about the ADA.
Of course, right.
appropriate.
And I forget if been reminded of that. Okay, and the tree pit looks like it was accurate. It's accurate on the site plan. And the low tops. And you have any other? Okay. Stella, anything?
Really interesting. We haven't seen a site plan that looks.
Yeah, that's why I said I was like, I remember this site plan.
Yeah, they're good guys. The Half Pint will be using them as well.
This was a nice, this little axometric was nice. I don't know if I have any other comments. I mean, we'll send you when I say our, I mean that we include a set of standard ADA, like federal ADA.
Yeah.
That is what DOT has as their guidance. So it's just like a check off. And if there's anything else that might come up in business session and you can ask questions back, it'll come from the office, the same Florence who emailed you about this. So it would be in writing, and if there's any updates, but I don't see any at this point on this one. So after that, so like I mentioned before, we'll go to business session here. We'll follow up with the modifications in writing in a few days, and then you can take a look and decide if you want to sign them or not.
Yep.
And then we'll send in our feedback to DOT, and then, as you know, there's a public hearing.
Yes.
DOT hearing for all roadway applications and then continue through the process. Did you have something, Stella?
No.
Okay, I didn't know if you were like waiting to speak or not, so, okay, but that's it, you're welcome to listen, you're welcome to
Beautiful.
stay and listen to the.
Just one question.
Yes, of course.
The FDNY, like waiver.
Yeah.
When would we see that, or just the applications?
You know, that is a great question,
Okay.
and we would love to know that
All right.
ourselves. So it is not clear, it is not a very transparent process, it seems, both to the applicants or the public in general, or us. So what I've learned in this short time is that they do perform some sort of site visit, and I'm not clear, maybe anyone here, if the applicant is part of that site visit or not. But you will receive, it sounds like from Michael Kelly was saying, he received a verification email for one of his clients, but there was also a formal letter that we've seen when we've had applications referred that already received the waiver. So that's the only indication. There is no other, that's all that I know.
On this, it looks like you'd have to reduce the overall length to 20 feet from 20 feet 2 inches.
20 feet 2 inches. Okay.
Like because the maximum length is 20, and then.
Oh, I missed that.
6.5.
Oh, okay.
So 20 foot.
Just so you know.
7 inches, right?
Don't go or.
Yeah.
Clarity on that. It's really not particularly transparent to you.
Yeah.
And we're very close to the deadline, right? So.
With that, the structure that on the pictures, that is what we've purchased as well. I believe they could probably shrink it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I bring it up, because it's not very fair.
Yeah.
That it's so close and you haven't even seen the guidance.
Yes.
Kind of ridiculous.
It's a process.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does, you are showing, like, just really quickly, like, it does say on the site plan form 20 feet.
Yeah.
Right, but then, and then the 6.5, but then on here, what's the pink dotted line versus this?
So I believe that is just to show, I believe they're just showing
Okay,
where it would be.
because if it is within these lines, I guess
the pink is the actual where we fill up all the water inside the bladders.
Okay, so what's colored here?
The pink color going around the perimeter on the 3 sides, that's where we have the water containers and the planters in there as well.
Okay, so there is like a small
little gap.
little gap.
I
Okay.
believe that could be pushed in.
Okay.
Like that's a 7-inch gap.
Yeah, if that's what this, if that's the scale,
Okay.
you'll have to, that way it's just the 20 feet.
A little bit.
Just
Yeah,
so
I'm
that
gonna
it's
put that on my notes.
And we will, and please write it down and
Yeah.
we will follow up with that. That'll be one of the, just in the modifications. So, okay.
Okay.
Great. Do you have any other questions?
No other
for us?
questions. Thank
Okay.
you so much for
Thanks so
everything,
much.
for your time.
Okay, thanks. So now we're going to close the public hearing on Amity Street Inc., DBA Amity Hall, 80 West 3rd Street. And next we're going to go to Jankman LLC, DBA Jack's Wife Frida at 50 Carmine Street for a sidewalk cafe. I'm not sure if the applicant is here or not. I do see someone here is ready to testify. We have Leslie Clark. So Leslie, please take it away. Don't know. Michael, are you on, we've had you on Jack's Wife Frida before. Is this also your application?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, 26, that's right. Okay, so Leslie, go ahead and then we'll go to Michael. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 things here on the application. One is that it appears not to have room for, it seems to have a 10-foot pedestrian clear path, but doesn't seem to have anything like a service lane within the area that is supposed to be where the sidewalk cafe itself is, according to this diagram. So it looks as if they're not actually showing that there's a room here to have a service lane there. That's what I'm looking at. The other thing, I'm looking at these photographs and they seem to be having walls on the sidewalk cafe. I don't know if this is their current plan, but the walls seem to be fixed to the building and to the sidewalk, as are posts that are holding up what looks like a wooden canopy. So I think those are also not allowed under the rules. Again, I don't know whether this photograph is what they plan to do, but it looks to me as if they are doing it, this is not allowed by the rules. Thank you.
Why don't you talk?
Thank you, Leslie. Anyone else here to speak on this application before we go to the applicant? I see some people have put some links in the chat. So we do have a Sidewalk Cafe application here on Carmine. Oh, I do see somebody else has their hand raised. So, okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Mary.
Hi again, thank you. I wanted to add, Jack's wife, Frida, has been has been a terrible neighbor. You'll see, other than what was just already said about them, that also their seating always goes beyond what their barrier is. And you'll notice in the photographs, like the menu stand, that's in front of the building where the tenants come in and out. And sent a link which shows a 2024 September image. So this is more current than the other photos under the submission, which I think, you know, doesn't bode well for them.
Okay.
They again have that menu in front of the building entrance, and their awning is rather low, and I think they're supposed to be, I believe it's a 7-foot high that it needs to be. You'll notice that they have their cellar doors open. They don't have the cone out. They've always been a problem, as are all of them on Carmine Street, where they go above and beyond of ridiculousness. And the 311s have gone nowhere. And I think our city council people haven't been supporting us at all on any of this, because we're not here to police businesses. But back to the Sidewalk Cafe, they never stick to their boundaries, so I'm against this. And I thank you all, because I know it's a long night, and I don't think the workload has been appropriate for you or for us. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Mary. I see the September 24. I'll put it in the chat because it didn't come up before. So that everyone can see. Okay, so Michael, we have some questions that I know I know that we've battled on the primary building entrance, which it's pretty egregious here. But I said my piece to DOT about that today during the public hearing, and we put it in our written comments. And, you know, we want to find a solution. We really don't want to add 30 days to a Sidewalk Cafe application by denying it, but we are, it's just the guidance on the DOT's, and this is not to you, this is what you're being told, and it's very frustrating it's just frustrating. And again, that's not at you, this is just that they keep changing. It's this moving target of definition, and it's at the, it's their lack of a definition. It's a picture of a school in Brooklyn, designed by Michael Graves. So maybe he should write to have it taken down. Maybe they don't have that image license. It is a New York public school, so maybe the city does own the right to license that image, but it's a rendering. But it is of a school, and it's not clear, and they're changing their non-definition of continuing to add these qualifiers to it that are nowhere written, and they're not written in the city administrative code is frustrating. So I offer that, in that we would likely ask for that 5 feet to go in, which would limit it. And I do see the, because that's what we're asking for unilaterally or uniformly on this. let me just, I'm gonna pull up and share the screen. I understand your applicant, that your client may not agree to that. Again, I can't speak for the committee yet because I don't know if that's where this is gonna go, but I'm just offering it as a point of conversation. So I've shared the September 2024 image. So again, this is from September 2024. And again, the photographs included in the application were probably taken when they applied, when they probably still had that structure up, which, as we know, is illegal. And it looks like it's been removed. And it looks like, I'm assuming that they are proposing these perimeter demarcation as such, to allow them to maximize the width. And it looks like they're going to have one that's going to go here on the front and then here on the front to demarcate. That's what I see on the site plan. But I do understand that by asking for that 5 foot, it definitely reduces that entire left side. I don't know what's left. So, it'd be up to your client, Michael, whether or not they want to accept those modifications or not. This is all.
I think the larger thing, though, is what Leslie had raised, which is how do you get to the outer seats when the barriers are there? Because
because they're right up against them.
Because you have the distance from the building wall is 5 foot 6 inches, and there's the traditional sidewalk cafe barrier there, and then along the frontage of the building, there's no way to get.
So what you're saying is how to get to that top that's closest to the building?
No. How do you get to any of the outer seats?
We have this problem
On the outer edge of the storefront, because the parallel to the building.
I don't know if you have an explanation.
Yes.
Okay.
We have two options. One, we could have an opening either in the middle so people can walk in, just like the opening is in the front, having two smaller barriers on the sides, or we can actually just move them or have a little opening in the front where somebody can walk in. As to the weight service aisle, we have about a 5 foot 6 inch weight service aisle coming out of the front doors. That's service area coming right out of the front door. That's well over 3 feet. I think Leslie is looking at the normal sidewalk cafe where you have that 3 foot weight service aisle going down the frontage. Here, the weight service aisle is coming out of the front door.
You're going to serve over the people.
Right.
I think the question is, how are you getting to the far seats?
Yeah, how do you get to the seats that are on either end?
Well, we have two options. We can have smaller stanchions on the side where there's an opening, right where that 5 foot 6 marking is, if we're looking at the left side. Or we can have in the front an opening at the corner.
I don't know. I mean, I don't understand. Are you removing a table? Is that what you're saying? Because if it's 5 foot 6 inches and each table is 2 feet, the 3 tables butted up next to each other, that comes to 6 feet. So the table dimensions you have are already deeper than the width you're providing. But even if you made, let's say, 18-inch tables, that gives you 6 inches roughly between the tables for a customer to walk to get to the far edge. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the one.
Yes, but the customer wouldn't be walking through the.
They're gonna walk through here to get to the.
They would walk through over here if we made. I mean, we have two options. We can make 2 smaller stanchions on the sides with an opening somebody can walk in. Just like you walk in the front of the place. Yes, over there we can make the stanchion smaller and have an opening where somebody can walk in.
You can't enter.
Or we can have.
You cannot enter from outside of your area. I mean, you can enter into the entryway and enter that way, but you can't put openings around the sides to be entering from all over the sidewalk.
Right. People can't access the cafe by walking in front of the residential entrance there.
Right, which is supposed to be a non.
In other words, you're blocking off the sidewalk cafe area. It's supposed to be a solid block off, and then you need to be able to enter it from within your
You can't,
sidewalk cafe and your premises.
you can't enter here. I'm trying to make an X. So you can't enter from this, from frontage that's not
That's
theirs.
supposed to be all connected, not with openings between them.
Okay. And then they're not supposed to enter from here.
Be connected barrier.
But, and then they're saying here that this is not enough room. I'm just trying to reflect back what's being said and what we're
There's no
saying.
room. If you add
There's
up
no
the
room.
tables, it's 2, 4, 6,
Mhm.
and you've got 5, 6. So it's already exceeding what's written on there if they stick with those size tables.
Right, and
They can certainly.
also excluding the curb from this measurement, I went by and, it's 15 feet to the curb.
The 6 inches is the curve.
6
Yeah,
inches.
the 6 inches there, yeah.
Those two.
So that means that the cafe width would be 5 feet.
I'm just wondering where the guidance is on the barriers.
Meaning,
No, I'm just,
yeah.
It says it someplace.
Yeah, it's.
It's a,
Regardless of if it's confused or not, they can access the tables by walking in front of a different frontage.
Okay,
right,
okay.
but you know, Mike, if you turn the tables perpendicular to the store frontage,
Right.
Yes, we could do that.
I mean, it just seems you might be able to create a little more room for access. I mean, I don't know, you're the measuring expert, but
Yes.
it just seems that you have the movable chairs or.
That is a possibility. I'll definitely look at that. Because we do have that large opening in the front, which is used as the wait service aisle.
Right.
Where's the door? I just haven't been in a while. Is that?
In the middle.
Yeah, right.
But I know it's in the middle, but is it that entire span or is it just?
Yeah, there's 2.
Right, it's the 2. Okay, I haven't.
And we have a double door.
Okay, that's right. Right. Okay.
And then there's also the sidewalk hatch.
Okay, so we'll add that to the modifications. Okay.
The sidewalk hatch is certified by the architect.
The cellar vault, right? Yeah,
Yes,
you got
cellar
this,
vault.
right? Okay. It's on there. It says it's labeled. Okay.
I'm just.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, sorry, I was getting. Okay, so we've
And
got.
as to that thing that was built on the sidewalk, after I took the pictures, I called him up and told him about that, then he removed it. And I think as you know, pretty much anybody was doing anything they wanted during COVID. But once we
Right.
saw that, we informed him it should come down and he took it down.
Got it. Okay.
He's one of the ones that listens.
One of the what?
He's one of the ones that listened when I told him to take it down.
Oh, okay.
Not everyone did.
That's true. Well, thanks for that. Okay, does anybody have any other questions for Michael on this application? So we'll see where this goes in business session as to where we land. And again, like I said, I know we disagree on the primary building entrance because of the discrepancies in the guidance from the agency. So we'll see where this lands and, thank you for being here, for presenting the option to your client, and so we know this is optional.
Okay.
So is this the last one that we have with you tonight? Do you have one more?
No, I got 2 more.
Okay. All right, well, we're gonna go on to, then we're gonna close the public hearing on this one, and we're gonna go to Aperitivo di Palma, DBA Aperitivo di Palma at 30 Cornelia Street for a sidewalk cafe. And I also noted that the proposed sidewalk cafe width for this application is less than 3 feet wide, which is not ADA compliant. I see Leslie is ready to testify, and then Mary, if there's anyone else. And if the applicant is here, we would also like to hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative. So let's start with the public testimony. So we'll go Leslie and then Mary. And then I see there's some other people to be promoted, so we'll get them going. Great. Okay.
Anyway, thank you for the work you're doing. Yes, there's no room on the sidewalk for this one table. The fact it says no ADA compliant sidewalk here, I just don't see why Aperitivo di Palma can't take away their one table and give the pedestrians back the sidewalk. There's just not enough sidewalk. And to make this whole plan for one table, it strikes me as just being absurd and unnecessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Next, we're going to go to Mary, and then we'll go to Kathy Arnson.
Hi, thank you. Agree with Leslie. And also they don't on their plan have all these huge planters, which they shouldn't have on the sidewalk anyway, because it's decoration. So I don't see how the table could fit there with their illegal planter on the sidewalk. And they just, you know, they don't think about the neighborhood, but that's my common comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next we're going to go to Kathy. Hi.
Hi, Kathy, Central Village Block Association. I don't have to say much more than what Mary and Leslie said, but I do want to just mention, as I live on Cornelia Street, as probably you know, and while I was sitting here, these fire trucks came down the street, filled the street. I don't know what happened. Thank God they went away. But I was thinking, how in good conscience can these waivers be given to these streets, like all the streets in the Central Village Block Association? This one's like 19.4, and all the other, these small streets, these waivers should not even exist. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Next, I think we're at Leif Arnson.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just to, I agree with everything I've heard so far. You know, Palm is a popular place. They have lineups when they have, you know, busy nights on the sidewalk, and it makes no sense to have that table there. There's enough congestion as it is. Additionally, it's just the sidewalk's so narrow there, as it is on the rest of the block. With the operating outdoors like that, there's just not enough room for everything else that needs to happen in the residential buildings, the access. There's several doorways that go right into that area there. I just feel like it's adding, one table on the sidewalk? But it really disrupts any kind of flow on that particular side of the sidewalk with operating outdoors like that. So I hope you'll take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think we have the applicant here. Is there anyone else before we get to the applicant that wanted to testify on this application? Okay, I think we have the applicant here with us, Chris.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how are you? Welcome. Does the committee have any questions for the applicant? And Chris, you're able to make a statement and introduce yourself as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm here representing Aperitivo di Palma and also obviously Palma, as we are just about one place. And yeah, we're hoping to squeeze this table in. I do see that it's less than the required 3 feet. So it kind of seems like it's a done deal. I guess there's no way to make it ADA accessible given the measurements. Is that right?
Based on federal ADA guidance, which requires a minimum 36 inches for an accessible route throughout the entire seating area, that seems to be the case. And again, it's really unfortunate that the agency is not enforcing that and
providing guidance. Or providing any guidance.
Well, the guidance that's provided is hidden, Chris. This is not to you directly, but in general, it is hidden on the city's 311 outdoor dining complaints, and it says that it must require these couple of things. You want to add to that, Stella, at all?
No, I mean, I think that even
really unfortunate,
right, and I think even if ADA was not an issue here, 1 foot 8 inches is really tight to have both seating and also the service.
In the barrier.
The barrier. Have everything within that 1 foot 8 inches is hard to picture.
And I've included sorry, I'll let you respond, Chris, in just a second. Just for everyone, I've included a link. The text, I'm including the link to where this text is that has guidance that it says restaurants must follow. And it really is a disservice to the applicants who are putting money up and they've hidden this guidance, and also to the public. Let me just throw this in the chat. If you just go to this 311 link that I've linked in there, I put the text of what is provided there. I forgot to put the bullet points, they didn't transfer over, but that's where the guidance is hidden. And, you know, Chris, to Chris's point, it seems like a non-starter. That is very frustrating, I think, for everyone.
Thank you for that link. Yeah, I just wanted to ask one last question. Is the barrier around the cafe, the sidewalk cafe, it's totally necessary?
Yeah, it's again, these are not, yeah, and it's same with the ADA guidance here, along with the perimeter demarcation is in the Dining Out NYC rules. That's not something that we've made up. It's what's required. And
no worries. Just
yeah.
I think the architect we're working with on the plans and us as well, we were under the impression that was sort of a recommendation to show where your seating starts and ends, so that I don't know. But I understand that no, you need to have something to show this is my cafe.
And
I think if you go back to the guidance and look at the barrier requirements, that's
Right. That is there.
That's a required
Yeah,
element.
and as I'm sure you guys can tell, this is a small thing, paling in comparison to roadway dining. That's, I think, what we focused on a lot more. And just to speak to the congestion of the street a little bit, for us, these sidewalk tables are almost less so for serving a full meal, and more so having a place for people that are waiting, that were mentioned, to not congest the sidewalk and have a place to sit on the side, just so you understand our intention. But I understand that it's not possible to have this table.
Yeah, I mean, and thank you for appearing on this application. I know that we heard the roadway application on this one. And we did send back some optional modifications on that one. I don't see us having any on these, and the committee will vote on that in business session. So we likely, because of we have denied these for the ADA. So you likely, again, we are an advisory opinion, Chris, and so your application will, it will be called up for a DOT public hearing, which will add 30 days to your process, but we're not the stopgap here, though. It's on DOT as to whether or not they're going to abide by their own rules, which say that it must meet ADA requirements. And it's really not clear at this point that that's a priority for them, but that's my characterization.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out also on section 3, where it has material requirements, it clearly says required. It says perimeter demarcation. All of the following must be met. The perimeter demarcation must be clear and visible by using a lightweight and removable self-supporting base wall, railing, planter, fence, or stanchion rope. That has the maximum height of 2 feet 6 inches. And it can't be a fixed sidewalk. So that would have to fit in within the 1 feet 6 inches.
No, yeah, it's a narrow sidewalk, and I understand that there isn't enough space, really, after the 8 feet of clearance. So, yeah, thank you.
Great, okay. So anyways, that's just kind of what to expect, like where we likely will go on this, Chris. So just want to be very clear and transparent. It's not personal, it's just what the federal ADA guidelines are.
Of course, no worries.
All right, well, with that, does anybody have any other comments or questions for the applicant? Is there anything else, Chris, that you want to add before we move on to the next application?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, so much. I'm going to close the public hearing on Aperitivo di Palma, And move on to 28, agenda item 28, New Zoe 21 Inc. DBA Local 92 Soho at 244 Mulberry Street. The application does not state FDNY review pending, but DOT confirmed via email that it's been referred to FDNY. I mean, my question on this one, Michael, is when, and maybe I'm just trying to figure out why some of these, and this is on DOT, not on you. Are you aware that there's an FDNY waiver being sought on this application?
Yes.
You are, okay.
No, I would assume there is one. Because the
Because
cafe next
we
to it had
confirmed
one.
it. Oh, because we confirmed it with them, right? Because when we are, right. The whole reason we know that it has been submitted, okay, this is how you're finding out. Okay, got it.
Oh, no,
I'm just
actually,
trying to understand if they tell you, I'm just trying to understand, since you have such a large volume of them, you're kind of like my lab here. So do they notify?
And also, you're not an attorney representing the Hospitality Alliance. So you don't have full access to all the.
Right.
I'm guessing they did tell me because
6 feet.
I saw it in the cafe, the 6 feet 5 inches.
Okay. All right. Hey, you can't keep track of all of them either. I know.
No.
Trust me. Okay. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application and in the room or on Zoom? Does the committee have any questions?
Yeah, I just, this is another one with the offsets.
Right. I mean, right.
And because I think where you have this manhole, do we see that on the corresponding application to the north?
Which was
Gray Dog.
Yeah.
Gray Dog was on there, okay.
Which was yours, right? Right? You
yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and
right in the middle of the other roadway.
Right.
Door.
Right, if we could just, if all the site plans were at scale, we could just make one big long. Where this all falls.
The Gray Dog, when it was presented to us, there was only 1 foot 6 inches of clearance. And so again, the same issue, having to amend one or both for the 6 feet for FDNY. I'm not sure how that will shake down.
And I don't know how that works its way into any sort of modification, right? Like I'm kind of just like quickly talking. We don't, right? This would be something we would.
You may request that.
Well, no, there just has to be 6 feet. So
Right.
the minimum distance the minimum you could put in is the 3 feet, right? And then the other applicant is responsible for the other 3 feet. So there has to be at least the 3 feet.
Right.
Unless, well, actually I take that back. Maybe they say they can't do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't have guidance on that.
Yeah.
If they're fair to both parties.
I mean, we do point out.
They just go first in.
Right, we do point out that the potential conflict is there and that it's in, doesn't align with that, but it doesn't, again, this goes to a DOT public hearing anyways, so, because it's roadway.
So we have your application here, we have your Gray Dog, then there's Parm, and then there's the burger place. And if those all have waivers with the 6.
That's a really,
it's a really impactful situation.
I do expect an application from Parm.
Because that would.
It's the burger place.
That would be,
Ron's.
if they're applying it equally, that would mean that Gray Dog.
What's the address?
Would have reductions on both sides. Unless
250,
these guys took the full 6 feet. So I don't know how.
7th Street.
Everybody works that all out.
They have a roadway. I expect an application. I expect applications from Parm and 7th Street Burger. So just for whatever it's worth, but we can talk about that in business session. Is there any other comments you want to share with Michael before we move on from this application? Okay. Okay, Michael, I think that's it on that one.
Will we be able to do number 38? Any
Do you want
chance?
on Corner Bistro?
Yes.
I'll ask the committee. Okay, okay. So we'll do 68 Perry Street Core, DBA Corner Bistro at 331 West 4th for a Roadway Cafe. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application? I don't see any hands raised. Anyone in person? Huh?
It was just 1 second just to.
Okay, yeah, I have to pull it up myself.
I will be removing some of these tables. I think the architect got a little overzealous packing them in there.
Let me, I'm having a hard time finding it because it's 68. Too many names with the corner in it. Okay, so here we go. I see Donna had some comments as well. Okay, now that I pulled it up, okay.
Yeah, it was removing some chairs.
Okay, it's like, yeah, there's a lot in there, Michael.
I didn't draw it.
It's like an auditorium in there.
Yes. I think we'll be removing 6 tables and 12 seats. This way we do have some room at least.
And this was not a waiver street. And any other comments?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, yeah, I'm opening it up in Acrobat on my web browser because it's not clear to me. Okay. There's nothing directly across. It's only on Jane Street.
And which direction is Jane going on then?
Yeah, that was my.
I thought.
Jane
goes.
I thought it goes, yeah.
It goes, yeah.
So it does have to.
So it is approaching.
It needs to be where they have it.
No north arrow.
Okay, so that's the notes.
I think we'll be removing the second row of 3 tables and on both sides. Second row from the right, second row from the left.
Okay. Okay.
And the street's wide enough? That was my question. I hadn't looked at the street width. Did anybody look at the street width?
We can pull it up. I don't think we have it noted specifically. Because it wasn't one of the ones we asked about to DOT.
I might have missed it.
It's okay. Sorry, I'm trying to go to the map. Well, not that map, but zoomed out. Sorry, Michael, give this one.
That's all right.
This
Yeah,
one.
there is no parking across the street from us.
Oh, okay.
It's mainly a road.
That makes sense then.
Okay.
So then it wouldn't have a waiver.
Right, that's what I thought. For some reason it can't. Okay, I don't think I have any other comments on this one of my laptop, so. Anything else from the committee on this one? All right, and no other comments from the public. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my street view. 1 second, Michael, 1 second, and we'll be. Okay. So we may just send you the standard ADA modifications. And the storefront length is on there, is that right?
I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
Of course not.
Right. Because I see like where the awning goes, maybe I need to look at an older image.
On hers? Yes, okay, thank you.
Is this site in the exact footprint they had before, Michael, or?
When during COVID?
Yeah. Is a tree on the site plan?
No, I don't think they were far enough away from the fire hydrant.
Okay.
They were probably 8 feet from the fire hydrant. Now you gotta be 15 feet.
Right. Okay. Any other comments?
Just Jane Street is 24 feet wide.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me just take one more.
I finally have one that doesn't need a waiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you win for the most waivers, the 2 tree beds, and then, okay, so the frontage. That used to be, it's not the ground, it doesn't go past, sorry, okay, I think I got it. Okay, I don't have any other comments then. Okay, thanks, Michael.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Sure, no problem. Okay, no problem. So now we're gonna go to 29. We're gonna go back to the order of 29 at L'Antica Pizzeria Da Michele, NYC DBA L'Antica Pizzeria Da Michele at 81 Greenwich Avenue for a Roadway Cafe. If we have anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this application, please raise your hand, or if the applicant is here, and I will look and see if we were expecting the applicant on this one. Wait. So maybe Linda Lamb, I think we were expecting, and maybe somebody else. Okay, yeah, go ahead and promote her. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this application? She said she might have somebody else. I see Anastasia, so maybe that's, yeah. I don't know if she's the applicant or just someone from the public who wishes to testify. It's not clear. Wait, is this? Oh, maybe I have the wrong one here. This is for a Roadway Cafe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then on our RSVP list, I think they're also applying for Sidewalk, and we can confirm that because I had Sidewalk on my list, but on the agenda it was Roadway, and that's what I thought. Okay, so I don't see anyone from the public besides the applicant. So let's see. Anastasia, are you the applicant? Anastasia Cronin? And you're welcome to turn your camera on or just speak. Hi.
Hi, it's Mateo Ondio, who's our financial controller, and Anastasia Cronin, I'm business manager. I think we may have lost Linda.
Very muffled.
You're a little muffled. You say you're the financial controller?
Yeah.
I just turned on a transfer because I really cannot understand you. Could you be a little more clear?
I think she said you have to ask Linda, and I think Linda.
Okay, can you hear us better?
Oh, got it. Oh yeah, that's so much better. Okay.
Oh, so sorry. It's because I had my laptop in my monitor. Mateo Ondio, who's our financial controller.
Okay.
And my name is Anastasia, and I'm the business manager. We're both here, and he's also a partner in the restaurant, and
Okay.
so we're both here. But Linda, I think we lost Linda for the day.
Oh, okay. I can't, yeah, there's like not an option to, I really don't have any option to do much of anything on here. Let me see if I can on my Zoom.
No.
No, it's okay. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's fine. I was just using this, but I can use my, okay, now I don't see Linda like at all, or talking's permitted. Okay.
She's there.
Okay. So Anastasia, did you have anything you wanted to tell us about your application or a statement, or, and I'll see if the committee has questions. We've allowed Linda Lamb to speak. We tried to promote her, but she declined to be promoted, but she is able to speak.
We don't have anything at this time, no.
Okay.
We just want to make sure everything's okay and our application is going in process and, to hear if the public had anything to say, really.
Okay. Okay, Linda, did you have anything you wanted to say regarding this application, to make a statement or anything? Maybe she shows up in panelists is able to talk, is that? I just don't see her now.
No, if you go.
Oh, okay. I can't do anything from here, but I can on this computer.
Well, she's not accepting anything, so.
Right, well, right.
I also asked you about you.
Okay, that's fine. No statements required. No one is required to be here. Just wanted to give an opportunity if there was something she wanted to say regarding the application. I don't know if she's open to answering questions from the committee, if the committee had anything they wanted to bring up.
I just want to point out that this is again down the road from Tea and Sympathy, Assault and Battery and Carry On Tea and Sympathy, which we commented on that it's a shared bike lane and roadway, and I believe it was some truck route.
Right, it is an MTA truck route, and it's an MTA local truck route, Greenwich Avenue is, and it's also there are two shared bike lanes?
Shared bike lanes.
Correct.
And
correct. Okay.
I'm sorry, it's an MTA what? Can you repeat that again?
I'm sure it's an MTA local truck route.
Okay.
Yeah, so it just, huh?
City DOT truck route.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Okay.
I'm getting my agencies mixed up. It is the NYC DOT truck route. It appears on the map that DOT has for the truck route map. So we make a note of that for roadway cafes in general, just as part of what the site is. You can put a link in the chat. You're free to take a look, or anyone else. Okay, any other? And those are just general comments we've made about all Greenwich Avenue applications, noting that. So it's nothing being pointed out specifically only on this application.
Thank you.
Yes, and any other comments from the committee that you would want the applicant to respond to?
Is this still sort of this weird cobblestoning condition on the sidewalk there?
Mateo.
Along the frontage?
Hold just 1 second, okay?
Okay.
As far as we understand, that's like from the city. It's not something that we put there.
No, I understand, but I was just wondering, I mean, is that all?
That still exists.
Shape? I mean, are there any trip hazards or anything like that?
Oh, if you want to know if there's any trip hazards. No, not that we
Just
know of.
unusual, it's just unusual to have that. It's not very common.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it just doesn't, my memory is it's not in the best of shape, and that was just my question.
Yeah, as far as we know, there's no issues.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the applicant? Brian, did you have something? Okay. Let me just really quickly see. Donna, did you have something?
No.
Okay.
I
just want to make sure I don't miss anyone.
Yeah, no, just of note that the 20-foot offset is from the outside corner of the curb because it's not a crosswalk. But, people sometimes do cross over there. It's just my own observation. There's not a marked crosswalk going across Greenwich there. So the 20-foot, if you look at the diagram, is from the corner.
Which is where it's from the corner of
the intersection corner.
Which is what the gardens is.
Right.
So is it correct or not correct? Okay.
Well, it's correct, but what you just don't have, again, the conditions here with the New York City truck route, so you can have 18-wheelers going in both directions.
Right.
It's a bike lane. We had somebody who was killed just down.
We do.
Down, further south. It's a lot of different things, and the visibility around these intersections is just very important. And I know that a lot of people, when they get to the end of Bank Street here, sometimes just walk across the street to the sidewalk, even though it doesn't hit anything, but the park's there. So it's just my own.
And we have, yes, and we have asked other applicants on Greenwich Avenue to reduce, especially when they're at the corner, to reduce the width from 8 feet to 6 feet, 6 inches. Is that what I think that's what we asked on, or did we go to 6 on Woogie's? I don't remember.
Reduce the width from 8 to 6.6?
Just what we've asked because of it being an empty, I'm just being transparent and letting you know what we've asked other applicants on Greenwich Avenue because of the shared bike lane, the 2 shared bike lanes, because it's an MTA local truck route and a DOT, I don't know why I have in my head today that it's that, a DOT local truck route that we have, and because of the fatality of there was a fatality of someone crossing on Greenwich Avenue they're asking applicants on Greenwich Avenue to reduce from the 8 feet to like 6 feet, 6 inches. I don't know if that's where we're gonna land here. We discussed this in business session, but I offer it might be something that it may be something that we request, but again, it would be up to you and your team to evaluate that and decide whether or not you would agree to that. And we would send this in writing formally to you via our office, the same person, Florence, who notified you about the hearing today. So I don't know if that's
okay.
I don't know if that's where we're going to land, but if you have any comment or reaction to that, that would be helpful. But we by no means expect some sort of final say here at all. So,
well, we'd like to, of course, do whatever is necessary. Yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. Mateo's telling me, yeah. Of course, we'd love to keep our space, but if we need to reduce it, we'll reduce it. Obviously safety is very important. We're part of the community as well, so.
Like I said, I don't know if that's where we're going to land, but I just wanted to offer it as something that we might consider during business session, as we've considered it before. So I just wanted you to know that. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say about your application? Or if Linda wants to make herself available about the application. We've kind of heard our dialogue on it here, but we will continue our discussion in business session. So if you have anything else to say, and once we go into business session, we don't have any other comment from the applicant or from the public. But other than that, okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Public hearing on Leantica Pizzeria Don Michelle, NYC LLC. We're going to move on to item number 30, French Rose Inc., DBA La Contenta Oeste. Okay, hello. Hi, at 78 West 11th Street for a Roadway Cafe application. Did you sign in? Yes? Okay, you did. Great. Sorry. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application? Then we'll have some questions for you. And if you want to make a statement on your application, you're more than welcome to. So I see we have some public testimony, and then we'll, I can't do anything on this one up here. I have to do it on my Zoom. Okay, great. So Mary and Leslie, and if there's anyone else in the room or on Zoom that would like to speak on this application, we'll do that. And then we'll see if we have questions for the applicant or if you have comments you'd like to make to us. Okay. So next, we'll go to Leslie and then Mary.
Thank you. This is my last one for the night. I'm taking a look at this application. I noticed something. It does not show that across the street from, this is on 11th Street at 6th Avenue. It does not show either in the site plan or in the photograph that north of they're on the south side of 11th. On the north side, there is a major city bike station. In fact, I just looked it up while I was waiting, and there are 59 bikes there. It used to be that there was La Contena on the south side, and on the north side, there were sheds for Kube and for Jean's Restaurant. Those are gone now. Those sheds are gone now because that whole section from 6th Avenue down to Jean's is a bike rack from City Bike. And I just looked it up. 59 bikes. So that is not in the drawing and it's not in the photograph. In fact, this photograph is quite old because that city bike rank has been there for months. And so this would, I think it would change the measurement. They're showing a 28-foot wide roadway, which may be the case. They're showing a 7.5-foot shed. So that would mean 20.5. And I have to say, I don't know how wide a city bike rank is. I think Carter bikes a lot. Maybe he knows, maybe it's 7 or 8 feet wide, something like that. But there is something major missing in this drawing and this photograph. Thank you.
No, that's a good point. There is a 5-foot required clearance from the city bike, but I have to realign myself. Okay, Mary, and then is there somebody else or is that it? Mary, thank you, Leslie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I used to live on the block many decades ago. And the tree is still there, though not noted down on the drawing. And there's also a small bike rack. I think that's still there, but these photographs are a few years old. Also the note about Jean's, and I think it's a Middle Eastern restaurant, but has it all been taken over by the city bikes now? That it wasn't, I thought there were some on.
No, they pretty much, they've pretty much got all of Kube and all of Jean's, everything on the other side of the street from Botanica is now.
Again, I really don't want the back and forth. I allowed the comment because it was a question you knew. So,
Pardon me.
Thank you.
And
That's
then
okay.
The vendor, the restaurant, I mean, they had their
it was helpful because I didn't.
sidewalk enclosed and whatever, so there's just a concern about them following rules. I don't know the widths, so I don't know how it applies there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Okay, if there's no one else, Leslie, sorry about that. I didn't remove you. I just didn't want the back and forth, but thank you for answering my question because I did not know and that was helpful. So like I said, I allowed it, but I didn't want more back and forth just because we're coming up on time. So does the committee have any questions for the applicant? Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes.
And if you'd like to make a statement, we welcome a statement. I mean, by no means are required, but if you'd like to.
Well, my name is Luis Arcimota. I'm the chef and owner of the place. And basically, I'm doing all by myself, the application. I really into, I follow it since, COVID and the whole thing. And does they talk about me or but they talking about the situation of this?
I mean,
or it's about
I think they were talking about that there's a, well, like there is a bike, there's this bike rack. I don't think that's on the plan that maybe was being.
No, yes, it's go all the way from.
Yeah. So probably would ask that to get added. And then is the mailbox on the plan?
I think in the original one I gave it, I did it, I put the whole thing. But in this one, they rectify it.
But I think you have the clearing. I mean, it's 12. I think it's a 12.
No, they reduced it. It's really small. I mean, it's like it went down half, basically. Yeah, so I don't even know it's worth it, Right. So
18 feet long, that's not.
Oh yeah, no, because I cannot use part of the 18 because of the manhole. Even if that one is internet, so which is more dangerous like the electric one.
Okay, so I think, so they were talking about the city bike.
And then there's a bike, is there a small bike rack? next to yours?
No, but I think that was an illegal. They took it down, I believe. I mean, they put it, they used to do like, we have a lot of problems with theft over there. And they used to have that rack, you know, and they stole something, a bicycle.
So this is gone,
I believe. But all the time they put like a bicycles, stolen bicycles, stolen bike.
You're saying it's gone?
bicycle. I don't remember,
Okay.
but.
Okay.
The tree is still there.
No, the streets, it's a beautiful tree over there. Oh no, we take care of the tree. I love plants. So yeah, even we kill everything around. There's no, even from the cemetery, there's no more rats, you know, we eliminate them.
And so, okay, so I see the manhole there. I'm just trying to get my bearings on the site plan and what's in the site. Let me just put this up. Luis, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so the manhole.
So it says, looking at this, so there, it says here that there's a ramp. And then here it says that there's flooring.
A ramp, I don't, we're gonna do it in the same way like we did it before, like it's gonna be, I don't know how they.
Flooring flush with the curb?
Yeah, it's gonna flush.
Okay, the issue will be with the manhole then, because
No.
it can't be obstructed.
Yeah, exactly, but that's exactly, it's no tables on it. I mean, when I was talking to the DOT, they told me that it's supposed to be uncovered. Or we can do the ramp and we just, you know.
Either
just-
way.
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
just
I
saying
think.
that right now you're proposing both. So it's up to you what you want to do.
No, I think I'd rather just do it with the ramp then. Yeah, it's less
Okay.
complicated,
Yeah.
it's true.
Okay.
But like I said, you know, it's really small, so we can modify in the way like comply, you know, with the requirements, so I don't have no problem at all.
There is a manhole cover on the sidewalk.
It's amazing, yeah, there is one, and I think there is another one next to the fire hydrant.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Right. Okay, now I see. Okay, so I see. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings with the image and then.
Yeah, I think in the drawing, I didn't put up the tree, I forgot. I mean, I don't think I put the tree.
Because I'm assuming the mailbox, it's.
Oh, the mailbox is around, is in the same distance than the fire hydrant.
Okay, so it's at least the 12 feet, which is required.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's fine.
So,
Asking it.
just looking at this again, so this is the manhole, or this is the manhole.
Oh, yeah.
within.
Yeah, that's the one, that's the internet one, the one in the
So
street.
what about that one?
And that one, yeah, no, this is not, I think that's the electric one, but it's not covered at all. The drawing start from where is the tree? It's around here.
So then what about the clearance, the 18-inch clearance from the manhole in the roadway?
Here there's
Oh,
only
no,
one.
it's inside of the.
That big one is in there.
Yeah, no, the internet one, which is in the street, is the one inside of the drawing. You see the one over here, like, this is the one over here.
And is
That's
that
the
this
on the
one?
street. Mhm.
Okay, and
And that one is really. it's
That one's
here.
not on the site plan.
It's not.
Okay, so that's
it's
where
not
that's-
a new drawing, but I put it in there.
So you have newer, more updated drawings?
No, what happened, this is the
Oh.
one that they sent it to me.
Oh.
I did it everything by hand. So I didn't
Oh,
hire
they,
anyone. Yeah, I did it by hand.
DOT created this?
No, this is that they did it. The one that I have over here, it was sent it to me, they rectified it.
Oh, that one underneath is what you did.
Yeah, that's a
yours.
beautiful one, yeah. I did
That's
work.
the beautiful.
Oh, I'm sad they didn't include your beautiful hand-drawn one.
Yeah, you see, I
This is
feel
the
it,
first that I've heard that DOT is doing.
Well, I don't know,
CAD
yeah, well, I
drawings.
mean.
I mean, that's
yeah,
nice.
Maybe
That's-
nice, yeah.
Oh, yeah, interesting. That is interesting. We're not holding that against you. I didn't know that the agency was doing that. That's kind. So I guess if we have a modification, then
No, you
They
know.
were the ones that would be making.
No, I just,
Okay,
I find it surprised, but I have a big conversation and everything, and they end, they send me that one to approve, and I say yes, so say, okay.
yeah, I'm just surprised that now creating the drawing for the applicant would fail to include like that extra manhole. Yeah.
Would you mind if I look at your original
Oh, the
version?
new,
Yeah, to compare.
I didn't put a tree though, so I tried to do it
Okay,
in that
so
way.
they reduced the length. what
No,
you were saying
yeah, it
earlier.
was like almost 10 feet.
And then was this manhole cover, this is the one
That's
that's
the one
not
that,
there anymore?
yeah, right.
Ah, so he has.
What I see, the one that,
Inside.
yeah, exactly, it's inside, the one, it will be
okay.
right here in the table. But the one, you see over here, the main hole is the one that you,
Right, that's not there anymore.
What was the length initially from,
I did it
25 feet.
okay, so now it's 18.
And they reduced
The width?
from 8 feet
to
to
seven.
7.5, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But like I say,
Do you have the width of the street on
No.
Yeah, it says
Yes,
28 feet.
there?
28.
No, but I'm wondering if he did, so they.
Oh.
The street on.
But the borough present map says 30 feet.
It's 30 feet, I think, in what
They
we
said
measured.
28.
Yeah, they said 28. That's
What we
interesting.
did is just maybe the way that they use it, we did it by hands, we just put one thing and measure, maybe we did
Did
it.
you also get 28 feet?
I got 30.
Right.
That's
yeah,
why,
so yeah.
because
Yeah,
it
why
was
the
7 and
28?
that's why we did it in, I think, we did it in 8.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Um,
Then the last thing that it seems like is different is that here you had the frontage as 53 and it covered the building entrance here. And then here they changed it to 50. And they didn't.
Took away
include
the
that
building.
Well, I maybe they have something, I did it by hand, I'm not do it like that
Well,
group.
I think the difference
They
is
use it.
where they counted it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, I'm paying for 2,000 square foot and I measure just around 1,800, in the restaurant. I don't know what they taking, the extra. I don't know, that's the same way that they do it. I think they use it, the different, maps or whatever you call,
I do appreciate the ramp being on there. And like I said, this is also interesting to me. It's nice to see the ramp marked on there.
Yeah, the ramp, yeah.
But really interesting that they drew this. That's
Well, I mean, it's something
nice.
like
Yeah.
back in the beginning also, it's something like we did it, they asked it and I'm telling you because I got sued by that, so
You got sued?
I can, yeah, I got sued by the ADA, yeah.
Oh, that's,
Not here, it was in the Nori side, another location.
At another location you used to have?
Yeah. But that was,
For outdoor dining or for your interior?
I got it for the outdoor dining because it was really close. They got me
Where was
that.
this location, may I ask?
Huh?
Where was this, what location was
It was
this?
in another location, it's no more. It's on the Nori side, one. of the
Lower
North
East Side?
Pole, yeah.
Oh, wow. For outdoor
Yeah.
dining?
Yeah, it wasn't, they were really, it wasn't the time like you don't supposed to be really close. They got me. They were just.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
It wasn't
I mean,
like a big
that's,
deal.
I mean, that's also why
Yeah.
we are, we want to get that right for everyone.
Yeah, no, mostly it's
Because
true
it's
because,
expensive.
and it's cool because after that, I started modify, the size and everything. I remember in the beginning,
Got
they
it.
gave me some measurements and I have to
Okay.
change the depth and everything. But
Okay.
I'm not complaining. I'm cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, any other comments from the committee for the applicant? So what will happen next is we will go into business session after we're gone through the rest, and then we may have some we will have like the typical ADA modifications to send to you, which is just signing that you agree with
Okay.
it. And then if there's anything else that the committee comes to, do we have things we're gonna send, just since we have him here, of anything that needs to be added that's missing?
Well, we'll ask to add the second manhole, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one is missing,
Yeah.
and which is, it's no
Yeah, the
problem.
clearance won't be a problem, it's
Yeah,
just
the
so that
clearance
it's
is just-
complete.
The period, also the tree, right? But you don't want the tree.
What's the?
It's not a tree, not the drawing.
And then just change that on the page 2 of the form where you have both things checked off, like.
No, I think they just did one. I don't think they felt
They
like
did
it
the
was
other one?
necessary for the other one.
Yeah.
Because it was.
Oh, okay, so that doesn't, there's a
Yeah,
change
because
there.
it's not even that close.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then,
So maybe just took in consideration just one, but.
And then, you wanna just do the ramp, not do flooring, with the
I think-
manhole there.
No, I think it's gonna be the ramp. I don't know if that's gonna be, worth it for me, you know, I need to
Yeah,
see how much
you
it
would
will
need to
cost.
reduce.
I gotta
so that
reduce and it's
You
gonna
have
be
to
less
reduce so that the
tables.
flooring wouldn't cover the manhole.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
and also I have to come back, you know, because of the sidewalk. And the
Yeah, I was
sidewalk
gonna, I
is
was,
also-
so I was going to
They
ask.
reduce it really, it's really, that's why I don't know if it's gonna be worth it for me.
Yeah,
so
I
that's
was going
why.
to ask if we should expect a sidewalk application.
Yeah,
or not.
there is, I
Okay.
applied for the 11 and the 6th Avenue. 6th Avenue is like a grandfather, it's been there since 92. Oh, like a
For your site,
back.
you had a sidewalk cafe prior?
From the sidewalk cafe in 6th Avenue
Oh,
since
okay.
92.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then
but 11th Street we start with.
that would be something new. Okay.
Yeah, but it's been there
Okay.
forever.
I forget what corridor West 11th is. Do you remember off the top of your head?
The what?
Oh, the DOT classifies all of the streets. I'm sure it's marked
Oh,
on.
yeah.
You know, I forget which one it is.
It's supposed to be 8 feet.
Okay.
8 feet clearance, and the
Okay.
other one is 10.
Like
So
6th Avenue is 10,
that's why I'm
yeah.
saying, you know, I reduce, it's gonna be just like this. you know,
Okay.
Like a table of two.
Yeah, so you
Right.
will want to make sure,
Exactly, no,
yeah,
forget it.
I mean, it would be nice to add it here. We may ask you to add it here, but you will want to make sure that mailbox is on the sidewalk.
Okay, I will do
Site
it in the new,
plan.
in the other application, I will just have to do the whole thing then, even it's not necessarily, because it's kind of far, you know, this mailbox and it's gonna be like around 15
It's
feet
12,
away.
it's a 12-foot clearance for
foot
the
is
mail,
nice.
yeah, so that's.
I believe, so I have in my
Yeah,
application,
okay.
yeah, it's
And
something
again,
like that.
you'll come
noticed.
back for that one, but since we have you here, we just thought we would mention.
Yeah, I hope so for the
mention
next time I'm gonna be number 1 or 2.
that. Okay, well.
That's nice to
Oh,
be
you are so
here.
kind.
Question.
Yes.
Are these bolted to the side?
Oh, no, we don't have anything, that's it, it's
It's
gone.
gone.
Yeah,
everything's
they're gone.
Yeah, we comply after, you know, the date, you know, the date, yeah.
Oh,
November
thank you.
1st.
Thank you for that. All right,
Okay.
Louise, so the office will send you in writing, you can consider if you want to send us back the modification signed and the updated site plan.
So I expected something from you, I signed it, and that would
yeah.
be it, right, and after I have to apply for the liquor license.
Yeah, the liquor license is a separate thing. I don't know, Carter and Donna, if you want to address.
Addressed that already when you came?
Okay.
Yeah. We did. I don't know if we addressed the outside. I think we did.
Yeah, right. But you have to come back, eh?
You have to fill out the.
You have to apply, but I think
Apply,
that
but I think we have paperwork that we can waive your appearance, so,
because you came.
because you came, like last month or something.
I was, yeah, I was
Oh.
gone. I was too, but that time it was the first one.
Okay, all right.
But anyway,
Thank you.
all right, I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we're gonna go, I'm gonna close the public hearing on French roasting DBA walk. Content, yeah, I think we had it misspelled, OSA at 78 West 11th Street, and then we're gonna go to item number 31, Shipwrecked Bar and Grill Inc., DBA Wicked Willie's at 149 Bleecker for a roadway. We have 11 more applications left, so just letting everyone, or no, thank you, or we have 10 more applications left, just so everyone knows. I do see Darlene is here to speak on this one, so hello, hi, good. So we'll take the public testimony and then we will go to the applicant. So Darlene?
Thank you again, Valerie. I was really happy when all the sheds came down on Bleecker Street to walk it again. This is a drinking bar, not really a restaurant, all well and good, I guess. But since the sheds came down, one thing that's really been, I'm all about the aesthetics in this town, because if it doesn't look crappy, maybe people will come back. Something that's really been annoying me about this place is that there's like this massive pedicab parked in front with cones, you know, all the decorations on it. It's just an eyesore. I don't know why it's there. I guess to protect parking space for them. I also think the awning in front on the posts is on the sidewalk is blocking the 8-foot clear path. I, wasn't out there with a measuring stick, but again, I have a bigger complaint about the aesthetics and how junky and crappy these sheds are making our streets look, and they're going to come back. Yay. Thank you.
Thanks, Darlene. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application before we get to the applicant? Please raise your hand. I don't see anyone else here. We've got the applicant here. Okay. Please introduce yourself, and you're welcome to make a statement. You've kind of heard my spiel, so if you have something you'd like to say or you'd like to respond to that, you know by no means are required to, and then we'll see if the committee has any questions for you. So,
Darlene, I sincerely apologize for that, but our pole's actually all the way to the street and is now blocking the sidewalk for the awning. We've had it redone since somebody ran into the pole. We actually had it go north of the.
Like a car ran into it?
Yeah.
Oh,
so which was a good way, it happened for, I don't know if somebody sent it to.
Oh.
I just say.
Oh.
So what happened, I'm just saying, but it was a good idea when we actually moved it over once we got that opportunity to do that. So it's actually on the, really close to the road now. It's no longer on the sidewalk. It actually was.
Okay. Okay, so let me just pull up, and Andy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, just making sure I got that. So let me just pull this up. Does the committee, anyone have any questions or comments to the applicant regarding this application? Brian?
Well, we've talked about this with many of the other applicants already. When, I don't know, it seems like this is a very busy and narrow street. Bleeker's got parking and seating on both sides, or things going on. We're not dealing with the FDNY waiver, but if you are accurately depicting where the manhole is, and then you have 3 feet, is that a 3-foot separation? The agreement with the Red Lion, has that been?
We've been pretty, cordial, both of us, and we have actually worked pretty well together. So yeah, that's definitely.
For the Red Line, we asked them to reduce their storefront more because of the manhole.
Right.
So they wouldn't even, and they had the 3 feet on there, or they just?
Because the manhole is really from the Red Line, if you really look at it closely.
Well, it covers
that's
both.
what I was
Kind of
getting to.
splits the difference, a little bit more Red Line than you guys, but it's.
Yeah.
Is a pole, right? And that pole has actually been moved. That pole she's talking about is actually gone here.
Oh, yeah, those are the ones you moved.
But the site plan, sorry. So this 21 feet, 6 inches, it does not go to the edge of the storefront here.
No, so we have to redo it because they sent us that back again. If you look at it, the front of Wicked Willie's is 23 feet, and this one is now 21. So we did take away a foot and a half on this side. See, if you look at that.
On either side?
Yeah, if you look at that, we actually straight here, and you'll see on the drawings, you'll see the one where the city required us to leave 1.5 or 18 inches, as you were saying earlier on. That space that was required by the city.
Yeah.
Okay, so there should be this space.
Correct.
And then an additional 1.5 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Right. An addition.
So it should be.
You're starting from that point where your finger just was right there?
Yeah.
There'll be like 18 inches from there.
Okay, so there's this.
Correct, from that end, right, there's 18 inches. So of course from
Okay,
that.
and then that means that there will be less.
But we did the math already.
That-
We did the math when we did it.
Yeah, it just seems like the 21.5 versus the 23 is only 1.5 feet.
1.5 feet, well, it's just 16 inches.
Different.
So which is a 1.5 feet required.
Right,
yeah.
but the manhole does, it does extend in front of your storefront. This is the storefront line.
Right.
Here. So the 1.5 feet would go to here, which I'm not sure what percentage of, or how many inches deep the manhole is into your storefront.
Right. You know what, maybe that's an oversight, but when we did calculate it, I honestly think the manhole is a little more to the Red Line. when we check it
seems
again. And
about-
even if it's on, it'll probably be about 6 inches short. We'll probably just adjust it accordingly.
I can-
And making sure that we're
Okay,
compliance, because we'll have
Okay.
to, when we're building it again, we'll get the 1.5 and then we'll cut it back from the other side.
Yeah, let me look at.
And we'll have to line up no matter what. Yeah.
You're saying that
Okay.
on the east side towards LaGuardia.
Yeah.
The end of your cafe seating will probably line up with your property line?
That's
your
correct. Yes,
storefront?
that's correct. Yeah. If we have to make the sign adjustment there, because you can't go over it because,
That's right.
right.
either way, we're gonna have to keep that there and then we're gonna go here. So even if a few inches off, I mean, we'll make it line up accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly
And
how
you're
much
right.
this is, but this is the storefront line, so
Right.
that could be like 6 inches or.
Probably, yeah. It's probably, yeah. All right.
Okay. So,
All
okay,
right.
so I saw the red lion one, but theirs seems to not go in, but we did ask them to reduce it, and I think they sent it. I don't remember.
We did ask them to reduce it because the manhole overlap by 9.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just trying to see like if that 3 feet is really realized there or not. It's tough to tell. Okay,
It will be.
it will be, okay.
Yeah, this is the second drawing because I think somebody sent us something. to fix it,
Okay,
And
okay,
we sent
great.
it back again. We
Perfect.
did it and sent it back.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, the big thing is just you always have stuff on the sidewalk.
Yeah, you know what? We
And
talked about that
we
today.
got it. I mean, Donna and I walk by there all the time.
Yes, we're gonna fix that up.
That's, I don't know if there's a way to put that into the roadbed structure, but that is
Yep,
an ongoing problem. And then, you know, it becomes the issue on the Friday and Saturday nights when there are all the people, you know, in line or whatever, and it's all, so that's just not a new issue, but it's like, it with the being in the road, it really makes it very difficult to walk through there.
So what I've been doing lately when we have that line outside is that keeping someone in front, keeping everybody away from the glass. And when we had the sidewalk cafe, we sort of moved people and says, hey, you can't stay on the sidewalk, because we had a guy actually policing the sidewalk, gotta let people pass. We'll put people either this way, put them that way, but we will always have, if you go on a Friday or Saturday night, there'll always be somebody on the sidewalk making sure the sidewalk is clear.
Okay.
And it's the furniture though that's in there, that it's not the people.
Inside.
It's on the sidewalk itself.
Yes.
You know, that's the issue.
Was that when there was tables in the furnishing zone, right?
Whatever.
Okay,
Windows,
okay,
you know.
okay. Okay, I mean, it sounds like, is there anything, since the applicant is here, and thank you for taking the time this evening to come here, we appreciate it. Is there anything that we're going to ask for a modification specifically? I mean, we have, as you've heard me say, that we have the ADA ones that we send to everyone to sign that are not ours, they're just what the federal ADA guidance is and what DOT has guidance on from, as I mentioned before, the 311 website that's not on the dining out. So we would send those. And then is there anything else that we could tell him now?
Probably the manhole, the entrance of the manhole.
Yeah.
And I live right across the street from the place. So it's
Okay.
like literally, I gotta
Okay.
pay attention all the time.
Okay. That's really convenient. So we. Huh?
You can't get
I guess true, you can't get away from it, that's true. Okay, so we would add that, and then if there's anything else that comes up in business session, so we would send that, we would receive that via email and writing from Florence, who emailed you about the hearing today. And it's, as I've mentioned, this is all optional, so it's up to you to take a look at what we've.
We'll fix everything. We'll.
Yeah.
I will take that into consideration and I
Yeah.
will pay more attention to the sidewalk.
So, okay, so that's pretty much it. We're going to go into business session, as I mentioned.
The only other thing is just the advertising signs also.
Right, I was just gonna.
On the outside,
Yes.
permitted.
Yeah, we're gonna, so we're in the middle of everyone and nobody sees us.
I know.
Because we have the bitter end, Terra Blues, Red Lion, we're sort of lost. So
I
it's like
know.
kind of trying to,
Right,
hey,
right,
where are you?
right.
Where's Ricky? Where is he at?
No, I know, just it will, we will have something in there just as a reminder about, because I know you guys had it before on the topic, we're not They said,
Right.
we're trying to look at your application moving forward. And with the understanding that you will be in compliance with that advertisement, that is in the
No, no,
rules.
second.
So we just wanted to mention that. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm gonna close the public hearing on Shipwreck Bar and Grill, Inc., DBA Wicked Willie's. We're gonna go to item number 32. So we do have, I think, 8 left, not 10, as I had mentioned before. So Gamma Thompson Corp., DBA Blue Haven at 108 West Houston Street. The application did not state that there was an FDNY review pending, but DOT confirmed via email that has been referred to FDNY, and this would be for a setup on Thompson Street. So I try to include that on the agenda. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good night. So I tried to call that out on the agenda so it's clear, because people may see West Houston, why would you need a waiver there? So we're gonna try to continue that. But is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application, and is the applicant here? I don't remember. Let me see if we were expecting them. I don't think we are expecting any other applicants for the rest until 2 hands. So I don't see anyone here to testify. Is there anything that the committee wants to bring up? I don't see the applicant. I don't see anyone from the public. Is there anything the committee wants to bring up in public session on this application?
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say that because this is receiving an FDNY, it's under review.
Yeah.
They right now have, their proposed width is 8 feet.
Okay.
To comply with the waiver requirements, it would need to be at most 6'6".
Okay, so we'll need to make that as a,
And 40 feet length as well.
oh, that's right. So that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
That's a huge problem. Okay.
And also, this was the one, right, where, depending on how long it is, or where you place it, or the offsets. I don't, meaning, it's not clear to me. I think it looks long enough, but then there's this other place to the north, did we, for the bagel place, right?
Oh, yeah. Can you just do like the feet? Like just do if you do Google, like from Papa Bagel to.
Oh, that's way down.
Leon's.
Oh, it's Leon's? Oh.
You're Leon's?
Well, Leon's is on Mulberry Street. Am I not?
Oh, no, there's one here too. So.
Oh, that's right. That's right. No.
There was the other place that we already heard. There's Lupa.
So Leon.
Pretty far, because this is before they were covering the transformer fault, and now
It's back over here.
They moved it back.
they say that they want
Well,
6 feet.
the reason I was just bringing it up is if they split it into 2, they actually might have the 15 feet in the middle with 2 separate.
Oh.
If they
That kind
want
of creates
20
this
and then
stagger
another
almost.
5 or something. I mean, there may be. But that's becomes, right, it can't be longer than 20 feet. And then this becomes the issue. This becomes an issue because this would be the main offender on the block by being this long.
Oh, in general, if it didn't need a waiver?
No, all the other ones have the waiver. I mean, they've applied for the waivers, but nobody is longer than 20 feet, which complies with the rules. But this is what creates the super long, like it can only be 20 feet long.
Well, that's where I think the disconnect is that it wasn't marked that it was a waiver. It was us flagging it.
Right, well, they
And
didn't
then-
know when they applied, but
DOT didn't.
Right, DOT didn't catch it, but if you.
But they did, because they did confirm it's been submitted for
Okay.
a waiver. It's just they allowed a plan to be submitted to us that doesn't meet that guidance, because they have caught it.
Did they catch it when we asked about it?
It's possible.
Or-
Yeah, I don't know. It's not clear, right, from her email.
So I think that some of the stuff here is also just the holistically in commenting on how people move here. That is I think we've all, maybe even we're walking together, seen this, right? After the meetings, it's a very crowded and congested area.
So I don't know what's happening, if they have a sidewalk application as well or not, or what's happening, but it creates a very congested area. And if I remember as the pictures show, the seating configurations were benches with access from the edge of the street.
I do expect a sidewalk cafe application from them.
Yeah, so this is a very tight, this specific space, the way, unless there's some design improvements, unfortunately, they're not here to understand better how that movement works. But by reducing the width to the 6.5 feet, it's actually exacerbating the issue of access into the space and the tables and the seating, because there's nowhere for any extra space. So if somebody walks up, they're right, if you look at the pictures they provided, they're right on there. And it's just, it would have been nice to have heard how they're addressing that situation.
Right.
Because I don't have a problem per se with the seating, it's the congestion that the style of the operation here has created in the past. And I think that that's what we've heard from local residents is the main issue, is being able to just transit your clear path.
Right.
And that's been an issue here.
It looks like it's 56 feet to Leon Bagels.
Okay,
But again, that's
No, but
not
they
on
can-
the edge of their road front.
But they can only have a 20-foot.
Right. Okay, I assume Arturo's is not doing anything in the roadway. Yeah.
They did. Arturo's had one
Arturo's?
on house, and they did have
Oh,
have something there for a minute.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right. I never ate in it outside. Okay, yeah, I don't expect an application from them on anything. So the direct thing is not an issue. Really quickly, I was just trying to pull up. They do, again, we're not hearing their sidewalk application yet, but don't they have a platform on Houston with seating? Like a tall platform of some sort?
I think you may, can't remember.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can talk about this and.
That's fine. Okay, so, and they had advertisements on their roadway from before. And they might be within 50 feet, but they would be within 50 feet of that one-way sign. So we can talk about all that. Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing on this one then. We're gonna go to the next one. So that's closing the public hearing on Gamma Thompson Corp, DBA Blue Haven. So then we have Fabrizio Cavalici, DBA Cafe Reggio, 119 McDougal Street, for a roadway cafe. So I think we're running into a similar, and if there's anyone here from the public, excuse me, to speak on this before I make this, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be speaking as we're in business session. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on Cafe Reggio at 119 McDougal? Please raise your hand. Or if you're from the applicant, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak or make a statement. I don't see any hands raised on this application. So is there anything that the committee wants to talk about during public session on this application?
I just want to talk about McDougal Street and the sort of the ongoing existing condition here. Because I think that this is a street that, perhaps the result because of the unenforced parking that occurs on the street, that it should be considered should be a requirement for an FDNY waiver, or DOT should remove the bike lane, or they should enforce it. It's
right, with all these competing
issue
uses. Yeah.
that is just completely ignored. So if that's the case, remove the bike lane or enforce parking.
Okay.
And I think that, if we simply ask them to review the parking tickets, if anything, or just go down there on a weekend night, you'll see it's just all cars stopped.
Right.
But I bring that up because this is a situation where we have a long line of
roadbed dining.
Mhm.
And this is the entry application as you turn to go south on McDougal Street. So it creates the first 30 some odd feet. And it's not to say that it shouldn't have one. I just think that it's too big.
Right, and they've got,
That the depth should be reduced.
okay, is it at the 8, it's 8 feet, right? Okay, okay, so maybe we ask them to go down to 6 feet, 6 inches. There appears to be a lot of space in there. Again, we can talk about this during business session if there's no one else here to speak on this, or we can, and they are applying, we can see the sidewalk seating there, they are applying for a sidewalk cafe.
And my concern too here is that this is just gonna be a closed off at night, sort of.
What do you mean?
If there's screening and material along the sidewalk, it's not just on the outer part. And so there's the opening is 4 feet. So.
Got it. Okay. All right. No flooring. It's a ramp situation.
And what's gonna, and I think that we should comment on this, and because of the barrier situation, what's gonna happen is either the sidewalk configuration has to change to provide access. This barrier is gonna be pushed into the sidewalk more, the required barriers, because you can just see that there's no passageway.
Right.
There, so.
Right, the radius of the table with the chairs in that configuration is luxurious.
And there's a unique situation here too, whereas the restaurant frontage of these windows overhangs the sidewalk.
Mhm.
Like a foot or something like that.
Okay, right. And with the curb, no.
Oh, right, and you commented on this, the curb measurements on McDougal.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Because the Olive Tree Cafe.
Yeah, I think they had a really wide.
And that got withdrawn from the.
No, not withdrawn, it's postponed until 3:20. They had the hearing on the sidewalk for Olive Tree today. It was postponed.
And then the last thing is just inconsistency with the lengths. In the dimension below, it says 29.5, which I think we should interpret as 29.6, but then it's 29.5 inches in the diagram.
You know how I feel about decimal numbers. I just like to work in feet and inches. I don't want to work in 26.5 because everyone gets confused.
Probably 29 feet, 5 inches, but.
Oh, this looks much nicer when it's not in the preview.
It also doesn't have a compass orientation.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that to Wicked Willie's too.
That's such a small thing that.
This actually seems to have a symbol for the north arrow.
Oh, it does on the bottom. It's on the bottom.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, my God, it looks.
Although it could.
Again.
With a little notation.
Yeah, I mean, again, I appreciate a north arrow, and it baffles me when there's professional drawings by a licensed architect that don't have them on there, because I don't understand how that is. But that's my sing song on that. Okay, so I think we can move on to the next one, right? We can continue this if we need in business session. So next, I'm gonna close the public hearing on Cafe Reggio. Next, we're gonna go to 276-8 Pizza Corp DBA John's Pizzeria at 278 Bleecker Street for a Roadway Cafe. I don't think we were expecting I was not expecting the applicant because I didn't have an indication that they would be attending. But if there's anyone here from the public who would like to speak, okay, maybe this is.
We have a comment in the chat as well.
Okay, oh, okay.
So you want me to just read it?
Yeah.
So Mary Petretti is saying notes for John's Pizzeria as I'm too tired to stay and speak, if you will accept. Okay, application photos show how much John's conducts business on sidewalk and barricades to keep lines in check as they don't accept reservations, supporting a wait stand for the staff to service the tables, and cellar doors open often during business hours to support the operations. Bleecker is a main crosstown route and a truck route ? And now will the trash barrels be stored on the sidewalk to main corridor for foot traffic?
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll go to Kathy Arnson and then Susan Ginsburg, and then there was somebody's name I didn't recognize, so I don't, okay, so I don't know if that was the applicant or not. So let's go with Kathy and then I'll look through my notes.
Okay, thank you. As Mary said, Bleecker is a really busy sidewalk. And there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. And also with the people and the staff going in and out of the road, it really gets crazy over there. And the lineup is every day and it takes up half the sidewalk. And I know this isn't about sidewalk, but you know, the shed between the roadway and the lineup and the people trying to get by, it's, you know, there's a lot of congestion there. But I was wondering about, I didn't see that they were applied for a waiver, and I just wondered why, because there is a bike lane there on the other side and cars parked on the same side as John's, and it makes the roadway, you know, the street very narrow for trucks and fire trucks and, you know, cars to go down. So I wasn't sure what was happening there with the waiver. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, Kathy, I don't have a direct answer on that because it's not clear to us why or why not an application is submitted for FDNY waiver. But I know that at Blind Tiger, that was not submitted for a waiver either. So Stella, do you have any comment on that?
I mean, I think when there's a bike lane across the street,
they count the bike lane.
The travel lane.
Yeah.
So in an emergency, a car could drive down the bike lane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go to Susan Ginsburg. Kevin, I see you're the applicant. Thank you for being here. I figured it out. I was like, it just takes me a minute. So thank you for RSVPing and letting us know. I just couldn't remember off the top. I couldn't remember who had signed up. So we'll get to you in 1 second for if you'd like to make a statement or if the committee has any questions. So thank you again for taking the time. I know we're at the end of the agenda, so really appreciate it. So let's go to Susan Ginsburg and then we'll go to the applicant.
Yes, I kind of second and third what other people have said, but it's even more extreme than that. The police have told them it's okay, the community affairs people, to put tables in the middle of the sidewalk. They sometimes have a banquet table besides the lines in the middle of the sidewalk as well. And they regulate the line to some extent, but besides the people waiting, they have another line for takeout that you've called ahead to pick it up. It is just madness. It's intensely busy. And they're just lucky now because to the west, there's 2 restaurants that are closed, but when they're open and then the poor deli person complains all the time. So they get complaints all the time and they do nothing about it. They say the police tell us it's okay. And there's just no room. They're very nice people. John's, a couple of them aren't. They threaten to do harm to us who complain. But I just don't understand how it could be allowed to just occupy the sidewalk, much less the roadway. The roadway is incidental to what they really do to block Bleecker Street. And yeah, they refuse to take reservations, refuse. So I don't know what we do about this. I find it's even to the point when you sometimes say, excuse me, the people in line are very rude. They tell you to walk across the street. And even some of the employees of Bleecker Street, of John's, will tell you to walk across the street. Why do you have to walk on this side of the street? So anyway, that's just what I have to say about it. Okay. It's really complicated for us to live here with it.
Thank you so much for your comments, Susan.
All right.
Thank you. So Kevin, if you can introduce yourself and if we can remove anyone who's on the panel, so I just don't have any back and forth. Or if anyone else can help me with that, just so we can, before we get started. With Kevin, I want to call you John. I don't know why, Kevin. You probably get that a lot. So Kevin, if you can introduce yourself, if you'd like to make a statement on your application, you are welcome to respond or not to respond to what you heard. That's up to you. If you could just direct your comments to the committee, that would be great. And then the committee may have some questions for you.
And you're muted.
Oh, you're muted, Kevin.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I don't really have any comments on the application. I would like to respond. I heard a couple of comments. I thank you, Ms. Ginsburg, for her comments. I think if we get the sidewalk dining, that would only alleviate the problem that she was complaining about. More people that are sitting down or less people in line. So I thank her for pointing that out to committee. As far as not patrolling the line, we have a set person every shift that's in charge of that line. She may or may not like, how we do it, but we do have a person that controls that line. So I have to dismiss a lot of her comments. But as far as the application period, no, application section, I have no comments on that unless the committee has any questions.
So I'll go, does anyone on the committee have any comments or questions or anything from the public comment that you want to dig deeper with Kevin here? I'm just pulling up the application right now, so I'm just asking.
Well, I see that there's a curb cut that you have avoided with your cafe seating, but there's no crosswalk marker there. It goes across to, what is it, Cornelia or Jones there?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What street is across the street?
Yes.
Jones. But, I mean, that's why the curb cut is there, I suppose.
I believe it's a handicap curb, but there's no line, no painted lines in the street. So that's why I believe we only need a 5-foot clearance from that curb cut, which is what the diagram shows.
Ella, can you speak to that, or do you need a minute?
I mean, it is a pedestrian ramp. I don't
But it's
know.
not a corner.
Certainly nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no stop sign, there's no traffic light. It just Jones Street tees right in there, and that's why they have the curb cut. But it's not a typical corner where there's painted lines or anything like that.
And I'm sure it requires some clearance because it's not something you can park in front of.
It does. It requires a 5-foot clearance, which
So that's which is on there.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, previously you had roadway sheds on crowding that curb cut very closely,
Right,
it looked like.
Right, and they've reduced it. Okay.
I know that we've talked before about unmarked crosswalks versus marked crosswalks. I think we talked about it on Bedford Street. I'm trying to look in the rules right now, but.
Yeah, what was that?
The thing with this one though, is it's mid-block without an intersecting street.
That's why I think the measurement of 5 feet is.
Right, because otherwise, if it's the intersecting street, you go 20 feet from, like the other application we just saw, you go 20 feet from the curb, but there's no curb here, it's mid-block, so the 5 feet sounds like it makes.
Okay.
Right, I mean, the minimum distance between the perimeter of a roadway cafe and the curb line of this, to your point, a curb line of a street intersecting with the street on which the roadway cafe is located shall be 20 feet, but that's, doesn't apply here, that's what we're saying? Right, okay, we're just talking through it, okay.
Intersect means to pass through.
To pass, right.
But it does.
I'm just gonna pull it up really quick.
I think that though, just from what people had said, I think that the comments here, not so much with the setup itself, but it's with, what DOT asks us for with respects to pedestrian flow, et cetera.
Right.
And that's.
Right, that is one of the boxes, maybe.
It's just when it talks about comments regarding pedestrian flow, and when
you start having barriers and other things that are in there, it blocks movement through the area. And so prior to the existence of dining in the street, the barriers didn't impede anything because they lined up people to get into the store, but now you can't move as easily across the area because there's a full opening
And the lines.
down there. So that's just
Well, I mean, look, I mean, I don't think we're here to comment on the no reservations. I mean, it's no reservations, no slices, you know, that's like what they're known for. And I think it represents like a real, like this is a business that's clearly thriving, and how do you balance all of these things? I mean, people come to Greenwich Village to go to this establishment. But then there are these other, you know, uses of just, you know, I mean, this is the route that I take to walk to this meeting. You know, so it's just kind of, how do we strike the right balance? Again.
well, the DOT very clearly asks us
Yes.
for the use of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And it's consistently blocked.
It's
And
consistent.
so that's what they asked for comments, and that's what it is.
Okay. fair.
And while that may be true, it's also the point is that these new rules very clearly take into account the movement of people through streets in our city.
Yeah.
And that was a priority that was given in rewriting the rules. And so finding that balance, I think, is precisely what we do comment on. And it's not a judgment on the business, it's just, is there room for people to move through the area? And that's, you know, this is the case in, you know, in a number of different businesses, and it's why the precincts come over, and it's why people say, hey, and finding some balance. But with the outdoor dining, it specifically asks about the conditions. And so I think for me, it's just that when you use metal barricades like that, really doesn't allow for any movement, you know.
On the sidewalk?
Well, yeah, I mean, it just seems that that's.
And we're not taking reservations.
That's.
Well, I mean, that's.
But lines down 3 stores, not just in front of their store, so, you know, I'm just.
Right, I mean,
It's a lot, it's not, it didn't used to be this much line, so it's a lot, and then when you add the road bed and nobody can get across and everybody's hanging, it's just a lot.
Oh, okay, so you mean the French barricades. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments that we want the applicant to respond to on this one? Okay. Do you have any other, if you want to make any other statement, or you have any questions for us, Kevin?
I'll just make one more statement. The reservation thing has come up a couple of times. We're lucky enough, you guys have all seen the lines that we have. Reservations, no show. Some people show, they're still waiting for others. If you think the lines are long now, they'd be even bigger if we took reservations. So that's the thought behind it.
Oh, when, yeah.
Got that. Okay, so Kevin, you may have heard me explain the process, but we're shortly going to go into business session. You're welcome to stay and listen, but we don't take any more public comment from the applicant or the public. And then we have standard, the ADA guidance that DOT has, that's hidden on the 311 website, that we will send to you to just review. And if there's any other, I don't know if there's going to be any other revisions we're going to ask for from the applicant since we're here. Is there anything that we would ask? Sorry, I don't mean to put anyone on the spot, but I just thought if there's anything we wanted him to respond to. So you would receive that we're talking about in writing regarding the ADA, which is on the 311 outdoor dining complaints as requirements. But it's just saying you agree to the 36-inch accessible route, which is the ADA, like federal ADA regulations, not ours. And then just what else DOT has on that 311 outdoor dining complaint page. under accessibility. So I think that's it. So like I said, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time. And is there anything else you want to communicate to the applicant here?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing on John's of Bleecker and move on to the next one, which is Uncle Biagio LLC, DBA Don Angie at 103 Greenwich Avenue for a roadway. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more applications. So if the applicant is here, I don't know what was wrong about on this one. So I'm not expecting anyone on this one. So and these appear to be a little bit, okay. So is there any public testimony on Don Angie? Does anyone want to speak on this application? Please raise your hand. Does the committee have, no one? Does the committee have anything they want to bring up in public session on this one? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing on this application and we can discuss it in the business session. The next application is On the Corner NY LLC, DBA The Mary Lane at 99 Bank Street for a roadway cafe. And I believe, no, I do not have an applicant here. Is there anyone from the public that wants to testify on this application? Please raise your hand. And if there's anyone, anyone from the applicant's side that would like to testify, if there's someone named Andy, maybe. If not, then I'll ask the committee if they have anything they want to talk about this application during public session. Carter? You just look like you wanted to say something. Anyone else? I don't mean to put anyone on the spot, but we'll move on. We can discuss it in business session. I just didn't know if there's anything we wanted to discuss during public session. I'm going to take that as a no. Okay. So next I'm going to close the public hearing on that application. So next we're going to go to number 39, Jose Andres LLC, DBA Jose Luis Little Italy at 150. Did we do this one? No. At 115 Mulberry Street for a roadway cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. And I guess this is not, no, it's not Michael Kelly, obviously, because he left. So I don't have an applicant here. Is there anyone from the public who wants to testify on this application? Does the committee want to talk about anything during public session on this application?
Distance between the setups.
Okay.
Yeah, that, and also.
What's across the street? As I can see if we're expecting something.
It's 115, right?
Yeah. Nothing across. I don't know if that's a restaurant. It looks like
This is on the yeah, so
right towards the edge of the district.
Street, I believe is a new
looks like
space. Is that right, Donna? This is that new building.
it could be.
Well, I guess it's, I can't remember. Is it 114?
I'm not looking.
Mulberry, it says here that it's a gift store, but I thought that this was.
This is a gift store at 114.
Yeah, I see that.
Across from it, I think on the awning, it looks like it's a pizza place.
Because it's got the green, the red.
It's a retail for lease. I'm just not sure.
Oh, Sorbio, something Sorbio, but it's not a Google map. There's nothing on Google Map with it. Yeah.
Is it the whole Gino Sorbillo?
Yes.
It's not there anymore.
I don't. I think that's been closed for a little bit. But.
Something at 114.
Yeah, I just can't remember if that's that building is that the building that had the ping pong in the basement? Remember that?
Well, Cafe Venezia is on this street and that, I remember that application. And there's one next door to it, it looks like, or there was?
There is,
Oh, that's what you're saying about Luna. Yeah. Oh, I've mapped of what I'm expecting on this street. And when I say map, I don't mean drawing, I mean like I've written it out.
yeah, I mean, it seems like this applicant also expects them to have a neighbor.
Okay. A lot of expecting.
Was this that one?
Yeah, I don't remember.
So that would have to have a 6 foot.
I remember testifying on another application on this street and saying Luna. I don't remember. I may have said Jose Luis. If I search my files, maybe I can find it quickly. Okay, so nobody testifying on this one.
One other thing, this is similar to I think the first application we heard with Mace.
Yeah, this was Viagra.
Yeah.
Adjust just the arrows of their restaurant
Yeah, the ping
frontage,
pong.
right?
Okay.
The arrows show that it extends in front of the building entrance, but the 20 feet is,
No, it's.
He didn't.
it goes to the edge of the storefront, not the
Didn't go
building.
someplace else.
So is it Jose on? Oh.
So it's just changing the arrows.
Okay. Can we make a note of that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in there.
Wonderful.
And I'm pretty sure that they're saying that the length is 15 feet 3 inches and the width is 6 feet 5 inches, but it's the decimals and.
Oh, that whole game, right. I mean, if it's 6 feet 5 inches, great.
6.5 and
It's probably 6'6".
but then it's.
I mean, but what's an inch? What?
15, and then the length is 15.3, both at the bottom. and-
0.3?
So I think that means inches.
Right.
6'5" and 15.3.
Right. Okay. All right.
That's what I'm gonna write down.
Okay, great. Okay, so any other comments during public session on this one? And we just go to the next two. Okay, so next, I'm gonna close the public hearing on Jose Andres, DBA Jose Luis Little Italy. And then we have Two Hands NoHo LLC, DBA Two Hands, 74 Bleecker Street for a Roadway Cafe. And I believe the applicant is here. So if you can raise your hand and we'll see if there's anyone here to testify on this application. And thank you for your patience. I believe it's Alicia Ritson. Okay, great. And then if there's anyone else from the public who wants to speak on this application before we go to the applicant, please raise your hand and we will hear from you first and then go to the applicant. And
applicants declined to be promoted, all allow.
okay, maybe allow to speak. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Okay. Alicia, hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you? Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. And thanks for being here and taking the time. If you'd like to introduce yourself and if you want to make any sort of statement about your application, you're more than welcome to. We may have some questions for you.
Yep, no problem. So I'm the director of operations for Two Hands in New York. And yeah, we were applying for both a roadside and a sidewalk. The sidewalk isn't on the docket for tonight. I was asked to resubmit the drawings to DOT. So unfortunately, the one that you have in front of you doesn't have the arrow on it. So just to let you know, sorry, the direction. So just to let you know, our establishment is on the south side of the street.
Okay.
I know there's been, lots of concern discussed about the busyness of Bleecker Street. We're in a stretch between Broadway and Crosby, which is quite a bit quieter. But anyway, I'll address any questions as they come up. And just another thing to note, we will be readdressing our table and chair setup within the patio area, within the roadside cafe area. So that's just an indication, but yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so let me just pull up the plan. If anyone else wants to get started, I do have one comment I want to make just to make sure, because I remember that and I forget if these are the photos in here, that there was advertising. Am I recalling this correctly? Anyone else can correct me on this. There was advertising on your old setup, and just want to make sure it's clear that that won't be allowed in the permanent program? And,
Absolutely.
okay, well, yeah, it's technically never been allowed. But just wanted to just quickly just cover that. Like I said, we are taking good faith that people will adhere to the rules, but just wanted to call that because I just remember that was a something that reminded me about that here. And is there flooring proposed? There is, so there's flooring. And you said that this drawing that's in the application package has been updated. It includes the north arrow and that the seating may change.
Sorry, it doesn't. Yeah, that's right. And the things that we were asked to adjust in this drawing were the manhole, which is, as you can see, like way beyond even our premises line anyway. And then also the transformer unit, which is like so far over on the opposite side of the road as well. So they were really the only two elements. Oh, sorry. And then the length of the frontage of the establishment from 40 feet down to 37 feet. And then, you know, the length of our structure is down to 34. I don't know. We have Inkerman, which is retail on one side. They do sell coffee, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to be, you know, trying to have more of a restaurant or cafe style establishment on I guess that's our east side. And then we do have Van Leeuwen. I don't know if they're putting in an application for anything. They haven't opened yet, but they are directly next door to us.
Oh, that's right. They're in the old Swatch, right?
That's right. But you know, when we put this in, we were going by the rules of 1.5 feet between like the premises line and the start of our structure.
Of course.
That would be okay
That would
here
be
because
okay
there's
with
no
that.
waiver on the
Yes.
street. So that won't apply to you guys.
Okay, great.
But thanks for flagging that. That's right. Okay, so let's see. So
I see that there's still a place in the application that says that the roadway cafe length is 37 feet. In the diagram, it says 34, but there's another place that says 37, but it is 34.
Oh, sorry. Yep, it's meant to be 34. So the length of the frontage of the building is 37, but as per the actual drawing, it's gone down to 34 feet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and there's no alcohol at this location, right?
We do have alcohol at this location, so we will be applying for an amendment to our license. Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I know it says it on the info. I just don't have that part.
We don't serve a lot of alcohol, but we do have it available.
Okay. Is there anything else that the committee wants to bring up to the applicant?
If there's parking signs, that's all I see on this sidewalk. And that doesn't require the 50 feet of clear.
Right.
Okay.
Are there still those round bike racks out front? Are those on the plan?
Let's see. Are they still out there? I don't think so.
And I mostly, and you said you do have a sidewalk. You do have a side, again, like I know we don't have the sidewalk before us, but since you mentioned that you are applying for a sidewalk, we also, because I mean, even though this is a roadway, that what's on the sidewalk does matter in terms of egress.
Yeah, let me check on that.
And just so you guys know, I think that your enclosure violates the 25 square feet.
What's that?
That's on the sidewalk right now. The city requirements say any enclosure for entry and exit ways can be a total of 25 square feet.
It's larger than that.
Okay, hold on.
The way it's configured where you cover your basement entrance. Well, I'm just letting you know that that's the max that those are supposed to be is 5 feet by 5 feet or less than 25 square feet.
Okay.
Sorry, just to take a step back, I didn't hear the beginning of it. So you're saying that the whole structure can't be bigger than 25 feet?
Your sidewalk enclosure that you currently have over your front door.
Right.
You mean the winter enclosure?
Yeah, the winter.
Okay. That's on the sidewalk.
Right.
It's larger.
Larger than 25 square feet. The maximum that the city allows is 5 feet by 5 feet.
It might be a bit tricky for us to do because that actually covers a set of stairs that goes downstairs, which is accessible to the whole building. So it's not, that's something that we do to still provide access to the building, but it's not actually our set of stairs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, irrespective, the enclosure though is not legal because it can only be 25 square feet. It doesn't matter whatever the dimensions are, that's the most it can be.
Okay.
Right, and so, right, and what it sounds like is because of where
It is.
the stairwell is sited, if they were to put an enclosure that only, I'm not defending it, it's just that this is what it sounds like, what is before us is that there's an enclosure
to the entry
of 25 feet would block the entry to this, to the stairwell that is accessed by other people, not just. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But anyway, that would that's just a winterizing structure anyway. But yeah, noted. I will look into that.
Regardless, it is illegal. Okay. We understand. I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Somebody had sent me.
Are there any other comments you have for the applicant? Anyone here have questions or comments for the applicant on the application? Are there other specific, I mean, so we'll ask for that 34 to be put on the site plan form. Alicia, as well as the standard ADA guidance that DOT has that's hidden on the 311 website. It does say is required because they're the federal ADA regulations. So we'll send those to you in writing. You'll get them from Florence, the same person who notified you about the meeting today. You know, you had offered the information that there was a different table placement. So if you could, in your updated site plan, include that, whatever that is, just so we can have that for the record. So the modifications will request an updated site plan if there's something on the site plan to be updated, if that makes sense, as well as the modifications. This is all optional. It's up to you. Take a look at what we send over, but I think we've kind of talked about what to expect in there. So I don't think there will be any surprises, but we may go over more in the business session. So.
And one more.
Yeah, one more.
Question. Since you closed so early, how are you going to prevent, people from using the space in the evenings?
Yeah, I mean, it's something.
Since you can't close them off the same way anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been something that has been, it's always been an issue whenever we've had a structure. Even when we've had a gate, we've had people breaking in, we've had furniture stolen, we've had everything happen since we've had the patio up. So, we're talking about that as we, finalize like construction plans, etc. I think the way we're going to address it is probably to have like just a really minimal structure, perhaps a way, if it's not able to provide so much shelter, then perhaps that will in itself be a deterrent. But we have been talking about this for a long time, and there's nothing we or anyone else can do about that. It just kind of is what it is. And I don't think the DOT has really set us up for success in that department, but we've just got to kind of roll with it.
Fair point.
Thank you.
And
Yeah,
also,
okay, great.
as well, we are fully committed and have always, gone in and given a really good scrub to our patios each morning at the beginning of service. And we just, that's kind of a given as part of that as well.
Okay. Great. All right. I don't think there's anything else that we have, Alicia, for you at this time. Thank you again for waiting around and being here to answer our questions. And I think that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Can I just ask one
Of course.
little question? So with making these small adjustments to the site plan, are they the things that are going to kind of push us back 30 days, or are they only if you've got like?
No, that's a great question. No, so there is no, every roadway application has a DOT public hearing that's built in. So you've probably already been scheduled for it. If not, they're in the process of doing it because they're scheduling them out from the 30-day, past the 30 days of our review period. Like we have applications we're reviewing now, and they've already been scheduled for their DOT public hearing for roadway. So nothing that comes out of this meeting here is going to delay you in any way because it's built into the timetable that's in the legislation. So you just move on to the next round of the DOT public hearing, as all roadway applications do. There's nothing contingent on. We are an advisory opinion, so we will send our feedback. I'll send you those, the office will send you those modifications, which also ask for an updated site plan. If there's something specific to be updated on the site plan, we send the updated site plan along with the signed and notarized modifications back to DOT with our comments. We have there's as you may have heard people, there's like 3 boxes of comments they look for: pedestrian flow, existing curb use, physical site, and dimensions. I think it's physical site and dimensions. It's dimensions, right? And then on roadway cafe applications, they ask for an overall recommendation. So there is no checkbox of like a denial or an approval that DOT is looking for us on that, or nor is that those words. We use those words on roadway applications to communicate to our other board members what our position is on an application, but DOT is not looking for an approval with modifications or denial. That's like so you may hear us, if you stick around, you may hear us use that language on this application or other applications, but it's merely an internal marker. It's not going to delay your application with DOT.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing on Two Hands NoHo and then move to South Village Hospitality Group LLC, DBA Carroll Place at 157 Bleecker for a roadway cafe. This is our last application of the evening, and then we will go into business section. So I see, I'm not sure if this is the applicant or not, AJ. I think it might be the applicant, AJ Bond Tempo. So if we can promote AJ to a panelist, and we will hear from him. No FDNY waiver. Is there anyone else here from the public who wishes to speak on this application, which is South Village Hospitality Group LLC, DBA Carroll Place? Before we go to the applicant, if not, I'll go to the committee to see if there's any, if anyone wants to address the applicant. AJ, I can't see from here. So AJ, are you on? Can you unmute yourself? Maybe I can ask to unmute.
Can you?
Yeah, we can hear you. Is he unmuted?
Just muted himself again.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh.
Hello?
Hey, can you introduce yourself? Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure why my video is not working.
That's okay. No worries. It's late, so, we understand.
Thanks for spending the entire night here. I appreciate all your time.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for being here and for sticking around. These randomly get assorted in the order, so apologies that you ended up on
it's easier on my end. I was able to get other work done while I was here.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good. All right, so we've got, let me just open this up. Does the committee, you are free to make a statement if you'd like. You may have heard a lot from other applications or anything, but you're welcome to make a statement about your application. I'm going to see if the committee has questions for you. I'm just pulling it up here right now, so just give me a second.
No problem. Thank you.
So let me see. Okay, so no waiver on the street. We've got 16, I have to zoom in because I can't see it, 16 feet in length by 7.5 feet, and that appears to match with what is on the drawing. Lots of obstructions that are marked. May I ask who your architect is?
SWA did this one.
Okay, got it. I was wondering that. Oh, I see it now. It's up in the corner.
Yes.
I have things zoomed in. I don't get to see all of it. So
No worries.
All right. So, and are you applying for sidewalk? I know we're just hearing the roadway tonight, but do you also have a sidewalk cafe application?
I do have a small one.
A small one? Okay. Okay, great. Thanks for letting us know that. So I see that you will have flooring. An approaching crosswalk. I don't see it marked on here. Can you tell me more about the approaching crosswalk and I don't see it on the site plan, but I see it checked on the form.
Okay, let me look, take a peek here. Approaching sign.
Is that possible?
If it's over,
Oh, okay, it's over. Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
for crosswalks, it is.
Right, okay. That's what I thought, because I was like, wait, I don't recall it being that close. Sorry, I just saw it on the form and I haven't oriented myself, so give me a minute, because I'm in like different neighborhoods.
Okay.
Between your place and the crosswalk.
Okay. So I've marked it. Okay. Any questions from the committee for the applicant on this application? This is on, did I not move it? This is on Bleecker Street. I will say it was hard to tell that there is you do have a winter enclosure on the sidewalk.
I
right
do.
now, correct?
And it is, I heard the last applicant.
Yeah.
It is larger than the 5x5, so that'll be coming down.
Okay. Because I couldn't tell the other day too if there were tables in it or not, or if it was just for the host.
There are no tables in it, but when we first had it built, 2-3 years ago, we made it large enough so that we could, but we don't have tables in it. But still, I just got a violation at my location up on Columbus Avenue and was not aware that it had to be on 25 5x5 until that last applicant. Was the second time I heard that today, because I actually had a conversation about taking the one on the Upper West Side down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. And there is flooring, so we don't need a ramp.
One thing is that because you are close to the crosswalk, there's a one-way sign, which is a regulatory sign that DOT, one of their rules is that if you're within 50 feet of a regulatory sign, then you cannot have overhead coverings that are greater than 46 inches in height. And I see that it's written onto your site plan that the overhead coverings will be no lower than 7 feet. But unfortunately, because the one-way sign is pretty close to you, just at the crosswalk.
I'm trying to recall where that one-way sign is. Where is that sign?
It's right on the corner next to, let's see what's there now.
Well, and you've checked the box that says if, then, it's just, we would just be correcting that on the site plan.
It's on the light, just to answer your question, it's on the light post on the corner.
Yes. Okay. Yep.
Right above where it has the bike route sign.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. I remember it. Okay. All right. So we'll adjust that.
Yeah, so again, we would send you this, as you heard me maybe say a bunch of times, like we will send this in writing to you formally to
Okay.
consider to make that change and update the site plan. And since we know this is FWA, did you get an email directly about this? I think you did because we have your email about the hearing. So we'll make sure to send it to you, and also we'll have Florence copy Gina on it if this
yes.
FWA. Yeah, just
Thank you.
for efficiency.
Yeah, I saw her on earlier, and I shot her a quick email. I was like, hey, why don't you push mine up a little bit?
You know, and I'm just noting that one-way sign in September 2024 on the Google Street View is pointing the wrong way.
It's pointing, that's funny. That's funny. It is
good thing nobody was listening to it.
Yeah, good thing.
I mean, you know, there's so many tourists that come here. Those signs are important when they're people can't underestimate the folks who come.
Hopefully they're not driving a car, but or maybe they're biking. Okay. Any other questions or comments for the applicant, or any other modifications we should let him know that we may ask for? It sounds like that's the only one, AJ. Again, we're going to go to business session and maybe something else will materialize, but it doesn't look like it. So again, we'd send this to you formally in a one-page modifications form. You can take a look, and it'll have the ADA language that is standard for the ADA federal regulations, and also the DOT guidance on ADA that's hidden on their 311 page. For outdoor dining complaints. And I think that's it. So we're going to go into business session and we will discuss and vote. And again, as I was mentioning to the previous applicant, we may use language like conditional denial or approved with modifications, or a denial. I'm just saying in general for any application. And on a roadway that is just an internal marker for us. So if you have anything else you want to let us know, now would be the time to say it. Otherwise, thank you again for sticking around. Hopefully when your Sidewalk Cafe application comes around, we'll try to make sure you're not the exact last one.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Good night. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on Carroll Place. It's 10:51, so I think we can probably get through business session efficiently because it is late. And thank you guys all for, I just want to thank the committee, Brian Pape, Stella Fitzgerald, Carter Booth, and Donna Raftery, and our district manager, Mark Diller, who's over here in the background. I just want to thank everyone. I didn't think I introduced the committee at the beginning, so I was trying to start way too efficiently. So maybe not as efficiently today because we're ending a little bit later than we did last time. So thank you everyone who spoke. And if you're from the applicant or the public that are still on, thank you again for being here and for testifying or just listening in.
We just make sure that we heard every single one.
Sure.
Just.
You think it's possible that I missed one?
Well, I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah, we heard every single one.
Okay.
No, I welcome.
No, just because we had so many and we grabbed a couple out of order.
We did.
So
we did. I welcome the gut check, the check, the quality assurance check. I welcome it. I tried to.
We don't have a chance to read.
We don't. And as you know,
as we go down, then maybe we should go in order.
That's fine.
Not in the order that we.
I agree. Okay. So let me just pull up if anyone needs to get anything. Situate yourselves.
Just for a second.
Please.
Transfer the host
back
to you because you don't need me anymore. So I'm going to be next door.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate it. So we'll start. I don't know if. Do you want to start with the last one to talk about and then start from the beginning? I just don't know if we have anybody else on if they wanted to hear. That was on. I thought it might be.
So I don't.
We moved everyone back over.
Yeah, nobody's.
Okay, nobody's. Did I lose?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, everyone, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, then let's go in order. I just thought if they were sticking around, we would, but they're not, so we'll start from the beginning. Mace, GB Hospitality. I'm gonna pull up my little voting sheet. Maybe I'll just take notes.
The modifications that I wrote down, I was taking notes while we were talking. Adjust the storefront arrows on the diagram to not include the apartment entrance, which is to the east / to the right. Ensure that there will be a ramp, and then just the boilerplate ADA.
Right, which are the 4 points.
Yeah.
That we include on all of them, which are ADA, not CB2 things we made up, just so that's clear. Okay. I just restarted Chrome, so let me just open this up. Thank you, Stella. We're trying something different where we're taking the notes in the modification or in the feedback form that we use, so that way we can get through more of these. It's a lot of paperwork on the back end. Okay, so we have modifications for them. So do we want to just say this is a conditional denial? Tell me.
Did they change the parking street signs?
So let's talk about that. I would have to look.
Because I believe that the street is marked, and I'm looking at the New York City parking signs map. The city has a lot of maps.
The city does have a lot of maps.
And I'm just confirming.
Carter knows all of them, apparently.
Confirming because we've talked about it, and I have heard that there's a change, but all of West 8th Street has a provision, which is the moon and stars symbols on the parking sign. That's what they call it. And it's no standing midnight to 6 a.m. all days.
On the north side.
On both, it's on both sides, but this application's on the north side, so it's on.
I can't be there.
I don't know if this is right in front of their spot.
Right, but that's a
Just says
temporary
no
construction sign. That's what the orange is.
Yeah, okay.
And so if you,
I don't know what else is there.
so what I believe is on the signage right there is no standing midnight to 6 a.m. Then there's no parking 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Right.
And then it's the metered parking from 8 a.m. to midnight, except Sunday.
Well, if it has a no standing sign, then it's a non-starter, but why was it referred to us?
Well, that's the open question. And there's, that issue's been raised.
What day? I took some photos when I was there on a very cold evening after SLA, which would have been last Tuesday. So let me just pull up what I have there because I didn't upload them. So that was what, the 5th? 7 days, the 4th.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah.
So I see the parking meter. They have a parking meter in front of their establishment, and it is a no parking anytime sign. As you see, I have Cormac Flynn and his.
Yeah, but that's a temporary. That's a temporary construction sign.
Oh.
Which is what the orange is underneath.
Got it.
But the overriding regulation on the whole block, with the exception of the Marlton Hotel, is no standing for midnight.
So I guess why did this get referred to us? I'm asking existential questions. We have no answers.
Midnight to 6 a.m. Yeah. So that was the exception from the Marlton, which we heard at the last.
Right. I see the orange there. But I don't see a no standing. I'm not trying to play. I just don't see I don't see where there's no standing other signs on this side of the block.
Well, I will tell you.
Okay. I'm looking on Google. Oh wait, I see one here.
197 feet from 6th Avenue. There's a sign.
I see one.
I see one at 53.
311 feet from 6th Avenue. 435 feet from 6th Avenue.
I don't really need the feet, but does it mean it's the whole, you're saying a sign that's like 60 feet further down includes that?
Yeah, the arrow.
Because the arrows point, okay, sorry.
But they're building a building across the street from this, if you recall.
Yep, I recall.
That the sidewalk is bumped out.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so there's temporary signs to allow for, but if you go back in time, I think you'll see.
This sign exists in front
Yeah,
of there.
it's
So
the
this.
whole- it's the whole block.
Okay. So that's going to go away, and then at some point, this no standing is going to come back?
No, the temporary,
Oh.
temporary for the construction site.
It has to be there because it's.
The orange,
Yes.
the orange is what makes it temporary.
Okay. I see.
Right, so if you go back to Google Maps 2021, no standing sign is there.
I see it. I'm in 2019 and I see it.
The arrow here only points out.
Yeah, but if you go to the right, what's the?
There's another one
the-
down there.
There's the island, so you can't.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, that seems pretty straightforward. I don't think that's a change of the permanent sign.
Well, this was under discussion throughout COVID, along with one portion of McDougal Street that they have the no standing nighttime regulations, and also on the south side of Bleecker Street, across from Wicked Willie's. And I don't know if anybody put in any complaints, but those were no standing zones that prohibited
Okay.
placement of those.
Okay, so then we probably won't send modifications.
You want to what?
We probably won't send modifications. We'll just do it tonight.
Well, I think we can send the modifications, but we don't know what.
We have to make the comment in our feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we make comments, if we have what we believe is a stop it, the whole thing comment, we still have to make the other comments because we don't know. But that's like why the primary building entrances, I think we still need to make all the other comments. Because otherwise, they may not, whatever it may be, but we still don't want to miss the opportunity of.
Okay. So it's a conditional denial then, right? Again, I know it's roadway. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it because if they don't sign it, then it's not. Okay. So I'm just going to assume everything's a conditional denial until it's not. So let me just sheet. Okay, so next, all those in favor?
So I just want to be really clear about this because we're going to get more on 8th Street. Roadway cafes can only be placed in parking spaces, including metered, non-metered spaces, commercial spaces, alternate side parking, angled spaces, and seasonal parking, including no standing during posted months. But a roadway cafe may not be placed in the areas below, including but not limited to travel lanes, a bike lane, a bus lane, no standing anytime, no standing during posted hours.
Right.
So it is very specific, and I think that we should refer to that in our feedback.
Okay, and what page of the rules is that on?
I don't know.
Or it's
under setup area underneath restaurant frontage.
on dining out NYC?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, next, LPH1, LLC, DBA Nami Nori, 39 Carmine for roadway. Is there anything besides the standard ADA modifications?
This was, they reduced it so much. I mean, these are just.
Um,
3.5 feet.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let me just go to the application folder.
I don't understand some of these applications, but
I don't think you're alone in that. Sorry, I'm trying to just quickly, let me just look really quickly on this one. The feedback form. Also, thanks for putting those links in. Okay, great. Yeah, that's helpful. I'll put that on the template.
I mean, this looks like it's designed sort of as a counter.
Yeah.
Which is in keeping with I mean, I don't have a problem with it. It's just sort of it's another unique application similar to that bigger one that we saw, right? It's a, creative approach, a little different, so.
Right, okay, so. Right, they had that weird balloon structure thing. No flooring, so make sure the ramp thing's in there. The scale of their drawing escapes me. Is the manhole really that large? Am I wrong? Both of them. But hey, they're on there, so I'm not going to complain. I thought I would just look quickly if they. Okay, so we're sending them modifications, so conditional denial. Let's move on. All those in favor say aye. Okay, great. Next, they will. I do expect a sidewalk cafe from them, by the way. So that's noted. Okay, so next we're going to move on to Mary McCann, DBA Wayan. The applicant was here. That was the one where she was outside. That was kind of cool. Some modifications. This was submitted for the waiver. We're gonna have her add the manhole that was missing, right? Sorry, I'm a little slow to pulling these back up. So Mary McCann.
It was two.
This was an adjustment, right? of
Right,
the
there's 6
frontage?
feet, and wasn't there the 6 feet between it?
Yeah.
Just a storefront link to exclude the residential primary building entrance at 20 Spring Street. Adjust cafe length to not extend beyond restaurant premises, accounting for revised storefront lengths. And then the manhole will not end up being.
An issue.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Got it. And we were gonna add, I made a note there to add the language from the, about the 6 feet, right?
And then, the applicant said that it was 6 feet in width. On here it says 6'5".
Okay, so
I don't know if we wanna, whether do the 6 or stay with the 6'5" that is currently there. She didn't have the site plan in front of her, so I don't know if she was just saying 6.
Right.
But really meant 6'5", and.
What do y'all think?
I've got 6'5" down. So
Right,
just double check why I wrote that instead of 6.
No, it is 6'5".
I mean, that's what she has
on the
written
plan.
down, yeah.
When she was speaking, she said that they submitted a revised plan to DOT.
That is not this. We don't know.
She said it was 6 by 20. This is 6'5" by 20. I don't know if she just meant 6'5".
Or 6'6", yeah.
Okay, so we don't know if we want to ask her to change that or not.
Oh, 6'5".
Change it?
No.
It's 6 foot 5 inches on the plan diagram. It is 6.5 on the site
again.
plan designation of the width of the roadway cafe. Anyway, so those are the only 2 dimensions I have. I don't know where the 6 foot came from.
Right.
If I remember, and I could be wrong, this may have been narrow in the past as well, because the street,
You mean the original setup?
yeah, because the street was kind of narrow. It's narrow to begin with.
Mhm.
Parking, I don't think they oh yeah, because
Okay.
it's no parking during the day
Mhm.
on that side, so I think that my memory, I don't think they used the full 8 feet before, because I think it was too narrow anyway. So it's either 6.5 or 6 feet. I mean, it's just, like, I'm even looking at one of the pictures and it looked like maybe they even had to pull their structure in a little bit.
Okay. Wow, is this a truck route? Because there's a big truck on Google Maps.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Look.
Yeah, no, I see.
And then another one.
I think that, that there's a
DOT truck route.
the supermarket on the corner there.
Mhm.
So it could have just been I'm looking, if you go back, you can look into the truck. It's like water and all this stuff. Oh, you know what? It may have been for San Gennaro.
Oh, okay.
September 2024 is the picture.
Oh, that's a good point.
Even though it's not, it's still, yeah, because if you look down, there's a ton of trucks. Probably.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I'll have to belabor that. I can look at the map later. And I don't think it is. I don't have the truck routes memorized. Okay, so we'll send, so we won't ask.
This is to have the 6 feet between the spaces as well.
Yeah, I made a note to pull that language from the FDNY memo that no one else seems to know about, nor does DOT seem to know about, since the person that he's asking directly is Penny. What is that? Okay, so conditional denial was the modifications next.
Yeah, but which we really need to be vocal about that, because we heard from a couple people, they've already bought stuff.
Oh.
Like, that's really not
cool.
Good.
Well, I mean, to your point, no, you're right. And I didn't take note of who had said they had bought stuff. You're right. I do recall that. I didn't go to look at the recording. That's really unfortunate. As you know, the messaging that DOT is signaling to applicants, once they now send a notification that that they are reviewing their application to get it ready to go.
We're almost just
We're about a month. Yeah. Oh, well, right.
Out from the.
That's
no,
right.
less than, I'm sorry, less 40 something or 50 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So so the language that DOT is signaling to applicants is that they are approved and that you may be contacted by the community board about your application. So take that for whatever it is. But if I was an operator and didn't know anything else about this process, I would start buying something, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like to not expect much at this stage of the application process, which is unfortunate. So I won't go through these. So, okay, so approve conditional denial on this. Okay, great. All those in favor? Aye. Great. Next, we'll go to B's Tavern, DBA Botanica Bar, at 47 Houston. I don't think anybody testified on this.
It's, the diagram is a little bit confusing because it's 8 feet by 8 feet, but we have a rectangle.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's pretty tight I guess it's doable, but it's a pretty tight configuration.
Yeah, they can. See, they indicate that they were using, didn't indicate the width of the barrier. And we've seen that some of them are going with a slimmer barrier.
Oh, yeah, it's more just the 8 feet of.
I'm really confused with the whole plan because the cafe's like up here floating.
Gave you a close-up of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like really confused, like what?
Yeah.
So what are we thinking issue this one?
Well, first of all, it's not scaled at 8 feet by 8 feet because that's a rectangle. And they appear not to be, what, I mean, are they really 15 feet from the hydrant? I don't know. I have to go look. I need to look at the Google map to get an idea. Because here's what happens, y'all, is when I'm putting together modifications and I'm trying to get clarification on Google Maps of something based on the notes and the modifications are written, I then find discrepancies, or I realize the scale because I'll see a car and I'll realize that the scale is, that the plan is false.
Well, I think if you look at the photographs, the historic situation here, I think that the setup is 15 feet from the hydrant.
Okay.
So and that looks about,
I welcome that.
it looks about right.
Okay, that's great. Okay, I see it here.
Because the offset, that looks accurate because there's the entryway to the upper level. And then there begins 15 feet, so it is set off.
Okay. I have this pulled up somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. Sorry, just what's this one? These. I'm just gonna start wearing t-shirts with the legal names for places. Altercation, where's this? Oh, this is from. Is there anything from the SLA history that we should include on our feedback or no?
For which?
For Botanica Bar?
I don't
know.
For dining with furniture. How lovely. That's so nice they wrote that on there. And there's flooring proposed, 15 feet. Okay. Chair, table, wow, it's groundbreaking.
It's mid-block, so it's going in the direction of travel, so it's not, there's no regulatory signs.
Okay, I don't, besides the ADA regulations, this is much clearer, proposed outdoors. Oh, thank you, yes. 1,500. Okay, got it. I don't know what else we would ask them to change.
I don't think there's much to.
Okay, great. Then conditional denial, sign the modification. There's no changes to the site plan being asked, correct? Okay. Great. So next, all those in favor? Great. So next we go to 51 Merchants LLC DBA via Corota, 51 Grove. This application, we had to ask about the waiver. It is 6 feet 6 inches. Is that correct? I'm just pulling it up, pulling everything up right now. So it's 51. Just pull this up.
And this is the clearances are.
I do expect a Sidewalk Cafe application from them as well.
Well, because this is requires a waiver, we've got all kinds of issues now, right? So it can only be 20 feet long.
That's right.
You have to have the 15-foot gap. It can only be 6.5.
15 feet gap.
Which one?
It can only be 20 feet long, and then you need a 15-foot break before the next structure.
Oh, right.
So
That's
they
only if
can.
it's across the street.
No, that's the, oh, you're right, it's 6 feet, it can be
Right,
20
right,
feet
right.
and then 6 feet, sorry, you're right. So this has to be broken up a little bit differently.
Yes,
So the 39 feet has to have a 6-foot break in the middle.
right. And he said he would do that. And also that they're going
So it's
down.
gonna be 3 sections?
Yeah.
So it can,
And he said that they're also going down to 6 feet, 6 inches for the width.
that's right. This is so much clearer when you open it up in Acrobat.
And if they're using any wide barriers,
Mhm.
that's gonna have an impact on the interior seating as well. I mean, it'll just be whatever.
Right. Okay. Okay, so that's, we will have flooring, all the boxes,
Just, actually, give me
no
one
crosswalk. Okay, all right. Are you looking up something before we move on?
Yeah, just before we move on,
Okay.
something.
Just see what Sean got on here. I'm assuming it's gonna be a conditional denial, some modifications, but we'll take the vote quickly. 8. It is 11:19.
That's,
We're trying to wrap up. Okay. Carter, anything?
No.
Okay. All right, so conditional denial. All those in favor? So modifications, great. Next, we have JMWilliams, we have Buvette, which we do know is for a travel lane waiver. It is just here. So I have to pull up the map, I have to pull up the application and the form.
Don't know where they're gonna move around.
JMWilliams. So let me open this there. Okay, so let me quickly go to the feedback form. We brought up asking them to go down to 6 feet to consider it. I know we did on Jack's wife, which is the other. No, we didn't on that one.
You asked if they would consider it. Yeah, and I don't think he has.
Oh, that's right, because I was like, I used to go on this, I used to walk on the street all the time because of the laundromat right there, so I just very aware of how narrow that is and what it was like with their older structure. This, they are proposing a much smaller.
With their storefront.
Oh, right, it's right. Right, and it looks like they're gonna come back to us for sidewalk, is that what it looks like?
Well, they could also apply for the whole stretch of the roadway to the corner for their adjoining restaurant.
That's true.
Snowing.
What?
Snowing.
Oh, so, damn, I definitely did not wear snow shoes.
But I just, you know.
So the issue we had was, are they removing any seats?
What's on the corner again that they own, that move,
It's,
not Lair Tuesday, it's,
Yeah.
okay. Right, so they, they did a.
I think they have an agreement that they wouldn't be on the street.
Oh, okay.
But I just bring it up because it's,
East Sodi's just, I expect a sidewalk from them only. Yes, so? Oh, I thought you were gonna show us something.
Oh, I was just testing.
Okay, so we did have some feedback on this one. I see, thank you, Stella, for putting in the form. Okay, so I think we will send the modifications. I mean, do you guys agree we should ask for 6 feet and see if they'll agree or no?
Doing this all down that road on Grove, is there anybody else?
Like, are we asking for Via Carota, the same applicant? No,
They said that they were going to go to 6'6".
on this one.
No, for.
On Via Road.
Oh, right.
And this one is 6'6".
I don't know why it seems not as, because there's not parking on the other side, it seems different. Am I right? At Via Carota versus this part of Grove?
no, it's parking on both of those on the other side. It's just different. different regulations.
Oh,
This is alternate side parking, the other is like between whatever time and whatever time.
okay, well, that just feels different to me. I don't know why it feels lighter over there than it does.
Because there's not parking during
Certain.
8 AM to 6 PM.
That's what it is. And when I walk by there, that's why it seems that way, I
I
guess.
think the other issue, this was the one where we didn't understand how they're accessing the seats on the far side.
On Buvette?
No.
Am I not on the right one?
Which one are we on?
Buvette. Buvette was the one that has the railing right up next to the seats.
We're not talking about, are you talking about the sidewalk or the?
Buvette is the roadbed.
Actually, we,
Yeah.
looking at this again,
Right.
it does seem like
So
that.
how do they get to
You
the
can-
ones on the
if you're-
right and left edges?
It's open all along the sidewalk.
Okay, so they can just, they can't, okay.
Yeah, it
so
doesn't
they can
have a
watch
barrier.
out. Yeah,
I don't
no,
know what the railing is.
I mean,
that's true.
yes.
Yeah, so it'll be a tight squeeze. All the little people will be on the outside edges and the bigger people will be on the inside edges. And we're
I mean,
all gonna be taking
just-
Ozempic. and
Are we talking-
Able to fit into
Here's the
things like
thing.
that.
Talking,
If you can't get to it, how do you get to it?
I don't know what we're talking about though. Are we talking about this?
We're not, we're not approving.
Why?
You guys
No,
just
we're
remember,
Talking about the roadway.
if
Those
we're talking about the
other
corner seat, how do you get to the corner seat?
Oh, okay, got it.
Like,
Yeah, it's not
How
clear.
do you get to the corner seat? I mean, the seating layout inside is not a permanent. That's not what's,
Right.
you can have any configuration. On many of these, this is gonna be I think.
They're gonna put the chairs down and find out this diagram doesn't work.
Well, they're going to have to make adjustments to see what works, right? And this is the maximum, most likely, that you could fit in there, but it may not be. Because if you had a group of 6.
I guess I don't understand why there's the wide.
Easily, because they're eating together. I mean, it all depends on, but irrespective, the footprint within which it's in. The footprint within which it's located is okay, right?
Not wear the right shoe.
And the roadbeds are pretty clear what the footprints are.
I mean, I guess I didn't understand why the big space. Again, I'm not complaining.
No,
Because they can get in there first, it gives you the
Right.
ADA access, and they.
Again, I'm not
can get in and
complaining.
serve over
I guess I'm
somebody's head.
surprised.
Service-wise,
Right.
they can fit more seats, and
Okay.
I think having one large
Okay.
and doing all the
I'm
edges
not complaining. I'm just.
and making something in between.
Well, also they may have it be a little closer, because 17 feet
Yeah,
is,
4, 6.
More
4,
dra-
8, 9,
more
10,
dramatic because
12.
it's a spinning brush.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the mechanics. And it does say snow. It does.
No, it did.
All right. So okay. So I don't want to squash the discussion, but
Say about it.
okay. All right, great. So next, so conditional denial. Great. Obligations. Are we going to ask for the 6 feet
Unlike the
out?
sidewalks, I'm less concerned about roadways like this,
Okay.
because you're not moving the outer barrier of the roadway
Right.
structure.
Okay.
So
Are-
just
So-
put in there whatever they can put in there. And
So are we asking for 6 feet or no? I just brought it up as a discussion. Okay, then we don't.
I'm
Okay.
just asking that question, what am I missing?
Okay, so
Right.
Getting down the road.
6 inches, right?
Yes.
This has parking before and after it, so I don't think it's a concern. I think
Oh, okay.
when it is the first or last structure,
Okay.
that's unreasonable to ask as an accommodation,
Okay.
but not if it's in the middle.
Okay, got it. Just so we can be clear, so we're consistent for anything, like I've written down conditional denial on like Wayan, on Via Carota and on Buvette, but those all have waivers. Are we going to, again, this is.
Well, again, we are commenting that we just don't agree with that,
Okay, so okay.
but we do need to.
I do put in very strong language about that we do not, and I do say it publicly at the DOT public hearing that CB2 is not
I
in.
think that you should go back and review the FDNY waiver. And we should use exactly
I do.
language that we don't think it's a great idea.
Right.
And it very clearly says they don't endorse it, but it seems to be the norm.
Right.
And the exception becomes the norm with the memo. But it doesn't seem like that's what the FDNY is. They're saying that there could be, maybe. They don't support it, but every single one seems to be
Getting a waiver.
getting a
Well,
waiver.
So at this point, when we started on this,
Yeah,
nobody had gotten the FDNY
Right.
waiver
Okay.
yet. And so I was taking the position, I think we kind of voted that, no, this wouldn't be an acceptable roadway seating because you don't leave enough for 15 foot of clearance. Now that some of these are getting waivers, if they haven't gotten it, then we can still say, we don't agree for a roadway when there's not 15 foot of an emergency lane. If they've gotten the waiver, we've kind of got to go along with that.
No,
And
we don't.
I mean,
Why do we have to go along with that? We're still saying we don't agree with this, and then these are the conditions that we'd still like to see these other changes. That's what
This is what I was saying, with roadway, we can't make a condition fatal, because then we lose our voice. And we can't say that we don't agree with this, so we're just not gonna say anything because of this one thing. We talked about this at the last meeting.
Oh, yeah.
We have to go
Right,
through
right.
all of our concerns.
Right, it's not an all or nothing as
Right,
far as picking and choosing of what we're gonna say.
Right, and I think that that's important because that's a city policy decision that if they're gonna do it, we still wanna make improvements
whatever.
on whatever's.
uh-huh.
And what we're noticing too is that they're not following the rest of the guidance, so.
So we can do
You know.
denial with modifications,
But they
not do
don't,
conditional.
but they're not concerned, that's for us.
Yeah,
They're not concerned on the roadway with, they're only concerned about our comments, not our overall
Right,
recommendation.
because they have no overall recommendations.
They don't
That's their
accept
concern.
that.
right.
That's for us, and we can say that, but all they're soliciting are comments.
So a comment is, we don't support the waiver, we
Right.
think this, and we think this.
Yeah,
So to be clear, go
the
ahead.
board doesn't like it, but here are our comments.
Yeah,
If we say conditional denial, then that means they could turn into an approved.
right, which is why I wanted to quickly just revisit the ones we went over, because, so if we could just quickly open back up the three I just mentioned, Wayan, Iaccas, and Buvette, if we want to make those. Again, I don't want to overtalk this because it's
the same thing.
It's the same thing either way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put those as.
Again, I
The
don't.
thing is, if we say that we're against the waivers, and then I do add, it's in our resolution, and I do put that Manhattan CB2 recommends submitting these comments, and I do put in parentheses to DOT, the approval or denial. I know that they don't care, but it also is like today I went up and I said, we are against this. We are against all waivers in Community District 2, but the form had said we approve with modifications in parentheses. So again, I'm just.
Why are we putting that in the form? I mean.
Because I'm just copying and pasting what we voted on it
We're
for.
asking the question for the roadway, since there's no ability really to approve or disapprove.
Why do we
not
even
just
do it?
Giving them our modifications, and
Right,
saying we
saying
don't
we're against
support
it.
the
I agree.
FDNY.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if that's how we want to move forward, I can take that out for roadway applications. We will get questions at full board.
No, but
being voted.
that's okay,
Okay.
but if you remember, our voting was an accommodation for those people who had a neediness to know our overall recommendation. But now that we're learning more about the process,
Okay, I don't have to put it in there.
I think it's important for us to discuss here.
Let's quickly just.
That,
go through it, 'cause
we agree with that? I mean, because I think the comments speak for themselves. If we're against the waiver, I mean, that is obvious,
Right.
right? If we also have the other comments, that's obvious
I mean, it's
too.
just like a listing of all our comments. We're against
Right.
this, we think this needs to be.
Okay, that's fine. There is an overall recommendation box on roadway form.
Oh, is there? Okay.
There is, so there is about what.
Well,
So.
we'll never be okay with them if there's a waiver.
Right.
That doesn't mean that we can't
Have modifications.
modifications.
Right. Just
I mean-
either would you like there?
I think this is a good point. I think that we should say the board is, or the committee or whatever has a standing position against the roadway.
Maybe that's why I just put in the overall recommendation then?
Right, and-
Waivers, okay.
And for the waivers, but if this is going to be issued,
These are the
then
modifications.
these are the modifications that we would like to see. I think that is a good way
I
to
like
do
that
this.
better than saying.
The denial approval, I agree.
Or
I said no, yeah, I was getting pressured at full board to have some sort of, nobody wanted to read.
Well, I think it's important because, you know, as I listened to the testimony at the hearings.
The DOT
that's-
public hearing?
DOT public hearings, it's important to qualify
what the
that stuff
problems are.
and to say what the other issues are, but also to consistently call out the FDNY waivers. Because many of our streets have so many that it's precisely what the local residents were saying, that it seems to be abusive of the waiver system.
Yeah.
Because there's no accommodation made to the number of waivers.
Right, it's just
You
a
know,
certification, basically.
Again, if you had a non-conforming
Yes.
business on a
Okay.
residential block and you had one thing,
Right.
okay, that's fine. But this is a very different situation for most of our.
So knowing that we don't need to go through each of one of these one by one to see denial, or we do have the sidewalk ones.
Through them.
Yeah.
Well, we still go through them. It was the denial, conditional denial.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just wanted to just kind of, okay, so that's what we'll do moving forward then.
All right.
All in agreement with that?
I just
Yeah.
wrote overall opposition to
Okay.
waivers.
Okay, right, which is what I've been saying at the DOT hearings. But look, for instance, La Nona, as you heard Michael Kelly speak about, that applications, they're granted the waiver before our review period is done. So that application.
Well, but they're not basing granting the waiver on what we
That's true.
say.
The thing
I'll
is,
find out.
we want to make our comments so they're on the record.
Okay.
And
Like, you
It's
don't.
not gonna change it.
not-
Right.
well,
We can respond to that. We're disappointed to hear.
It's a number of the ones that are coming
Well,
up.
it's not a subjective review.
Okay,
The
yeah. that's
number of
true.
the ones that are coming up for hearings into, the end of February, the ones we got notice about,
Yeah, we discussed.
February 25th,
Yeah.
whatever it is, are ones we heard tonight. They're not gonna, it's like they're not waiting 30 days for, they're scheduling these concurrently with us hearing the
No,
application.
they're not. No. That's not accurate.
Okay.
No, we're being notified of the hearing. If you want to name one, I can tell you.
Oh, I know, okay, so
Okay,
we're
we just start
notified.
moving.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. I had Leslie Clark had reached out about this. People think that's,
It's the date.
people think it's the.
We just need to get our stuff
Okay.
by the deadline.
Yeah, wow, yeah. This is a lot. It's probably like 90 pieces of paper we're still dealing with from the other meeting. To go back and forth.
So 18 King Street, that's.
Yeah, 18 King Street, so not a waiver. So I'm assuming we're sending modifications to everyone because everyone's gonna get some sort of modification. Is there anything we want to call out from the? And again, I know this is becoming a little unwieldy to go through because I have to open each one and I know Stella's been doing that the whole evening and thank you very much.
Which one are we on? Box Hill?
Box Hill, King.
I mean, this is another one where we're licensing the box within which they can put tables and chairs.
Right. And to what end is that?
Well, no, like, it's the configuration, whatever, it's not on the roadway. The seating configuration is not the issue. It is the space.
Right. Right, it's the box. That's always been your comment. What's the box? Yeah, we do expect a sidewalk cafe application from them as well. Okay,
I don't know, do we have any other comments?
No.
So I don't know if we have
Okay.
any modification on this one.
so we have modifications on all of them because we're sending the ADA guidance, which anyone else stuff.
But that's it then.
That's it. That is it.
Well, wait, which one? Box Hill, no, never mind. No, that's okay.
Okay, so send modifications. Vote to send modifications. Are we approving any roadway at all? Saying approval if there's nothing?
We have no number.
Okay, we're not. Okay, so we're not. So we're really only gonna have, okay, so we're voting to send modifications and submit the comments that we've written down. That's all it is.
So the vote is just send modifications.
No, we
Not
said we were
conditional
having a
denial?
vote
And this one, if they agree to the modifications, then
Okay, so it's conditional.
then it's
denial.
So I took off conditional denial. So I'm just sorry.
No, we had said before, we put the language in about the waiver. This one doesn't have a waiver.
Okay, so it's a
So-
conditional denial.
Right. And so if they meet the requirements, that's, why would we deny it?
Mhm.
There's nothing here. So on this particular one.
So if,
And on
so
the
if they,
other
so
one-
if, so, okay, so if King sends back sign modifications, and I guess they don't need an updated site plan, because we're not asking them to add anything, if they just send back the sign modifications, then we change it to an approval with modifications? So now we are, so I thought we just weren't qualifying
No,
anything.
what we had, I thought that what we had
I'm
decided to do is that we're saying, no, we are denying this because of the roadway waivers, the FDNY waivers. But if you are going to approve it, or here are other comments, but that language of creating that is, we just had a whole discussion about that we have to create.
I'm not saying the word denial on an FDNY waiver application, I'm just confused, because I'm.
No, you
supposed to
are,
write
that's what I
these.
just said, is that we are recommending denial because of the FDNY waiver. But if they're going to approve it, here are the changes that we suggest.
Okay, so I'm, okay.
So all the
Right, which I think
FDNY
is what
waivers
you've
are
been doing.
denials with.
Which is what I've been doing. I just thought that we're making a change if we weren't saying denial anymore for anything.
Because you said there's a checkbox on there, so.
There's not a checkbox, it's an overall recommendation.
That's what I'm saying. That's the overall recommendation.
Oh, okay, got it, sorry. I
But I think
apologize.
that's what you've been doing. When we denied
Yeah.
FDNY in the past, we still put the comments.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
Okay,
Cafe.
okay.
So Cafe Habana requires a waiver.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Well,
does.
Oh, that's the more okay, yes, it does. DOT said no, but we said that's not true.
Them by their own
Right.
diagram.
Okay. Okay, so. And we have, okay.
Reduce the road bed.
Do we have anything, oh, we do have a specific on there.
Well, because of that, it has to be reduced.
Right, that's right.
And
Well, this is kind of a catch-22, right?
Yeah,
Because if they reduce the road bed, they don't need a waiver. Because it's within the car length. But if it's longer, they, see what I'm saying?
the car length.
Meaning
Like there won't,
the 15
they're close
feet.
enough to the hydrant then, where they don't need a waiver.
Okay,
Right now, their space,
Right.
right
So
now,
that's
their
what I'm saying,
length,
yeah.
yeah, right now, their length, I think allows for one car parked next,
okay.
next to their structure, but still
Oh.
15 feet away from the.
Oh, I see what you're
Okay.
saying. It's bad.
11:41, let's continue very quickly.
This is important to note because we have all these anomalies
I know.
and, you know.
We took too long in the public session. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so
Plug mine or use.
the denial, so next, okay, so all those in favor, aye. Okay, so next, next we have Old Fashioned Cafe. Waiver, denial. Do we have any material changes for the?
Oh, that one's the one that's not the ground floor residence. I mean, it's
Well, we can make that comment, we can't.
right. I mean, they do say now they've changed it where they don't say it has to be.
Where did they change that in the rules?
It has to be ground floor, but the way they word it is it's visible from the ground.
Oh, okay.
Right, and accessible, visible and accessible, whereas, you know, in now, what I will say though, is to Carter's point, that letter of no objection was for the.
What's for the basement? Look, it's up to them. We just have to say it's not ground floor. They can
Right,
make
it's not
this.
ground floor.
Yeah,
So that's the comment.
they obviously thought it was fine because they referred the application, so.
May not have known.
I mean, it's in the photos, but yeah, I guess maybe you can tell. Oh, there's not, I don't have every application memorized, if you can believe it.
Right, you can't tell.
Okay, so that's a denial. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, Famous Fence Pizza, 2 setups. We really gotta make sure that they don't have that height again.
These guys had that advertising after they were supposed to take it down.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
It up. So I think that we need to comment on that.
yeah.
That's.
It was really egregious throughout the whole thing. And like I said, I have a friend who buys out of home and she sent me the tear sheet. That there was an agency selling the space.
So.
That needs to be front and center, that they could not conform to the rules during, and also during the period when they needed to begin to conform.
Right, I do try to pull that through in one data after both prior and after November 1st.
That, I think that most of these measurements do look.
Well, like I said, here's what's gonna happen is the modifications are, again, we're doing this where we're putting the notes in each DOT feedback form in our format of that, which includes the modifications that we then pull out and put in a separate form. So we're trying to, that's where like I said, things come to light when I put together the modifications. Because I need to look at like the street map or something to get a direction. Okay, all right, so next we'll move on to.
So what are we gonna vote on that one?
Well, it's a denial because it's a waiver.
On one side, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just need to be clear because it's two applications.
That's.
Both streets are narrow streets.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah.
We just need to be.
They both need a waiver.
Yeah, we just need to be clear.
Both need to, okay.
I don't think Spring does.
The borough president map said that Spring Street's 35 feet, 4 inches.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
But,
It seems congestion.
Yeah, but they'll still have.
The roadway's only 6-7 feet on Spring.
Okay.
610.
610, I was
Okay.
rounding up.
Okay. So denial, all those in favor? For both? I mean, it's one application.
Denial, I think that the egregiousness is the advertising.
Yeah,
So
And that
if
was
you
not
can't.
go through on one
follow
data.
basic Rules.
yeah.
Even when you're supposed to. So.
Yep. Okay, so next we have 57 Grand Street Cafe, Core DB, Toad Hall. This applicant multiple times reached out about when their application was going to be on and then was disappointed that they were not able to make it tonight, and they are available for questions via email. As I assume if we had a question about any application, we would have the office reach out. So that's just kind of a given, but again, that's at the luxury of time.
So this has the bike lane.
yeah, bike lane, noisy bar, well, it's got a waiver application.
Yeah.
So it needs,
I'm also not sure about those dots.
Right, and since nobody testified on this one and nobody from the applicant was here, I don't think anyone testified.
No, West Village.
Yeah, we
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Sorry.
testimony against it for being too noisy and.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Okay.
I have the speaker notes in the. The modifications that I wrote down, they're proposing flooring across the bike lane, so if they, yeah.
How?
The way that they had it before was a pretty big rise, like 6 inches or something.
Flooring across the bike lane?
Like, even though it's across the bike lane, they still have flooring.
So it's gonna require some sort of ramp over an active bike lane, okay.
Either a ramp.
Well, they have a safety zone. They have that safety zone.
Okay.
But like the actual structure was raised.
Yeah.
Wait, can I show you a picture?
Yeah.
So either they could remove the flooring.
Yeah.
Or have a ramp so that it's accessible.
Right, the previous application at White Horse.
Here's
that raised.
Right, they
seating,
had the built
and they
in.
had the ramp at the end.
Yeah.
So
I
that
don't
the
know if
ramp
that's
wasn't
Right.
in the bike lane.
Here's the Toad Hall photograph.
What's on the right?
That's another business that's not there anymore. But
Oh, that's right. I looked up to see if that place.
it's like kind of all the problems,
Where's
right?
the buffer zone?
It's
gone, it's covered. It looks like it's covered, it's completely covered.
It looks like the pavement
They can't do
markings
it right.
changed. And they
Since
put the bike lane straight.
Okay. Well, they took out the
I think it
buffer.
bumped out. But I think that somebody, volunteering, other people, but might want to just take a walk by and look at this to see what the on-street pavement markings are today.
Okay.
Because it's very confusing what the pavement markings are. And that also dictates where the edge of structure goes to.
Okay.
And there's a reason there are these markings in the street, but this is something that can change. And I think we just need to bring it again to DOT's attention that they need to decide what they're doing and repaint this stuff. But guess what? They couldn't repaint it for the last 4 years because guess what? There was stuff on top of them, and it looks like it was improperly placed on top of them.
Yeah, it is interesting to go out there now, just to any of these sites, because you can see where it wasn't unpaved and you can see what.
Well, this was the same situation at a pasta bar. If you recall, when we heard that, we didn't know what the actual on-street markings were, so we weren't able to comment for the roadbed. Just across the way from here.
Right.
So
we're on number 11. So just if we can continue on. Okay, so denial, it's in modifications. Tea and sympathy.
Okay, so tea and sympathy, we just need to check what we said to the carry-on tea and sympathy.
So we haven't said anything yet. So I was waiting on that. So if we have anything to say on carry-on, I do have to send it to her tomorrow because that one's due on the 13th. So I held that one back also because I ran out of time. I ran out of time. I've still got to do the modifications to send out for anything due next week from last month.
Did they have the space on the, I just forget.
I don't know.
They have the space on it would be on the south or eastern side between carry-on and tea and sympathy. I
mean, I honestly wish I had known those other two were coming. I would have just pushed that one to this. It's all very confusing to me.
So that was the one thing. I'm glad she checked the kitchen. I walked in and I still couldn't tell because we didn't have a floor plan. So I couldn't tell if the kitchen actually connects in the back between the two or not.
Okay.
So this one isn't abutting, tea and sympathy isn't abutting. No, it's carry on is the one we have to see where carry on.
Carry on is in between these other two.
No, I know where it is, but how is their roadbed? Did they leave any blank space?
I think that they did.
Because if they didn't, that we just need to make sure that 1.5 feet is on here. Because if you're looking at the store, I put a picture in the drive, but if you're looking at the store, the tea and sympathy is to the right of carry on. And so I'm not sure if carry on didn't leave a space now, they both need to have that 1.5 feet space.
You're right.
Okay, so
And I just-
battery, it's on the end and it has the 1'6".
Does it have the 1'6"? That's what I'm asking.
It looks like it does. I cannot read.
Yeah, I can't read either. So as long as it has it, that's fine.
Looks like it does.
And then I think the other thing we have to do is just check and see, did we say for carry on to reduce it any narrower than 6'6", or we were okay with that? Because whatever we said there, we need to say for the three of them.
Does not look like we said. Oh, we said to reduce it to 6'6".
Okay, so and that's what this one I think is.
They're leaving 3 feet.
On each side?
Yeah.
So maybe they're doing it all on the carry-on, taking the 3 feet off of carry-on and then having the other ones?
They are, because there's a primary building entrance between the two, and there's a curb cut. There's a curb cut opposite the primary building entrance. So that separates
On?
tea and sympathy from the carry-on.
There's a curb cut on that side of,
Yes, between the two businesses. And there's a manhole just outside of that. I mean, just in line with all three of those, between tea and sympathy and carry-on. So
where's the curb cut?
it's right in front of the building entry.
Oh, I'm not seeing it in the picture I took. Am I missing something?
So,
Yeah, I see a curb cut to the,
Right, it's not in front of T and stuff.
it's not, I mean, there's the picture I took is in the drive. I
The
don't,
west of it.
yeah.
yeah,
In
it's
front of the building entrance that's to the east, actually.
subtle.
Yeah, yes.
So it
So
doesn't have any special markings in the sidewalk.
I just think we need to, especially since these are all right next to each other.
So what's the universal that needs to go across all three? No cross service or
Yes, and also reduce with the 6-6.
for all of them?
Well, we said that for,
And this one I think
Carry on.
is 6-6.
I see that
Is it now?
it's not,
Okay.
I think it's 7-7.
7-7.
Okay.
And salt and battery. So
Going to ask for 6-6 on all of them. Okay.
that's
And
8.
it's gonna vary.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Okay. I'm just clarifying. Okay. So are we doing a conditional denial on this one then? Or are we talking about all three? I forget how we voted the last one. I'm kind of,
You kind of heard them all together, right? So I think.
yeah, I mean, except for carry on, but I held it back.
But I.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Same thing.
Yeah, I held it back because
And I
I,
think the other thing that we said for carry on that we need to keep saying is the shared.
no cross service. Oh,
It's a bike lane.
Oh, all grass
Travel
avenue.
lane with the
Two-
DOT truck route,
DOT truck route, 2 bike lanes,
right,
truck lanes.
two-way traffic.
2-way traffic, okay. Yep, I have that in there. Okay, so that's,
So this is where we weren't gonna jump, but this is where we jumped.
yeah,
Last time we did
Yeah.
that one and we did number 20.
yeah.
What was the other one?
That's not
At
matter.
35. So I'm just gonna check that.
Okay, I don't know why I started writing denial. Oh, I did it on the, wait. Okay, so then black seat bagels. Again, it's the travel lane, so denial. All those in favor? Are we asking for any cosmetic changes to the site plan? I'm gonna try to pull up.
Yeah, and possible offset issue I wrote down. Let me just see what.
Oh, was that with?
Yeah,
the-
I think it's okay on the offsets, but that was just a dense dock. I'll just make note of it in case there's.
Okay. Right, so.
I hadn't heard a liquor
Now all
license
those-
application, but I don't think it was pursued. That would've-
All right, we're on this is number 13.
Also modifications written on there about relabeling the utility grate as transformer vault and then the furnishing box ramp.
Okay. Okay, so we will need the updated site plan. Okay. Okay, so all those in favor? Aye, great. Paisanos on Mulberry.
This is one where they have to sort out their 6 feet gaps on either side.
Okay, so I'll make sure to include that
And
language.
offsets across the street, right?
15-foot offset.
So typically what I've been doing on these Mulberry Street ones, not for the modifications, but for the, I mean, I could put in the modifications for any of the ones where they have the potential directly across. I don't know if I should put that in the modification or maybe they wouldn't sign them or I don't even know if it's worth it.
Well, that's up to the city to do that and inform them.
Right,
It's not the applicant.
agreeing
The
to,
city's applied for the waiver.
that's true.
Applicant.
I won't,
So
Oh, but we're stating that that's a stipulation. That's our,
the DOT has to figure it out.
comment
Not-
of modification.
Yeah.
Is to have that worked out or straightened out.
Right, that's right.
And that would apply to all of the Mulberry applications. I've got
And I think,
19 and 21 and 23 and 28
and I think retroactively as well. The reason it's important is so the applicant is aware of this and asks the questions of DOT.
Just say, so it would say something like, acknowledge that at the July, this would be in the modification, so acknowledge that, and I can make so I can write this up, you can just make a note for me to write it up, I can write it up. But just, we'll have some sort of standard, and I'll put it in the template that we use for the modifications. It says like, acknowledge that this proposed setup is directly, could be directly across. I mean, I know applications.
No, that they have to acknowledge that any modifications have to take into account the existing conditions on Mulberry Street in particular. Right, and that the modifications need to be made so that all of the guidance outlined in the FDNY.
Existing conditions and that all, well, it has to be in the memo. I have to date, like, because then we need to make them go ask for that memo from DOT.
That's fine, that's.
Yeah, so that's a good point.
And they have to ask the questions because I think that right now we're at the deadline. You gotta figure out what you're doing because you can't order this stuff. You know, and build your things, so.
That all of the regulations in the FDNY memo, 730 memo,
Well, and.
are adhered to, or?
Presumably if there's an updated memo.
Right,
they just
and-
whatever the guidance is. You know, that's what, the important part here is we're trying to get a good outcome and that
Right.
guidance. And so it's not overlooked. And our testimony is, you know, we've been catching a lot of problems, right? That's
Yeah.
something that we've been doing
Great.
have a pretty high percentage, so we want to make sure that they catch them.
Okay, so I'll write something that's kind of standard that we'll use across. Okay, great, 15, so all those in favor of the denial? Great, next, all right. Left bank. I got images, I don't know if everyone else was on that email, that shows that the tree pit is like, it's got dirt in it. Did you guys get that? Anybody else copied on that? It's hard for me.
I saw that there was some planter, right, or whatever.
There's a planter, but it's a planter.
Perspective,
Yeah.
what does that mean? We're talking about road bed,
Means nothing.
so that's my,
And it's not in front of the roadbed.
I think that for me, I think it's the removal of the potted plant, for lack of a better,
Okay, I can't.
that's what.
Right, because they can't have anything any planters in the furnaces, and you can't store stuff there, so.
Right,
okay.
so, and if they plant a
That.
tree there, great, but I also looked on the New York City street tree list and it doesn't indicate. It's not indicated there, so at the moment.
Right, it's filled in, and then they just need to remove this planter. Okay,
But at the moment, there is no tree there,
right,
and so there's no tree.
there's also all these other planters out there.
Just remove all I mean, they should remove the planters from the.
The bench? No. But these leather planters?
Just anything that's not
Okay.
curbside in
Yeah.
particular.
Oh, yeah, clear it. It's gotta be clear.
Okay. Okay, great.
I wish it's not.
Oh, right.
They should be encouraged to use that.
So is there changes we're asking them to make to the site plan that a conditional denial?
So what I wrote down was that we're asking them to add the basement stairs.
That's right.
To the site plan and the cellar hatch.
Okay,
Also yeah, that's it.
okay.
None of which really affect the road bed, but, we're, no harm in asking.
Okay, great. All those in favor?
Okay.
Great. All right. Siddell's. Do we have any, I assume we're gonna send, I'm gonna say it, I'm just gonna assume we're sending.
That one just looked all good, right, except for the ADA, am I incorrect?
Yeah,
So,
okay, so a conditional,
I
do we have
wrote,
material changes?
adjust manhole clearance. Right now it says 12 inches,
Oh, that's right.
which
Okay.
is not right.
Okay. So conditional denial for, also, I think, even if the modifications are ADA, we should have them do the conditional denial. Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
City bike across the
Great.
street. I don't know if there's anything.
What for Siddell's?
Yeah. The shared
I have
bike
it
lane is what I wrote down, and city bike across the street, or did I have it wrong?
No, that's
Broadway,
right. Darlene was talking about that.
West Broadway is all shared, just, there's no bike lane.
Right, that's what I mean. It's a shared bike, it's a bike lane with the roadway.
Oh, it's a shared bike lane. That's good to know.
I think we might wanna
We should call that out.
put on there.
Okay, so shared bike lane. Okay,
But-
so.
And the reason that that's important in this direction is that this is one of the exits to head north, that people come from the Holland Tunnel. It's the first left turn that you can make to go northbound coming out of the Holland Tunnel. So people don't realize it gets a high volume of traffic as a result of that.
Okay, number 17. Fish cheeks.
5 bond.
This is interesting because they, and just on the last one, for Siddell's, it's only 7 feet wide now.
Yeah.
For fish cheeks, these applications are always interesting because in the past, they had the roadbed structures, which are allowed to be a permanent structure, but the open street allows them to expand further. And when they do both, they kind of conflict with each other.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it makes it complicated because what she was saying is, I think what most people would prefer, which is this all disappears at night when they're not open.
Yeah.
And then when they're open, it's there. And I think that that's preferred, but I do think that this application is okay. What was also interesting, and I realized this after the fact, which is she said that they were renting the upstairs location now, which if you look at their guidance, that primary building entrance is in fact their entrance, I believe, to the upstairs. So I think that they could, and I'm just going to
Not
confirm
having
that.
to do the 5 feet
Okay.
Well, I think that they could serve the open street from that.
from that.
So do we have language, do we have something we need to tell them in the modification?
Barriers that are strong enough to meet the guidelines and be able to remove them.
Well, she
Sounds
doesn't need
lovely.
to,
Doesn't need to.
on the open street.
So do we have anything written down about the open street? Carter, can you send language? You do?
I mean, not
I
full.
mean, all the time
sentences.
she's operating as an open street
Yeah, 7 days a week.
all year round. No, so then she'll have to deal with it. if she
It
wants
may be
it
at lunch,
a month or- Okay.
Okay.
but I don't think we should confuse her application. The
No,
large
I'm
point
just
that we
curious.
had with El Buco,
Right.
that these folks, this building is wholly commercial. And she made a clear point, and she said that they've rented the upstairs.
Right.
Which means that frontage is hers, and so it can be used. My larger issue, which everybody always asks me, is what about their garbage? I asked that,
Cover
they said
that.
they're gonna keep it on the sidewalk.
Okay. So what are we voting on this one?
We're okay with it.
Yeah.
Is it an approval? Is there anything, or is everything a conditional now because we need them to sign the modifications? Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I think that
Same general comments that you do on ADA and.
Yep.
And then we're gonna introduce some language about the open streets.
Do we need to tell them, do they need to sign?
what you could put in there is better integration with Open Street.
Okay.
Whatever.
That would be a modification?
Right, whatever modification they may choose to do.
As a modification or a comment?
No, I think it's a comment slash
It doesn't have
modification.
a plan.
Well, I just have to know like whether or not to include it, and as you know, there's
I would
it's about like 80 of these that are.
Wanted to change it around. Remember, she made some
I know, I
comments.
just have to ask, because like, this all of this, except now we're doing it in the feedback form, so it's not all, but all of this is literally me trying to remember or look at the notes from this and then trying to recall it to make sure I put it in. That's why I'm asking the specific question. So, okay, so the conditional denial. So next, St. Ambrose Gelateria, roadway and sidewalk. We could just talk to those together. So I guess the same language on the sidewalk for, like we had for Picora Bianca. I don't remember what's been written on that, if it has been written. I really can't speak.
Look at it.
Okay. Okay, and then the roadway and the sidewalk. So we want to take those separately. I started with the sidewalk because I just remembered that point.
Sidewalk, the modifications I have written down, adjust sidewalk width to the back of the curve measurement, adjust sidewalk cafe width to 5'4", because the 10-foot regional corridor clearance is feasible here, and the small sidewalk cafe list exception only applies to cases where the 10 feet is not, quote, feasible. Adjust placement of mailbox on site plan to its accurate position diagonal to sidewalk cafe and not parallel to storefront, so it will still only be 8 feet clearance. And then they had their storefront and their storefront says 28 feet and 56 inches, but they weren't here to clarify that. So adjust the storefront length to the correct foot inch measurement. I think they meant a decimal point there. So I don't know. Whatever 56, 12 divided by 56. I don't know.
Yeah, it's anybody's guess.
Okay. Okay, so we can move on.
Aye.
Additional now. Okay, next.
Approve.
And that's on are we done with the roadway and the sidewalk?
On the roadway, basically the same thing. Adjust the storefront length to the correct.
Okay.
And the roadway cafe lengths. And then they had the thermoplastic marking as 6 feet clearance. They meant 6 inches. So.
Okay. I'm just really sorry not to go back to the sidewalk, but we will have to put the checkbox for that. So the conditional denial will be, if they do sign it, it'll be approval modifications, and then they won't have to go to a hearing. So that is a sidewalk. So just all those in favor. Okay, great. 181 Thompson, so Carbone waiver. The denial, do we have anything we want to send them to change besides the typical ADA?
Yeah, but.
Or is there?
I have a note about the 6-foot clearance to the neighbor if they have to make sure.
Okay.
So this is Thompson, but almost a lot of our comments are like Mulberry.
Right.
You gotta take into consideration your neighbors and clearances and spacing.
I'll take the language from.
Okay. So a denial, but obviously with modifications. All those in favor?
Yes.
All right. Okay, great. Amici Restaurant, Mulberry, denial. Send modifications. I believe this is directly across something.
Yeah, it probably is, and so the language that we talked about.
Jason knows that the south.
Could you not send a quick email to DOT and ask them about what they're doing on Mulberry Street with all this and send them the memo?
That's a good idea. Sure.
Send them a question to say, how are you handling 6-foot separation and the 15-foot offset and determining which businesses get which? Thank you very much.
Having the 6-foot clearance for roadway cafes
Between each other
between
on the same side of the street.
roadway cafes on the same side of the street. I need to acknowledge whatever I'm attaching, so how do I say that? And how are you handling 15-foot offsets for cafes directly across?
How are you determining who
How are you determining
who has to make the changes? And attach the memo and say if it's different than the guidance provided here, please
Provide.
Please provide. And can we get the primary building entrance definition, please?
Yeah, I started writing that email, FDNY waiver. FDNY waiver guidance from July 30th. Let's change, see attached. Please advise. Okay. Okay, so next. Wait, what?
That's what we just.
We said Amici. Lantica? Wait, no.
No, Nats.
Where?
22.
22, so still.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the one where she sent an email to Florence this morning. I didn't see it till this afternoon, saying that she was withdrawing and she didn't know if she needs to tell DOT or if we could do that.
Well, I
said no.
I just want to comment because when I look at this, what's provided to us, I just, I'm okay, whatever happens, but I also am not understanding the notations for the sidewalk cafe. And so if she were to remove one thing, that would seem to be what's removed because there's no clear path.
She's not applying for sidewalk.
Well, I see it on the
Looking on the
diagram.
diagram.
And so I just
I'm
want to
just
make.
letting you know that I'm not expecting it.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure when I look at this.
We can certainly ask if it's that bad.
If, I just don't want to not have the comments. This was our hearing.
Correct, you're right. And like I said, I don't have a double confirmation from DOT that it's been withdrawn, so.
I just think that the same types of comments that we made for Central Pay, that we make the identical comments. I don't see a problem with the entry into the sidewalk cafe here. It doesn't require a waiver, so the length is okay.
I think it's strange that I'm not, I'll try to talk very briefly here, but I find it strange that they didn't, but maybe that's why I don't know. They applied August 2nd.
But they may have also, this application may have also been an application in order to continue using.
Oh, that's true.
There's a lot,
On the 2nd, yeah.
Whatever it is. I just want to make sure we put in any comments in case they do continue and we have.
Yeah, and if anyone's curious to the pattern of referral.
Yeah, but I looks like here, like the banquet seating on the outside, like this is not a bad plan.
These are all like August
this is
2nd
feasible.
submissions, just whatever it's worth.
Yeah, this has good access. I'm just not seeing problems. The distance from the crosswalk is, that's too short, right?
Tom?
It's 10 feet, because it's going the other direction. So it's got the offset,
There's
from.
not a problem with it, really.
Yeah, no, but I'm just.
With the
saying-
sidewalk or for the roadway?
So the main issue here is, obviously the issues on this block.
Right.
It's fine if it's withdrawn, and we don't have to make any comments if it's in fact withdrawn. And I don't think we should make comments if it's withdrawn, but I just want to make sure that we've talked about it.
I think we can also ask the applicant, we see sidewalk seating on here, have you put in a sidewalk cafe application?
Sure.
Because
while
it's noted here, right, well, while it's noted here, it's, like I said, I'm not expecting them. So that tells me they must have, maybe they clearly submitted after August. Well,
Looked at this and saw that maybe they don't have a.
they haven't, I will say that they haven't applied for sidewalk as of,
My point is we just want to make
10:29.
comments until we get confidence.
that's fine, I definitely agree, that's why I had it open.
Withdraw that we also agree that we just withdraw all comments if they withdraw their application.
Yeah.
That if they withdraw their application, we withdraw all of our comments, and then it's just.
All of these comments that have been.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay, I mean, here's the deal on the withdrawals, I think we're just now coming on ones to send back, I send back the form with the emails attached that say it was withdrawn, because DOT except for Joseph.
Fine, but that's, I'm just saying,
We're not over talking.
I'm just saying that
Okay, next.
that if they withdraw, we withdraw, right?
Okay, so maybe just make a note on that.
Comments out there if there's no
Yeah.
reason for us to be commenting on something.
Right.
Or we vote, what's the vote condition? There's no modifications.
Yeah, I don't see any modifications,
Right,
so.
so we're fine with it. It's a-
Well, no, we have other
Oh,
issues.
no, because we wouldn't,
We have issues with this block, and I believe that those comments are in the
Right.
San Tropez application, right? We don't have to
Ground
reinvent
floor
the wheel.
residents, all that.
Right, it's ground floor residential, there's a lot of impacts, there's a number of different things. And
Sidewalk.
obviously here, the small sidewalk clearances.
People waiting out on the sidewalk to get into the roadbed, cross traffic would wait. I mean, I think we have all this in Saint Tropez of just the back and forth of the people.
I guess we just need to get the double confirmation from DOT because we wouldn't have a conditional denial if we were not sending them modifications. So, okay. So there is no vote on this.
Yeah, I mean, we can sell.
If it's not withdrawn, that's a,
Right.
Conditional denial.
no, if it's not withdrawn, yeah, well, no, it's just a denial for the other reasons.
Okay, got it.
Like we did.
Thanks. Okay, all those in favor?
San Tropez, right?
I think we did that.
All those in favor?
We denied that.
Yes.
No, we denied it at SLA.
Okay, great.
I get confused.
Okay, so Leon, did we go over Leon?
Yes.
Why we already talked about it?
There's two.
No way.
This
Did he come to us?
Leon's, this Leon's on Mulberry
Did
Street.
he come to us twice?
No, I
Not
don't think
today.
anybody came.
It was
No, I
just,
did. No, I did.
But when we heard Leon's Bagels on Thompson Street, there was nobody here.
Oh,
so this one was, we had the comments on the street, across the street, same Mulberry.
all right, denial.
And this is
All
an
those in favor?
interesting setup because it's a bench seat. without
Oh, that's
tables.
right.
So do we want to say for modifications, the same thing, like acknowledge that to comply with FDNY needs to be 15 feet offset and.
Yeah.
A typical Mulberry. We're not commenting.
There's no text language yet.
Proceeding.
Okay, so denial. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, great. 23, let's go.
Close it off anymore.
Okay, so, Emmett's on McDougal. So the language about the bike lane, all the things,
City bike
denial,
station.
city bike station, the competing uses. Okay,
Pull some of that.
Well,
stuff.
okay, so
And
denial.
did they remove this in time? I can't recall, but they may not have removed.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
This is a corridor that with egregious violations,
I do not know.
some of the worst, and so I think that we just need to say that. It doesn't have to be, it's a comment.
Right, it's not a modification. Okay. Great, next, Amity Hall. Denial of waiver.
Need to account for the 6 feet. This is
6
a-
feet and shortening it, right?
That's right. He said he would work that out with zinc and, but that is a stipulation.
And to reduce it to 20, not 20'2",
Right.
6 foot width and 6 foot
6
offset.
foot.
Why 6 foot versus 6 foot?
Oh, 6.5, sorry. And then there's a 4 foot separation from the neighbor, which needs to be 6 feet.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're asking them to go down to 6 feet?
No.
No.
No, it's 6.5 foot width, but it's a 4 foot offset from their neighbor, which has to increase to 6 feet.
Yes.
And it's only 4 feet because of the entry.
Okay.
door.
All right, next. Jack's Way Frida. I mean, I don't know where you guys want to land on this. It is a sidewalk, so we will need to, we can offer them the 5 feet based on what they did on University Place. I don't think they're gonna accept it, but we can present it to them. It would wipe out the entire.
Sure would.
So there's a primary building entrance and about 5 feet.
We don't even know what the definition is.
Okay,
Although I will
So,
say,
I
that
mean,
this
meaning not
building,
negatively.
this primary building entrance leads to 16 units and 6 stories, or whatever
Yeah.
that's worth.
Yeah, we should put that in there. And they haven't given us the definition to distinguish. And so we shouldn't approve these.
No.
That's not on us.
okay,
That's on us.
but do we want to offer a modification to the applicant to remove that seating on the left
Yeah,
side?
absolutely.
Okay,
I mean, just keep the 5 feet. They can
These
figure
are-
out their seating.
5 foot clear
About their
from the-
seating.
okay,
Just they need to,
The door of the.
But the key thing to include in here is just what Stella shared, that it's a 6-story building with 16 units.
Yeah.
And
As the modification and the feedback, or just the feedback? Because I can put in.
both.
Okay, both. Right. You're right. Sorry, that's obvious. Yes. Okay.
And
Great.
And
So
also,
conditional
the
denial.
recommendation is that the seating be placed perpendicular to the storefront.
Okay. All right, great. All those in favor for the conditional denial?
And that's to allow access to the full seating and service
Within the cafe.
within the cafe footprint. It's important to include that language.
Uh-huh. Yep. Again, I'm still working on other applications from the last meeting, so these are the much lower priority because I have to finish getting modifications out from the 29th.
No, but you need to take the notes now, so.
I am taking the notes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
just saying.
when we're trying a different system to alleviate that. Thank you, Stella, for helping with that.
All the I went and took measurements, so they're all in there.
Okay. Next is, okay, so conditional denial, all those in favor, great. Aperitivo di Palma, it's a denial
Yeah, for just the reasons are there's.
for sidewalk,
No room for the barriers, not wide enough.
no modifications to be
Yeah,
sent.
There's nothing to be sent.
It was nice for Chris to appear, it would have been nice if he was here for the roadway.
You may want to reach out to them and
Who?
confirm the withdrawal, because he said it wasn't big enough.
He said he was going to withdraw?
He said it's obvious it's not big enough, so let's just confirm it so that it's just done, right?
Okay, great.
Instead of leaving an open application.
Okay, so I'll have Florence reach out, yeah,
Right.
110%.
So,
I mean, we still have to send in the feedback form that just has the, but it's, you're right, it is a lot less than I have to write it up for full board.
well, if he's.
That's right. Correct. Thank you. Okay, so denial. And we'll do the confirmation. We'll have the office reach out. Okay, so then new Zoe 21 Inc., DBA Local 92 Soho, 244 Mulberry. Denial.
Yeah, this has offsets on both sides.
Yeah, offsets.
Or at least one side.
Sides. We'll check on the map. I'll put the typical language that I've included. So I can pull that language. I put it on a couple of the older applications.
I also.
I saw it, yeah, I pulled it over.
Okay, oh, thanks.
Also on this one, I think that we should, as a committee, vote that any other applications on Mulberry Street, that we vote here to say, yes, this, even if it's verbal at a DOT hearing, that you can add in the comments about the 6-foot offsets or the 6-foot separation and the 15-foot offset, because we did not include that language in the Gray Dog application. And we didn't know about it then, so they all have to work together.
Right.
I don't know if the Gray Dog had its public hearing, I think it did.
It did, I missed it. I was after the last
But
meeting.
just going forward, or anything else that we've,
just have to say.
we just have to say that, because this is a big issue here. And again, it's just ridiculous that it's.
Well, when I do testify and I talk about a specific application, I also do say a broad, I went on one today about.
No, we just,
like
as
building
a committee,
Yeah,
we just, as a committee, we have a lot of applications on Mulberry Street, so we all agree to that.
I agree.
And might just make a motion.
Oh, so move that, any testimony at DOT. Retroactively, we say the 6-foot offset if we have
For any
Applies to everybody.
FDNY waiver.
any FDNY waiver, not even on Mulberry Street, just for any FDNY. Okay, that sounds good. All those in favor, okay. All right, great. Next. Thank you, everyone. La Antica Pizzeria Don Michelle on 81 Greenwich Avenue. I'd kind of offered the reduction to 6 feet, 6 inches on there, so it should go in there and, they said they.
And the reasoning behind that is to increase the visibility from the intersection, because there is no crosswalk.
Right.
Going across Greenwich Avenue. And so normally this would be significantly reduced because it would be 20 feet from the crosswalk and it would open up that visibility.
Right.
And this, just the visibility on Bank
Right.
Street.
Well, and that is.
Any other comments on Bank Street, which is
Right.
two-way, it fits into the
Two-way,
holistically.
shared bike lane.
Right, the two, right.
So all those.
Right, I'll just, I'll write that up. Okay, so that's a conditional denial with modifications, all those in favor. All right, okay, great. Opposed, all that,
I
okay.
don't know if you want to say when you're saying that too, aside from that, there's no crosswalk and everything, a lot of people cross it because you've got the A's Memorial right across the street. I mean, it's not like it's just a street. You have I look at it as like a destination.
Okay, I can make a note of that.
Matters.
Okay. Okay, so next we have, is it La Contenta? Yeah, okay, that was in.
So continue.
Yeah. Oeste at 78 West 11th Street for the roadway. So he seemed pretty amenable to making those changes. I mean, when I see applications that are for roadway and they are showing the sidewalk on there, I do try to get them, I did that to Bogies, because I was like, they're going to come back with that same site plan for the sidewalks. They might as well add the transformer vaults and all of that now. So I would say the same thing here. Huh?
Wait, what are you saying they should add?
Like the mailbox,
Oh,
the
gotcha.
mailbox. Yeah, and then, because we're gonna have to ask for it again, and then, the manhole in the roadway, right?
Yeah, and then also the tree pit,
The tree pit, right?
and then to uncheck the flooring boxes and just do the ramp, which he said he wanted to do.
Okay, did you have something, Brian?
I think there was also a bike rack, wasn't it? Circular
The
bike
bike
rack.
rack was
Or somebody
You know what?
wondered if it had gotten removed.
That's,
Not talking about a city bike. I'm talking about-
no, the one little, I'll go by and,
So it's also important to, when you look, because they may have removed it. which
That's
is
true.
not Legal.
wait, so,
No.
oh,
You can't remove. it.
oh. Because you mentioned there's been bike racks that have been removed, right, when you've gone by sites,
I
right?
have seen that.
But we don't know if it was legal. I'm sorry, Donna. Okay, let's go.
There is a bike rack there, it needs to be 5 feet.
Okay. I'll go,
Yeah.
Just based
It
on how
looked
it
like it was
looks,
okay.
Yeah.
but we-
okay, so conditional denial. All those in favor?
Uh,
Aye. Wicked Willies.
Right, I think that Stella brought up just the manhole, just looking at these
Yeah.
pictures, that looks like it's not quite right. It does look like it's on the dividing line in the.
We can send, I mean, when we send the modifications, we can send the photograph. I do, even though it does take up a little more time, if we can, if it results in us getting this right and they can clearly see what we're asking for, we can't point out every modification with a photo, and I say that this is only referencing one part. It's
Well,
not-
this is actually very simple.
Yes.
Because they have to have 18-inch clearance away from the manhole, the edge of the manhole. So that's what's gonna govern where the seating can go.
Right. Okay,
Whatever's
so
left is left.
conditional denial, the manhole.
Yeah, and then I also wrote down confirm no advertising signs.
Oh, I've got great language from that from Village Square Pizza,
Yeah.
which, by the way, their banner is still up. But I did include it specifically also because it does talk about having something on the top of your roadway, like a sign, which is what they had before. So it's,
The other thing is that they will commit to not having any furniture, A-frames, et cetera, blocking the narrow sidewalk.
okay,
Because this location has an enclosed sidewalk cafe. It's one of the few, most people don't realize that.
don't realize.
So the sidewalk width is restricted to 8 feet with an existing enclosed sidewalk cafe. And I believe it's a heavier corridor that's greater than 8 feet.
Right,
Or the requirement.
yeah, and they're
So
not
it's
doing.
very important to keep clear the remaining 8 feet. And I think that we should put that in our comments.
Okay.
And we probably should have put that in our comments for Red Lion.
Yeah,
But it's the
enclosed sidewalk cafe that people don't realize is what
I think there
narrows that down there.
Okay, great.
And there's still no procedure for them to come to us for that.
Right, for the existing
Right.
sidewalk cafes prior to March 16th. So next, Blue Haven. We're almost done, we're almost done, we're almost done. It's still 33, guys, come on. Blue Haven. It's a waiver, so it's a denial. They have issues on the platform in the front. And I think we have a list of things we're gonna put for the modifications, right?
Yeah, I have, what'd you say?
Yeah, big time, a lot.
Yeah, we've got some big modifications. Go ahead.
Because it has a waiver, they need to adjust to.
That's right.
6 widths to comply. Oh, wait, I read that twice. That's okay.
Right, because this is one we had to discover that it was, and they're also over 20 feet. They're 40 feet or something ridiculous. Right.
Comply with waiver requirements, maximum cafe length is 20 feet. If multiple cafes, gap needs to be 6 feet. And then check the box for the regulatory sign.
Okay. And the 46 inches.
Right, and the 46.
Okay, so I'll have them, they need to check the box and I'll have them acknowledge that they agree to that, to the, whatever, and then to check the box, okay. Great, denial, all those in favor?
Aye.
Right, aye. Next, Cafe Reggio.
Right, this was the one we talked about.
Stuff.
No
Mr.
parking or
McDougal.
remove the bike lane or enforce it or something.
Yeah,
The conflicting uses language, I can pull that.
and if they would consider, well, I mean, if they reduced.
We need to make a comment to them in the modifications about the trash.
6.5 feet.
6, okay, ask to reduce, okay.
Yeah, adjust width to 6'6".
Okay.
Clarify if the length is 29.5 or 29.6 ramp.
Add a ramp, okay.
Or just confirm.
Oh, confirm, right, confirm, right. Right. So conditional denial. Next, John's Pizzeria.
Did we say something about reducing the length? I had in the notes, this is the first one as you turn to go south on McDougal, so reduce depth and length. Was that, do we not?
I didn't write that
If what I had said, maybe, perhaps this block should have a FDNY waiver because they don't enforce the rules. So what I had said during that was either enforce the no parking
Yeah.
across the street, remove the bike lane.
The bike lane.
Put in no stopping. I mean, I don't know, but it's just a
No
mess.
parking, you said, remove the bike lane. or enforce.
Right, so there's one of three things DOT, we're telling DOT to do, either enforce the no parking or have
Enforce the no stopping in the bike lane,
enforce,
remove the bike lane,
right,
but even then, it's not enough to parking.
right.
If there is if they allow, if they remove.
Even if cars just stop there, it's not enough
If they
room.
allowed parking there, then it require a waiver,
Oh.
but they're there anyway.
Right.
So.
Well, that's right. They're not allowed to
No.
park there anyway, even if the bike lane wasn't.
No
there,
parking, no
they would still
stopping,
legally
so
Right,
no
and-
parking, no stopping in the bike lane, or remove the bike lane, or what? Those two choices, either enforce,
Remove the bike lane.
Right.
Force.
right,
No parking.
or,
Narrow the width to 6.5 feet, require the FDNY waiver on the street.
so we can ask the applicant to reduce 6 feet, 6 inches, right? Okay. But this is a general note to DOT that they need to.
Right, and I
modify this. Okay.
think that we need to do
Great.
other, didn't we ask, didn't we also ask this at the last meeting?
That is clear.
Yeah, there were two.
Yeah, we did ask.
I mean, I think the 6 foot to reduce.
But it was Marty Whalen, what's his bar that's off the wagon?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, he said, I don't remember what we sent on there. I'd have to look. I don't know. I can't say either way. Like I have to go.
Probably just make a standard thing for McDougal, the same sort of thing.
Okay, that's fine.
Of the-
Greenwich.
Either.
Okay.
enforce no parking or whatever.
All right, okay, conditional denial. All those in favor?
Yep.
Okay, so next, John's Pizzeria. Are we having them make, would we having him add anything or make any changes? Is just sending the ADA? We can obviously make a comment to
The issue
DOT.
is he somehow said he was applying for the sidewalk, which is gonna fix something. I had no idea what that.
I don't, I don't know.
So they are,
He meant that the roadbed is going to fix his sidewalk lines because he will have a place to put all these people.
Yes.
That's
But
totally,
he's had
that's
this-
totally wrong because he had the
He's had
roadbed
this
and he had
seating.
all these people.
I
And
don't remember them having sidewalk in the temporary program.
I think they put a chair or two out. I don't think they had sidewalk. I think they just had maybe tables.
Well, we are gonna have
But
we will have an application for them for
Well, I
this.
do
That's
think
insane.
that for
I know.
this, that we should be commenting on that because it's okay for them to have the lines. You just have to be able to accommodate it
Yeah.
within a reasonable amount of space.
And they can't.
And you can't have seating everywhere and the line, like, it's
Yeah.
just, and this is precisely.
Well, then, so we'll make the comment to DOT on this.
Precisely the outlier situation.
Correct.
And we should say that of why they asked for these comments. Like, that's a really, this is an important one to say, this is why you have this box here.
Right.
Okay,
For this.
so,
Because it,
okay, so make DOT comment. Okay, it's 12:39.
The only modification we had was just the ADA.
Okay. So on this one in particular, if we were to send John's Bleecker Street or John's Pizzeria, sorry, modifications with just the ADA and they sign them and we have a conditional denial, would we still want to deny this roadway or are we gonna approve with modifications based on the ADA? Is there anything you need to put in the modifications? You need them, that we need to address about the sidewalk or the line?
Yeah, that they maintain the line outside of the 8-foot. Or is this, what's the corridor width here on Bleecker?
Oh, I have to look at it.
is it,
8 feet.
Yeah, so that they accommodate the line outside of the 8-foot neighborhood corridor.
Yeah, the 8-foot clear path.
Yeah, that they maintain the 8-foot clear path without any encumbrance, including the patron line. It's a
Okay.
modification.
Okay, great. I mean, that's what I'm saying, like, so we're okay with adding that in. If they sign that, then we're okay with this being an approval of modifications. So the conditional denial. Okay, great. All those in favor? Aye. Great. I want to put this on the wrong one.
The salt and battery.
we did that one.
Mhm.
No, Donna, aren't you?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did we say we would ask for John's Pizza on Bleecker Street to be narrowed down to
Oh, yeah, it's a good point. Did we ask that?
similar like we were asking at
We didn't because there is sufficient width.
Wicked Willie's? Wicked Willie's.
We didn't
is
ask
narrow.
Wicked Willie's. We didn't ask them to reduce it. There's no
Well,
emergency
it's
waiver
already,
required.
it's already 7'6".
Yeah.
Well, where Wicked Willie's
41.
is, there's parking on both sides of the street.
Oh, 41.
The street condition changes, it becomes wider. Here, there's no parking on the other side of the street, there's the bike lane.
12:41.
All right, next.
Okay, so,
Don, Angie,
yeah.
I had hardly anything written, no modifications. My only comment was that there's already a ramp in the diagram. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. I don't think we really.
Okay, so do we can ask them to narrow the roadbed? Like we're asking other people to on Greenwich.
What's the width?
Don't think it's 6'6".
Well, Greenwich Avenue, right now they have 8-foot width.
And it's on Greenwich Avenue, it's not on the side street?
It's on both of them. It's on 2 roadbeds.
Right.
If I remember correctly, I don't have it open, I'm getting there.
Yeah, I on Greenwich Avenue, we have to ask.
Okay, so 6 feet, 6 inches.
But also is 12th Street, I
don't know.
I think it's a little wider. And I just say that from riding my bike down there. I don't remember it being.
Okay, so conditional denial.
Just want to make sure waiver is not required there.
What do you want to know, what the width is?
Yeah, on West 12th Street at Greenwich.
Okay,
I can look it up.
maybe while we look that up, we can talk about the Mary Lane.
Sure.
What do we have on there, Stella?
I don't think we said much of anything about that.
Then we have Corner Bistro and then Jose Luis, I assume will be a denial. And we have two hands.
We didn't say much at all about on the corner, Mary Lane.
Is it just on Bank Street or is it on both streets?
Wait a minute, which one are we on?
The Mary, oh, sorry, I went to the Mary Lane because Donna was looking up the John Angie street width, so we could just
Yeah, it's
continue.
30 feet, by the way.
Okay.
Beat me.
Okay, so then,
Which means that means-
so we'll reduce on Greenwich Avenue to 6 feet 6 inches, see if they take that, okay? So conditional denial
They need, okay, so.
on Don Angie, right? All those in favor?
I believe Don Angie,
Mhm.
need a waiver because the street width is 30. Let me just,
Okay,
let me just double check the,
It's 30 and
minus 8,
Yes,
so that's 10 feet.
I think it's, are you checking the parking signs, Carter?
30 minus 16 is 14, so.
Needs a waiver on West 12th.
it's 14, not 15.
Okay, 14-foot travel lane. All right,
Hold on, let me just,
So then, yeah, they will need to adjust to 6.
yeah.
Oh, wait, but we said
On
adjust to
both?
6 on Greenwich, but yes, on both.
okay, great.
No, hold on,
Wait a
I'm just
second.
checking the
Wait a
parking
second.
signs to.
Oh,
So there is a fire hydrant directly across the street,
Mm,
but
Yes,
then there's, but then.
so close.
It's,
Really?
yeah, it's alternate side parking across the side, so
6 on both, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
okay, the Mary Lane,
20-foot length.
the Mary Lane, or conditional denial, we'll vote.
Are they 20 feet from the crosswalk on there?
So is it longer than 20 feet on
One of them is.
West
20,
12th?
One is 25 feet.
So if it's on West 12th,
Yeah, let's just get this one right here. So the length on it's difficult. Is it 20 foot 7 inches?
so easy to go to, do they need to go to 20 feet? Okay,
on
West 12th?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor for the conditional denial? Aye, next. Thank you, Saw, I'm making short notes, but not all of them.
Probably when we combine ours.
Yeah, we'll have it, yeah. Okay, so next, 68 Perry, Street Corner, so Corner Bistro, do we have any changes?
I had nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah, reduce seats.
Yeah, the seats.
oh yeah, the seats.
Well, it's not reduce the seats, but it's just that
The
is.
diagram is that.
We'll have the ADA,
ADA
yeah.
accommodation, and service aisle.
Okay. Okay, conditional denial. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, great. So next we have Jose Luis. I'm gonna say, vote to conditional, or to denial all of the Mulberry. Also about, I had a note about no, I don't. So we'll send the standard language and I'll look up if it's across or the 6-foot offset. We'll just have that for them to acknowledge that's in the guidance. And that way you can start the conversation with DOT and that. Okay, denial.
So adjust storefront arrows.
All right. Great. Okay, great. All those in favor? Aye. Two hands on Bleecker. I have a note about the advertising. A note about the winter enclosure.
Yeah.
Over so many feet. Do we have that written down, what that rule is? I know it's like a city rule, but what is it? Can't be bigger than 25 square feet. Or 5 by 5. Okay, good old geometry. Okay, so a conditional denial on this one. We're having to make any other adjustments? Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
Way behind. Which one are you talking about?
Two hands.
Let's see if I wrote.
Okay. Here we go. Carroll Place.
Okay, I wrote add north arrow, make sure cafe lengths are consistent. One place has 37 feet, one place has 34.
And she mentioned that the seating arrangement was gonna change.
Update table placement as mentioned in meeting.
Okay, great. So conditional denial, all those in favor? Aye. All right, all those, okay, so the last one, Carroll Place.
Remove the storm enclosure. The overhead coverings, because it's within 50 feet of the.
Right, overhead. Maybe he's gonna add the sign, right? Is the light pole on there?
Yeah. something
Okay,
like
okay,
that.
good. Right, but was the light pole on?
No. 'Cause
Oh, okay.
we didn't include the.
Oh, because it's maybe, right, okay. And it's it's approaching?
Yeah,
Mhm.
they said it's 25 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. But they said it was 25 feet, but it's not on the site plan, right? Okay. All right.
One time we asked them to add a crosswalk for White Horse. And we said, add the crosswalk. And then DOT said you didn't need to add the crosswalk because it was not within 15.
Oh, right. But they did add it, right, but they never notified us.
Do that.
They didn't send the updated site plan to us. They didn't sign the modifications, and then they cried to DOT that we said all these mean things at the meeting. Right. Okay, so conditional denial. Okay, all those in favor? Great. New business very quickly, as I sent the email, there are 28 applications so far this week. It is already 12:50 in the morning, and I apologize. The public session maybe went too long. I don't know how else to not rush it.
The thing I would say is,
So-
just say the one thing at the beginning or once every hour about the whole, one that was not our thing. And
Okay, yeah, maybe I said that too many times.
Also, not over explain stuff. If everybody gets more tired, you end up getting a little stuck.
Yeah, too fast, too slow. I'm trying. I was trying to also make people feel comfortable. But again, I slowed it down. So there's 28 applications. I sent an email and we're here, it's 1 a.m. and here I am asking for us to possibly meet again next Wednesday. I don't know how feasible that is, if we would have quorum. It doesn't sound like Brian or Arturo would be able to be here. So it'd have to be the 4 of us. I don't know if that group is interested in that, or if we just hold those and hold a meeting on the 29th. Meeting is the same night as COIB.
But let's ask
Oh, 26.
question again, right? Which is how many road beds are left?
I can tell you.
Because that's what
So we,
will have to be referred to us in literally the next 30 days or less.
so I have that calculation. So as of the 29th, there were 146 roadway left. So if someone can tell me how many we had tonight. There was 3 sidewalk cafes?
So 38.
So 38. So 146 minus 38 is 108.
Yeah, we'll see how many weeks.
Huh?
I'm just wondering how many Mondays that is.
Yeah, I think that we just need
4,
to
5,
schedule
6,
these
7.
frequently because number one, it'll keep the length of time down.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we're only,
Well, we're gonna start getting the sidewalks too, so.
okay, so we'll hold a meeting. Do we have enough that can meet Brian and, I know it's not.
I can meet.
Okay.
Which,
I hope I have my.
Wednesday.
Done.
so
I would have proposed Monday, but it's a holiday.
I'm not meeting Monday. If
Okay.
you're meeting Monday, I'm not.
No,
well, we can't, that's against.
it's a holiday, yeah.
But when is the COIB training?
The 26th.
Wednesday, the 26th.
Okay, so definitely we should do that though.
So I would move the meeting, I would cancel the meeting on the 26th because it is on the calendar. I forgot that I asked for it at exec, just in case.
Yeah.
Do you want me to not cancel it? Okay, not cancel, it was just, I would just need 4 people.
What time is the COIB?
I don't know, everyone got the email,
I don't know.
so you can look, I don't know. I think it's.
I'm just saying that if we could just get through it, I mean,
And I may not be
It's at
able to meet
6
on the
p.m.
26th. I'm just letting you know.
That's fine. I know Stella's out of town. So I'd have to see if we have quorum on with the other.
Maybe.
And that is 3 weeks in a row of meetings, which we had all said we didn't want to do. I acknowledge that, but again, with the 28th, that's why I asked about meeting next week. And I was like, maybe we don't meet.
It's a conflict.
And then I was like, maybe we don't meet on the 26th. Maybe we don't meet on the 26th because we would only have, our next meeting is March 11th. And that would be 2 weeks of referrals from.
Which is what we
would be, which is what is normal. So we'd have the applications referred on the 24th. Well, no, we'd have applications, it'd be 3 weeks because we wouldn't for the 17th. No, but the 17th we could put, that would be 2 days notice. I don't know. No, we wouldn't. We don't get any applications till the 18th. So it'd be applications from the 18th and the 24th and the 3rd.
Yeah.
So it'd be 3 weeks worth of applications on March 11th, and it could be.
90, because we got 28.
It's true, we did get 20. Huh?
Don't say that.
No.
Don't say that.
It's like that's.
We're gonna get the last minute stragglers, so we're gonna get a bunch. Just.
Can we meet the 25th?
We have to find another location. Because 24th is schools and ed, 25th is traffic. Those both have agendas. And then the 28th or the 27th.
Okay, if I would think that there should be a discussion about the priorities because of the length of these meetings and being in the office. Because if we were doing the meeting hybrid off-site, the staff can't stay. It's
of the venue.
Yeah, wherever we are. Whereas, one of the other committees, it would be much easier to meet at one of the other venues. And set up.
Right, because their meetings are going to be, 2 hours?
Yeah, I don't even know what, I think it's important that.
I think we should bring that up at exec. I think we need to bring that up at exec and have that conversation, because we can't hold these meetings anywhere else. It's just not sustainable. Also, I don't want it going this long because I'm exhausted and I know everyone else is exhausted. So we'll meet next week. Is that what it sounds like? If I have the forum here, okay. Are we meeting on the 26th? Or are we just gonna keep it and just see what happens? Because it is on the calendar, we can see what happens. I know that Stella's out of town.
I can't come on the 26th.
You can't come on the 26th.
Zoom, but that doesn't give you the quorum.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah, the training, we have to do that.
We just have to do it later.
We have to do it later. But maybe we could do it. You couldn't meet, but I would have to guarantee Brian, Carter, me and Arturo, and I don't know if I have that. It's one point, so I don't want to make you.
24th or 25th. What would be the point of meeting? Because we would have cleared up everything.
Right.
No, we would not. No, we wouldn't have heard what came on the 18th.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And also, everything's coming at 8:30, 9:30, 11:30 at night on Monday. So that really, when they would come at 6, we could maybe scramble to get it on the calendar, but it's a holiday and it's just, they're not sticking to that. So, okay. I don't think I have anything else. So I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone.
When is our next meeting?
Hi, darling.
6.
The 11th. So the 11th would be 3 weeks.
Look and see if you can get if you wanted to look at the 5th. I hate saying this. But
I don't know what Parks has.
that's when.
And I also know that's year 2.
I know.
But yeah.
Good to end the meeting?
Yeah, you can end the meeting. Bye, Darlene. Thank you.